All right. Should be live. Just checking to make sure. Testing, testing. Okay, yes. We are live, folks. Hello, hello. My name is Evan Freiberger, and today we're going to be doing a long live stream. Not exactly sure how long it's going to be, but we will play it by ear depending on how the situation unfolds. Maybe can't rule out a 24-hour live stream. We shall see. But as you can see, we have Hurricane Melissa here just to the south of Jamaica. And as of the latest National Hurricane Center, we have some breaking news. Maximum wind speeds of 175 miles per hour, max wind gusts of 200 miles per hour, and west-northwest winds are moving west to the northwest. So it's officially moving to the north now at 3 miles per hour. So looks like Melissa is making that northern turn, and we are expecting it to kind of move up to the west-northwest and eventually curve back to the north and east towards Jamaica. So although it looks like if you just draw a straight line here straight up to the north, like it's going to miss Jamaica, it's not. We're expecting it to do a northeastern turn back into Jamaica throughout the day as this approaches land. And yeah, tomorrow we could most likely, or tonight going into tomorrow morning, there is a chance for an eye wall replacement cycle. That is currently our big hope, that at the very least we get this to somewhat lower its winds. But I think regardless, we're going to be dealing with a high-end category 4 to a category 5 as this goes from now all the way into land. And so again, if you guys live out here, we're going to be monitoring the situation here on my live stream, giving you guys all the latest information. Like, for instance, we do have a storm chaser out there. Let me see what scene that is. It should be this scene. There we go. This is Tornado Pagey or Bryce Shelton. As you can see, they are out here in looks like right there near the path. Oh my gosh, you can actually see the category 5 symbol on that radar on the bottom right. They are right over there. Looks like near like Billy's Bay, near St. Elizabeth in Jamaica. And they are right on the coast, pretty much where this storm is currently projected to make landfall. So we're going to have a storm chaser there. I don't know how long the service is going to last. I don't know how long they're, going to be able to have electricity and do this live stream for, but you can definitely tell that the conditions are already starting to ramp up in this area. You can see the waves are definitely a lot bigger probably than they were a couple days ago. We're seeing some winds start to come through this area. You can see on the left side that palm tree is actually bending over a little bit with these winds. So I'm guessing we're somewhere around tropical storm to almost, maybe 50 to 60 mile per hour winds, maybe at max gusts at this point. Also, you can notice there on the bottom of the screen, the waves are coming up almost all the way to that vegetation line. And by the time this storm is all said and done, we're probably going to see that storm surge go all the way up into these trees here, and then also potentially make it all the way up to this building as it makes its landfall. So Bryce is in a really good place to storm chase, but also this is an extremely dangerous area to be. I'm not sure what his plans are, if he's going to sit here and then maybe retreat back up to the north, but at least for now, we're going to have a really good view on what the storm is doing as it approaches this portion of Jamaica. We also have a bunch more cameras than that. Here we have the Kingston Harbor. Up here on the top left of the screen, that is, I think we have this on the big screen somewhere. Let me just double check. That's downtown. No, we actually took that camera out at one point. So we'll go bring that back in. Let me go ahead and mute this. Sorry about that. And then yeah, we'll come back over. Trying to figure out which one do I want to replace. Not that one. Definitely not that one. We'll replace this one for now. So let's come over to here, and then we'll get cam 1, Control C, and then bring that into this slot. right here. Actually, this is a pretty good camera as well. A lot of these cameras are good cameras. We don't need two downtown Jamaica cameras. I want that one. I don't want all of these. I'm not gonna lie. We'll just we'll replace this one for the time being with the harbor cam. And again, this is See Jamaica Live on YouTube. And this is the current view out from the Kingston Harbor. You can, let me just wait until this chat loads in so I can exit out of it. We can get this full screen, but you can definitely see the camera shaking a little bit. We have waves out there. You can actually see some waves crashing in the distance there on the shoreline already. And let me turn this, change this text to Kingston Harbor, Jamaica. There we go. Kingston Harbor, Jamaica there. And yeah, that is what it looks like out there. You can definitely see the wind is scraping against the coast here. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Sorry if you missed it. When is expected landfall? So expected landfall is going to be sometime close to around 7 a.m. in between near 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. my time, or 7 to 8 a.m. or 8 to 9 a.m. y'all's time there in Jamaica. So if you guys live out in this region or anywhere to the east of it, we're still monitoring Old Harbor. We've got a power plant out there. And also a lot of folks that live in the Old Harbor Bay itself, very close to the shore. We've already been getting some reports of evacuations, people being asked to evacuate out of this area. I've seen people post videos in this area where we're starting to see some water already start to creep up. So we're already starting to see a little bit of flooding, coastal flooding, with the with the hurricane as far away as it is right now. So definitely pretty interesting there, given the fact that our storm is so big. We have such a big wind field around it for the tropical storm force winds that we're already starting to see some coastal flooding in that area. Let me go ahead and work on this really quick. Get this up. Thanks for covering this. Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. I do appreciate you guys tuning in as always. This is absolutely nuts. I agree. This hurricane is insanely strong. Not every day do you see a hurricane. It's very rare to get a Category 5 hurricane, but it's also even rarer to get a Category 5 hurricane with 175 mile per hour sustained winds at the surface. Melissa is incredibly strong. A 906 millibar minimum surface level or sea level pressure is also insane. That is insanity. Absolutely. I mean, it is the strongest storm or hurricane that we have had in the Atlantic, not just near Jamaica or forecasted to make landfall in Jamaica, but also, what happened here? Oh, did they lose service and power? Uh-oh. It looks like our storm chasers have lost service there. Do you want to check back in on, it looks like the wind is picking up as well over here into Flat Bridge. I've been monitoring this throughout the day. The water levels on this river have not risen, too crazily. Honestly, really not even risen that much, to be honest. I haven't really been able to notice. I've been watching this little area here of some moss on the very bottom of that pillar there, and I still haven't seen the water go over that. It does seem like maybe, there's a little bit more leaves in the water. The flow of the water looks a little bit faster than it did yesterday, but no real major indications, at least near Flat Bridge, of any major flooding yet. Dry eye. So when a pressure drops to a high degree, you get something called dry eye. And no, it's not something that you just put eye drops in. It is an indication of an extremely low pressure. And in fact, this is actually Hurricane Melissa has achieved something that the world has never seen, at least in recorded history. An eye in the 4 degrees Celsius, or not 4 degrees. I forget what the measurement was. but it's a record. This is the driest eye we have ever seen in a hurricane, which means that the pressures are quite extreme, and we have just a lot of dry air there near the surface. As you get that vacuum that kind of forms in the center of the storm, what it does is it kind of creates a vacuum, which evacuates the moisture as well out from the center of the storm. And the more moisture that gets evacuated out of that center of the storm, the drier the eye becomes, and it can be an indication of just how strong the vacuum is or how low the pressure is in our storm. Oh, looks like Tornado Pagey's stream went down. Yeah, we can actually see that. Let me go ahead and clear out our at least our forecast cone here, so we can see our eye a little bit better. And yeah, you can see, look at this. This eye is so dry, the color palette on Radar Omega can't even pick it up. It's just missing data. That's how dry the eye is. Let's see. Yeah, unfortunately, we can't measure any of this data here using our tool, but I mean, yeah, it's just missing data. That's just showing nothing. But I can assure you that is an extremely dry eye inside of Melissa, only seen in some of the world's strongest hurricanes. And as of right now, this is the driest an eye has ever been, compared to any storm to ever happen in recorded history. Yeah, and it also has birds inside of there. That is correct. Let me get the music going here. It's not only dry, there's birds flying inside of this thing, trapped in the eye right now. You don't like it? Yeah. At least it's slow for the birds. Well, the birds will they'll know a lot of birds. They will, fly around inside of the hurricane. And yes, the slow movement of the hurricane is technically a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. The good news is that if the birds are on these island nations, they are used to flying long distances. I don't know how long they'll be able to fly. Some of these birds can also, sit on top of the water. So, there is also that thing that you have to consider, that they'll be sitting on top of the water, just chilling. In the eye, there are still waves in the eye, but they could technically get some rest still in the center of the hurricane. But yeah, once it goes over Jamaica, it'll be bad news for Jamaica. But I guess if you could make an argument that they would be good news for the birds that were trapped in the middle of the eye, because they'd be able to land, but then they would get hit by the hurricane. There's just really there's no really silver lining that you can pull out of this event. I think at this point, I mean, it is a very, very strong hurricane. It's going to have very large waves and ocean swells around it, and that's going to push into land, causing something that I like to call a storm tsunami, which is or a hurricane tsunami, which is basically just a slow moving wall of water that builds up over time, and eventually you can end up with 13 feet. So if you're standing on the beach at sea level, that water will be 13 feet above your head. If you've ever been in a pool and gone down to the bottom, in a 10-foot pool, that's a pretty good representation of just how tall these ocean waters will be as they make it into land there. So where is she headed? Headed towards Jamaica. Still on track here, still making a northern turn, maybe a little bit more. Let's take off the 3D so we can see it a little bit better. It's definitely wobbling a little bit to the west right now, but it's definitely moving north. One of the things that we will see as Hurricane Melissa approaches land is a little wobble. So right now it's in a western wobble. It'll probably do eastern, western, eastern wobble. You're really gonna have to see it really deviate from this track to really have any hope that this is like a western shift that might shift our track maybe a little bit more to the west. But I mean, we would need to have a western shift like out to here. So make in at like an hour or like in like a 6-hour span, it would have to be like way out here for it to, still probably hit, Savannah, Lamar. Maybe if it comes like way out to here, you could maybe start to get some hope. But again, you'd have to have a very serious track change, which is just not going to happen. I think it's pretty much said and done that this is going to hit Jamaica. The big question is, what part of Jamaica is it going to hit? Because that's going to be a big factor in determining what Hurricane Melissa is going to be able to do to the folks hereby. I mean, you could have it hit Savannah Lamar. You wouldn't get as strong winds in Alligator Pond, but you would still get some pretty decent storm surge come into the Alligator Pond area. And then Savannah Lamar would get the worst of the wind impacts, or Betheltown. If it comes in right here, eventually, we would get some major flooding on this river right next to the north and west of Alligator Pond. Over there near Alberttown would get some impacts eventually down the line, or like Falmouth, those major impacts near the core of the storm. Winds potentially up to 150 miles per hour as it scrapes across Jamaica. But the thing is that the eye itself is not really that big. It's probably about like this size, and the eye wall probably comes out to here. So it's not like the entire this entire area of white is where we're going to be seeing those 175 mile per hour plus winds. It's going to be right located around the center of Hurricane Melissa as it slowly tracks up to the north. So again, where that eye hits makes a big difference. Storm surge can, we've been talking about what is possible out here, for, infrastructure impacts in the area. And let me go back over to Google Earth, the where the storm makes landfall is also going to have big impacts in terms of, does this port survive over here near Old Harbor? Does this power facility out here that is literally right on the edge of the bay, we get 6 to 10 feet of storm surge in this area, we could see this power plant be under threat. It could make a difference on just how far inland the waves go and the water goes here in Old Town Harbor, or the fishing area out here. So, again, a lot of questions on exactly where this is going to make impact still. If we come over to our current models here, we'll come over to our forecast models, come over to our hurricane models. This is the HWRF. It does a little bit of a western shift and then eventually recurves back into west of Alligator Pond, more close to, let me just double check what city that was we were talking. Savannah Lamar there. I would bring major impacts up here. We would still get storm surge back over here near Old Harbor, but not as bad as if it made landfall a little bit further off to the east. But the HWRF has been a much further to the west type model than we've been having before, or compared to our other models like this one. This is the HFAS-A model. It is a little bit further to the east, still bringing significant storm surge into Old Harbor, definitely bringing still some storm surge into the Kingston area, into the Kingston Bay area. And then this is closer to Alligator Pond here, bringing the core of the winds potentially still at a 907 millibar, which would be a very, very powerful Category 5 hurricane. Really life-threatening, catastrophic, complete destruction would be very possible, with this, and potentially, further inland. The stronger the hurricane is, the longer those impacts are going to last further inland. So again, folks out here really need to be on their toes. This is getting to be quote unquote game time. This storm is taking that northern turn, and it does look like our hurricane models are still indicating that we're going to get landfall. Here is the HFAS-B model, also indicating that landfall into western Jamaica as well. Again, a very organized system, coming in at a 9. Is that a 901? I can't tell. Is that a 901? I can't tell if this is a 901. There's a border there that's covering up that number, but either as a 901 or a 907 intensity, which would be very bad. Again, that would be an extremely powerful Category 5 hurricane coming into land. So those are our latest model solutions. If we come over to our, maximum winds, oh, it is a 901. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's coming in land there as a 901 hurricane with very, very strong winds wrapping around the outside of the storm and pushing into land You know, we're talking about, let's see, the yellow over here is our tropical storm force winds. That would bring our, you know, probably our biggest waves into just off of the east, probably near Alligator Pond, our biggest storm surge there on the eastern side of our storm as it moves up just to the west of Alligator Pond, bringing very, very extreme winds close and down into the surface. Potentially even by the time we go into very early Tuesday morning, we could even be seeing close to 70 to 80, maybe even 90 mile per hour winds near, I think that's Montego. Is that how you say it? Yeah, Montego Bay up there as well. And then, you know, as we go into the future, potentially over 100 mile per hour winds as we go into still early morning Tuesday, talking about 6 to 9 a.m. could be seeing those 100 plus mile per hour winds coming into Montego Bay. So this is going to be a very dangerous storms also for the backside of Jamaica if it makes landfall in this area. And we could see storm surge impacts in Montego, very strong winds, catastrophic impacts still as this moves up to the north. So it does seem like, though, that, you know, with a more west of a track, the less storm surge we're definitely going to see in Old Harbor, which hopefully, fingers crossed, they get spared of the worst. But again, we could get last minute shifts still with our hurricane. So that is the latest, at least on the models and what we are expecting. It's going to be terrible. Oh, I agree. I agree. Let me see what has happened here. I just want to listen to the end of this video just to make sure that it was just like the stream freezing and losing connection and not them ending it.
Very early in the morning for landfall. But thank y'all so much for watching, subscribing, liking, super chats, all our new members. We appreciate every one of you. Thank y'all so much. We will see y'all again soon, possibly as early as tonight.
Oh wow. So that they just ended their stream. Okay. Roger that. Andrew was a 922 and 901 is beyond devastating. It is. It definitely is. I mean, that's you know, power that we haven't seen hit land in a very long time. Prediction for landfall is at 4 a.m. tomorrow. Yeah, it's going to be sometime between, you know, really early morning, in between then and about 8 to 9 a.m. Just really depends on the forward progress of our storm. I mean, right now, Melissa is only moving at 3 miles per hour to the north. Probably taking a break. I'm not sure. Not sure. I would have assumed they would have gone live longer, but it's fine. I mean, we have plenty of cams in the area. Especially we have this cam down here near Westmoreland as well, which is pretty close to where our storm is going to be making landfall. So we'll have that, and we'll have the all these different views as it approaches. And yeah, they said they might go back live tonight, and we'll be live tonight as well. So we could get another update from Bryce Shelton, who is out there monitoring the storm here shortly, or at least maybe within the next 5 hours. I have no idea. Oh, he's charging. Gotcha. How was Chaz? He's doing good. He is doing well. Below 900 millibars is insane. That would be insane. Yeah, if it can actually get to that status there, that would be absolutely insane. Yeah. Especially if that is threatening land. Let me figure out which camera I want to replace that one with. Which one did we take out? I think we took out the Maypen one. We got downtown Kingston there, Crossroads. Yeah, let me put Maypen back. Well, actually, we'll put Westmoreland here, as we do need to monitor Westmoreland as this approaches. So that'd be cam 7. there, and then we'll go to here. Let me do this really quick, and then we'll get back to talking about Melissa. What's the current pressure? The current pressure is 906 millibars. $870 is a record low. Yeah. I mean, it's probably not out of the possibilities, but the one thing that'll stop it from strengthening is an eye wall replacement cycle. We are expecting that to happen. The question is that going to happen before landfall? And how long before landfall? Because timing is going to be everything. Oh wait, this is not Maypen. This is Westmoreland. Let me just make sure I'm spelling that right. Westmoreland. Okay, so there's that E. Yeah, Westmoreland. Yeah, this camera will probably pick up some pretty crazy things as it approaches land here. I think this is our closest camera to where landfall is. Let's come over to here and just check that out. Westmoreland, Jamaica. Yeah, if it does that western, like what some of our hurricane models are saying, this could be very, very close. So, where is what was that? Little what did it say? Little London. Let me figure out where that is in Westmoreland. Little London. Westmoreland, Jamaica. Yeah. That's near Old Hope Wharf. Yeah, this is probably going to be the most interesting camera. Not right now because the winds haven't really showed up yet, but in a little bit. Let me include Little London here because that is important distinction. There we go. Perfect. Hey, thank you, Dana, for the $10. Thank you so much. Is West Side? Yeah, it's on the west side, and you know that's where our models are leaning right now for landfall. We might actually see the average track here shift a little bit to the west. Probably landfall somewhere in this area. That's kind of what I'm thinking about right now. Unless we get like some sort of substantial wobble to the west or to the east. Last time they had, they also had flat bridge when they had to fix it. What do you mean by that? The camera, you mean? Yeah. I remember the camera went down and then they actually went out there and like physically fixed the camera and got it back up. Something about 241 mile per hour wind gust that was recorded above ground. Yeah. Yeah, that was recorded above ground. Wind is picking up in Kingston. Yeah, it is. If we come over to some of these cameras here in Kingston, you can see like on this camera, you see those trees are moving. We're getting a little bit of sideways rain right now on this camera. This is in Crossroads, Kingston, in Kingston Harbor. Also seeing, let me make sure this is current. The rain pickup out here as well as the wind. You can see that tree on the left side is shaking. Camera shaking a little bit. These waves are getting a little bit larger than they were this morning and yesterday, and you can see that you can barely see the bay, or at least the shore of Kingston, because of what appears to be a pretty heavy downpour here in the Kingston Harbor area. So you know that flood threat is only going to pick up throughout the day. And in fact, let's go look at our latest radar imagery here. This is our latest radar imagery. Let me just refresh this to make sure we have the latest frame of that. So yeah, you can see that generally we've been getting west northwest movement. Haven't really quite seen that, direct northern turn yet. So, definitely an interesting thing to note. We have been more west northwest, not quite pure north. And, there should be a time before landfall where Hurricane Melissa is actually moving to the north and east. Right before landfall. But yeah, you can really see these rain and wind bands really start to pile up into Jamaica. You can barely see Jamaica. It's like right here into this region. Let me bring this here. It's like right here, kind of like that. And you can see the rain is really picking up for a lot of Jamaica. So also, this is going to be most likely happening for a pretty long time throughout today, going into tomorrow, not really ending until Wednesday. And yeah, lots of heavy rain. You see that yellow, orange, partially red colors in that area. That's just going to keep falling and keep falling and keep falling. And one of the things that we're really going to be watching with a closeness out here is going to be the Flat Bridge area. This will probably be one of our indicators if this cam can survive. That will show, just how bad some of this flooding can be. Because again, all that rain's going to be squeezed out of those mountains due to the orographic lift in the area. The mountains pretty much act like a little updrafts that squeezes the moisture out of the air, brings it down into the crevices of the mountains, and then that runs down these rivers, and they can pile up pretty quickly. On the way, they're going to be picking up trees, debris, mud, and you're going to see all of that most likely starting to pour down into this river. And one of the things that we're watching very closely on this camera is whether or not we start to see debris. If we start to see some debris coming off the mountain, if we start to see the flow of this river start to increase, that's going to be kind of our first understanding, like, okay, we might be about to start to see some heavier flooding and some higher heights to this river, which again, this river right here is located near, let me see if I can find it here on Google Maps. It's to the west of Kingston. I know that for sure. But I might have to just search it. Flat Bridge, Jamaica. Yeah, it's like right in this area. So this river actually drains down through the Rio Cobre into Spanish Town. You see that river runs just to the north of Spanish Town. So like the eastern portion of Spanish Town. If this river really starts to flood here, this is going to be a major issue for folks out here near, let me see. Is there like like near Tredegar Park there? And it's going to come through all the way into this region as well, near Spanish Town Public Hospital. If you know anybody that's staying in Spanish Town Public Hospital, man, I would be ready to get them out there quick, because that is uncomfortably close to this river. Here we have the House of Prayer next to this river as well. So that's why we're watching this Flat Bridge camera. Oh, wow. Look at this. Pretty strong winds here in Kingston. That camera was shaking quite a bit for a second there. This is over here in Kingston Harbor. But yeah, as I was saying, this is going to be a big problem for Spanish Town. So that's why we are watching this camera like a hawk, like an absolute hawk, especially now that we're starting to see those rain values increase. We're going to start to see these levels go up. We're going to start to see the flow increase of this river as well. So all these things we're going to be monitoring throughout the day, because if this does, go into catastrophic flood levels, this is all going to pour into Spanish Town. Okay. And the eastern side of Spanish Town, Jamaica. All right, let's come back over to here. I do want to check back in here and see if we have any aircraft recon in the area, if we're about to get anything in terms of that. It looks like we have a recon plane that finished, and we have another recon plane that's finished. So yeah, we're waiting for a fresh recon plane to make it out here into this region. If we look at some of our latest data from there, yeah, the last little surface pressure there was 908. But given the fact that we are at a minimum pressure now of 906, that must have not hit the center of the eye directly, meaning that they did a little bit of an equation to get the true minimum pressure, which is at 906. Soon all the power will be lost. That is possible. Yep. That is certainly possible. For now, though, the fact that all of these cameras are still working is potentially good news, at least for now, that a lot of the power is still happening or still on in Jamaica. But I have heard some reports of some folks losing power out there already. Actually, I want to get the I changed my mind. I want halfway tree to be in this camera here. No, not that one. There's Flatbridge. That's Crossroads in Kingston. That's Kingston Harbor. That's downtown Kingston. So I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna put halfway here because we have a lot of like Kingston cameras per se. I think halfway is pretty close to Kingston, but I just want to make sure we have multiple perspectives. And I just gotta wait just a little bit while this chat loads in so I can exit out of it. There we go. Yeah, there's a zoomed out view here in halfway. See, there's a palm tree in the distance there. It is moving a little bit, but not a whole lot yet. Not very strong winds out here, at least in this area. You usually fish at Flatbridge? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty popular river out there. A lot of people know of that bridge in Jamaica, or everybody, it seems like, knows about it. And, you know, a lot of people, you know, out here have a lot of connection. I would say the 90% of the people out in Jamaicans have a lot of connection with the land and the environment, the nature that is in this area. And I'm sure they are just as concerned as everybody else for what is coming. And I think everybody watching, including myself, is hoping for some sort of miracle today. Some sort of miracle. Things going okay-ish still for Jamaica. Yeah, I mean, we haven't heard of any significant impacts. We have had two unrelated deaths in Jamaica, where some people doing preparations for Hurricane Melissa, I think, died while cutting down trees. And so I'm not sure if that's directly related to the preparations. There wasn't too many details on the news story that I read about it. It was reported, I think, in the New York Times. So that could be directly related to preparations or not. That's the only thing I've heard, at least in terms of those impacts. I don't have a good website yet for Jamaica's, like, reporting on Jamaica's power grid. But I'm going to continue to search for that. Yeah, apparently the latest story from October 27th from the Jamaican Observer, about 50,000 JPS customers are reportedly without electricity. Yeah, as of 9 a.m. this morning, 51,000 customers without electricity, 33% customers in the West, 65% of the outages, 13,000 customers in Central, about 25%, and 4,797 to the East, about 10% of the outages. Outages are increasing with deteriorating. God, I haven't said that word in forever. Deteriorating. It just sounds weird when you say it right. Weather, and with each outage affecting on the average 50 to 100 customers. Jeez Louise. Have they updated the storm surge estimates yet? We can check on that. I think that would be in the public advisory. The last public advisory was at 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So that's pretty. Let's see. Storm surge. Life-threatening storm surge is likely along the south coast of Jamaica tonight and on Tuesday. Peak storm surge heights could reach 9 to 13 feet above ground, near and to the east of where the center of Melissa makes landfall. This storm surge will be accompanied by large and destructive waves on the northwest coast of Jamaica. On the northwest coast of Jamaica near Montego Bay, there is also a possibility of 1 to 3 feet of storm surge. But I think that should be a little bit higher, to be honest. Thank you, Crazy Dolphin, for the $20. Thank you so much. Tornado Pagey live cam is back on again. Is it really? I am not seeing that. I don't think they're back on live again. Yeah, river's still looking okay. Oh, wow. Look at this. Camera's starting to shake a little bit more here in Crossroads, Kingston. The harbor has gotten very dark. It has been getting darker. Man, look at those winds. I mean, they're not super powerful, but those are definitely some of the stronger little wind gusts we've seen in since monitoring these cameras. Conditions are definitely getting a little bit worse as Melissa inches closer to the shore. News just said they're evacuating Guantanamo Bay. Where is Guantanamo Bay? I have no idea where Guantanamo Bay is. This is in Kingston Harbor. Let me just make sure we're current. Oh yeah, look at that. You can barely see Kingston with all of that rain. So yeah, the rain is definitely picking up here. So that flood threat's going to continue to go up. It's in Cuba. Interesting. You could do more, but if everyone donated $2, hey, I thank you. I appreciate that, Links. $2 is fine. I do not want you guys to go into financial ruin donating to my channel. If you can afford it, it's appreciated, but no pressure. I just realized there's a U. Missed a U here. There we go. Eastern Cuba. That's interesting. You are still unemployed after your move? Yeah, man. Good luck, man. I heard the job market is just crazy nowadays. Yeah, those winds are also picking up. You can see those leaves on the bottom left side are definitely moving a little bit more now. And those waves are definitely, they seem to be getting a little bit bigger by the hour. You've been to Gitmo in the 60s? What did you do, Mike? What did you do? Storm's not messing around. Hope these people take this. No, they are. Trust me, they're taking it. I know it's hard to tell because the people of Jamaica are just always so happy all the time, even in the face of potential catastrophic damage. They're definitely taking it seriously, I promise. They're not going to be I don't think we're going to see anybody doing wheelies in the center of this storm like we saw on the outskirts of Beryl last time we did a live stream out here. And thank you, Terry, for the $50. Thank you so much. We'll count that as a $2 donation for everybody else that doesn't have enough. But I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And it goes a long way. It's going to keep the lights on. It's going to help us afford to keep on doing this. So thank you so much. All right, let's come back over to here. Yeah, Tornado Pagey, the Storm Chasers should be back live eventually. I just don't know when. They're letting their camera equipment recharge. And thank you, Lewis, or Lois, for the 2. Thank you so much. How dry is the eye? The latest, I can get a post on it. Dry eye. Let's yeah. Here's a post. Let me make sure this is set up. I haven't set this up yet for the stream. That and there. But yeah, this is a post from Andrew, somebody that I follow here on Twitter quite a lot, talking about hurricanes. And they says, Melissa has now broken the world record for the driest eye ever observed on a tropical cyclone, -7 or -4.75 degrees Celsius. So this is the driest eye ever recorded in a hurricane ever. So drier than any eye that has ever happened in the Pacific. And you just see there, so like this kind of color out here, that indicates this is a water vapor imagery loop. And you can see on the northern side of our storm, it's like this kind of, you know, dry looking color, that kind of brownish color. And that's what represents dry air. But you can see as it gets drier and drier, it starts turning, you can see the color bar on the right side, it turns more, you know, darker. And basically what this means is that there is just such a low pressure, such an extreme vacuum in the center of this hurricane that it is evacuating all that moisture out of the center, and that makes the eye dry. And so when you see a really dry eye, it's significant because it tells us that the pressure is really dropping inside of Hurricane Melissa. And the fact that it just broke the record for the driest eye ever just goes to show that we are dealing with a hurricane not only that has never been seen before for Jamaica, but also that has never been seen before in the history of our, or at least our recorded history of hurricanes. Since at least we've had the ability to measure the dryness of the hurricane eyes. Making sure these cameras are current again. Always gotta click the buttons. Stream maintenance. Just subscribe. Thank you so much. Welcome. Awesome cam laying out. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to make sure that you guys have all the views. So, you know, you might not live in Halfway Tree. Why are these two the same? This is not Halfway Tree in the middle. I might have screwed up on labeling that. Hold on. Let me see. Or maybe that is, yeah, that's the other Halfway Tree cam, I think. I think we have 2 Halfway Tree cams. Is that good or bad? What, the dry eye? The dry eye is a bad indication. That is not a good sign that we're seeing an eye that dry as this approaches Jamaica. Again, a super dry eye means that the storm's pressure is really low, and the lower the pressure is, the stronger the hurricane winds are going to be, the more storm surge you're going to have. The Jamaica live cameras are dying because of their Wi-Fi internet or something. I mean, we still have plenty that are still going. All these cameras are still going. Look at that downtown Kingston there. Those that tarp on that little sign there has been shredded apart. Man, yeah, Kingston Harbor is definitely one of our more intense cameras right now. That's Maypen in the middle. Okay, I'll change that. And we got a tree view again here from Crossroads, Kingston. Yeah, still not super strong winds yet, but you can definitely tell that there is those. We do have some sideways rain. Long before landfall, most likely, yeah. That's going to be the struggle, is trying to find a view of the storm as it actually makes landfall. It's going to be hard to do, given the fact that a lot of Jamaica is going to be losing power before then. I'd say one of our best bet is like an intermittent stream that like cuts in and out from Tornado Pagey. What I can imagine is that in the eye, you might be able, we might, I would say there's a decent chance, as long as everything goes as planned, that Bryce can fire up a live stream, even with no power, can fire up a live stream with Starlink in the eye of Hurricane Melissa, because, there's not many clouds in the way in the eye. So he might be able to get some Starlink service. I don't know. But there's definitely a possibility of that, I would assume. And check on our bridge again. Just checking in on the flow of the water. See if the river level has climbed at all. Not quite. You still see it's still at about the same level. Westmoreland definitely needs to be paying attention. A lot of our models brings really intense winds into the Westmoreland area. This little line that you see on our map here is indicating the averages of the hurricane models on the last run. Our new runs that have come in has shifted those averages still a little bit further to the west. So you guys could definitely get some pretty significant impacts in Westmoreland, depending on where Hurricane Melissa actually makes landfall. It could still technically make landfall over here. It could even technically still make landfall a little bit further to the east, closer to Alligator Pond. Still some question marks on where the exact landfall will be. Rain has picked up. Yeah, it really has. And, we're definitely concerned about that flooding threat. River is about 6 inches higher than it was 2 days ago before the rain started. Okay, thank you. All right, yeah, let me fix this camera. Label. So we're back here. There we go. St. Catherine. Let me see where St. Catherine is. I think that's pretty close to Westmoreland, right? My map says that it's near Spanish Town. Is that where St. Catherine is? What time will the hurricane make landfall? Sometime between 4 a.m. and about 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Sometime in between those two times. We can actually come over to here really quick. Yeah, right around 6Z. That'll be about like 1 or 2 a.m. It's about 3 or 4 a.m. This is about 7 or 8 a.m. So sometime in between that time frame. Looks very bad for Jamaica. Yeah, I mean, this is as bad as it can get. If you've ever thought, wow, I wonder, what the worst case scenario will be for Jamaica in terms of hurricanes. This is it. This is literally as bad as it can get. A very strong Category 5 hurricane landfall would be the worst it can get. Now, we don't know the exact intensity, but it's definitely going to be either a high-end Category 4 or a Category 5 hurricane. It really just depends on one thing, which is when is the eye wall replacement cycle going to happen? Essentially, what tends to happen every now and then with these stronger hurricanes is they don't keep this intensity forever, even if it's in the perfect environment. So what can tend to happen sometimes is the eye wall will kind of fall apart. The outer eye wall will take over, and then it will slowly start to contract and that'll become the new eye wall. That's what we call an eye wall replacement cycle. And we are expecting that to happen eventually. We just don't know, exactly when, but the timing of when that happens is going to be very important. Technically, if that starts to happen right now, that would technically not really be a great sign, given the fact that we're still gonna have a long time before Hurricane Melissa makes landfall, and it can do that eye wall replacement cycle and re-intensify before making it into land. Kind of the best case scenario is that eye replacement cycle happens right before it makes direct land impacts. It's going to be a grinder. Yeah, it's going to be over Jamaica for a very long time. Yeah, all of us are very concerned for Jamaica. We're all right there with you. It is a bad scenario. I'm very worried. You know, I'm just hoping that everybody is on the same page and is ready to go. Because, you know, from now, pretty much all the way until landfall, our storm is going to be increasing the winds and the storm surge and the flooding risk all the way until tomorrow morning, and then going into tomorrow afternoon as well. Hurricane Melissa is expected to weaken to a Category 3 when it hits the coast. Yeah, after it hits the coast. After it hits the coast and moves to the other side of Jamaica as it's exiting, it could still be a Category 4 or a higher end Category 3. Not before it makes landfall. Thank you, Beach Kid, for the $20. Thank you so much. Our special place, we have dear friends there writing out the storm and passing your info to them to keep them safe. Yeah, well, you know, if you guys, you know anybody in Jamaica, you know, make sure you're sharing the stream to them. We would love to keep them informed and answer their questions. Dumping so much water, it should be able to feed off of itself. That's not exactly how it works. And in fact, you know, sometimes with these slow moving hurricanes, you know, it can dump so much rain, which is actually cooler than the surface of the ocean. And so that coolness spreads out, and the hurricane likes to feed off of warm water as its fuel source pretty much. And, you know, typically when you get a layer of colder water, you can get something called upwelling happening, and you can get even colder waters from below the surface. And then all of a sudden, you know, the hurricane starts to struggle. But one of the things that are unfortunately against that is the fact that we just have such a deep layer of warm water underneath Melissa right now that it is pretty likely that that won't really be too much of a factor as Melissa approaches Jamaica. How's my voice? It's cracking a little bit, surprisingly. But it'll be all right. $88 under Melissa. Yeah, it's very, 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 very warm waters underneath Melissa right now. In our latest frame image, our imagery that has come in from our satellite here, you can still see that Melissa is still meandering out to the west. It's taking a track somewhere similar to this. So we still haven't started that direct northern turn yet. You know, eventually we're going to see this thing go directly due north and then eventually to the northeast. But we are still tracking off to the west. Now, again, this is just your typical wobble. Don't start celebrating in Jamaica yet. Again, we're going to have to see this storm wobble pretty much all the way out to this area in order for to be able to justify a miss of Jamaica. But there would still be significant storm surge out over here near Montego Bay. So don't be looking at this being to the left of our average track as good news just yet. We won't know, you know, if this is going to take like an extremely unlikely path for a while. Thank you, Owald the Great, for the $20. Thank you so much. That Melissa looks cool from the ISS. I mean, technically, this is what it looks like. Let me see if we can get a visible. This is about what it looks like from the space station. Look at that. Wow. You can see all the way into the center of Hurricane Melissa. And all the way down into the ocean. That is crazy. This is Little London in Westmoreland, where we're going to be seeing some, if the camera can survive, seeing some pretty hefty impacts. And there's a little bit more leaves actually here on Flatbridge. And that water down there. Let me get to the current frame. That's gonna seem like the flow is increasing a little bit. It looks like a little dragon in the water there. It's probably a stick. It looks like a Nessie. Is that a duck? I think it's a duck. Do y'all have ducks in Jamaica? That looked like it was moving its head. I think the flow is definitely increasing here near Flatbridge. You know, for now, I do believe this could become one of the most, unfortunately, one of the most tragic cameras to watch. Oh yeah, look, there's more debris starting to show up. This is what we got to look out for. We're getting a little bit more sticks and leaves in the water. Now that could just be from the wind and stuff falling in. But that could also be from the sides of the riverbank. Again, we gotta monitor those debris. Once we start seeing larger stuff start flowing down this river, then we know that we're about to get a big old gust of or rush of water into this camera. Again, very likely that by the end of this event, unless we get some sort of miracle, that this bridge is going to be underwater. Wonder if that bridge is going to survive the storm. I have no idea. It's been through some pretty serious flooding threats before. But you never know. You know, I can't imagine those concrete pillars underneath them failing. But maybe the connection between the concrete pillars and the road, that could potentially fail. Especially there in the center, you know, if you get like a you know, hopefully not, but if you get like a house that flows down this river, which happens sometimes in major floods, you know, that might take out the middle of the bridge where there's less support. But I can't imagine those pillars getting taken out. The pressure right now is at 906 millibars. 906 millibars, and right now we don't have a new plane in our storm, so we don't have that data streaming in like we did last stream, but a new plane will be out there momentarily. Yeah, the flow of the river is definitely increasing. You can definitely tell it is flowing a little bit quicker. That bridge is like 300 years old, but had to be rebuilt in the 1880s. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we haven't had a hurricane like this hit probably since before the 1880s. But one thing I can tell you for sure is if we get the flooding we think is going to happen, this entire area is going to be underwater, and that shed will likely, that shed on the right side will probably not survive. Hey, thank you for the 25. I think that's pesos. Thank you so much. Is it true that the last plane, not the last plane during this time, but there was a plane, I think it was like earlier today, that had to leave the storm because the turbulence was too high. The plane was shaking to unsafe levels. So they had to abandon the storm because it was just that turbulent inside of the eye. You know, when you get those really strong hurricanes, you know, those winds and the updraft are pushing up, but they're not consistent all the way around. The pressures change also quite greatly, and that creates that turbulence. And sometimes, you know, you can get a plane that's flying into the eye of the hurricane and it just drops out of the air a couple hundred feet. And actually the people inside of the airplane can experience a brief period of weightlessness as the plane takes that massive drop. And underneath a storm like this, you know, they can drop over 100 to 500 feet in a matter of seconds because of that turbulence. And that can cause a lot of shaking in the plane. If you get too much turbulence, it can snap the wings of the plane. And so, you know, there's a point where you have to be like, okay, we got to abandon the storm. And that's what they did, which doesn't happen often, but it's not the first time that's ever happened. Making sure all of our cameras are current again. I don't think we'll be able to see the bridge because once the electricity goes, so does the camera. I think that's partially true. I remember last time when we covered Barrel, there was a power outage, and they went out there, and I think the guy that was controlling the camera said that they had a generator connected to one of them. So I'm not sure if these cameras are all connected to backup power sources, but there is a possibility that some of them are. Purposely flying into a hurricane sounds insane, and it is. Yeah, no, it is insane. It is insane. But, you know, extreme science calls for extreme science measures. There are people that will literally drive cars into tornadoes to measure what a tornado can do. And ultimately, it saves lives because it tells you the exact, you know, without knowing just how strong our hurricane was right now, we would just be estimating. And people wouldn't be properly notified on, you know, just how strong this storm is. It's vitally important, and that's why they do it. You know, if they had no scientific or warning basis, they wouldn't take the risk. But, you know, so far, we haven't had any major catastrophe with the Hurricane Hunter planes. Hey, thank you for subscribing, KA. The one at Flatbridge is not connected to a generator. I don't know. It could be, it could not be. I don't know. People live in Antarctica for science. Exactly. Yeah. And it's dangerous in Antarctica. And I believe it or not, Antarctica can get up to like 200-mile-per-hour winds sometimes. Does a slow movement also add to the danger? Absolutely. Because you have to think like the slower it moves, the longer the rain's going to stick around on the eastern portion of Jamaica. And also the longer the time that our hurricane is going to be, bringing those winds and storm surge into Jamaica as well. I think we should be getting pretty close here to a new hurricane center update. Actually, we should have gotten one already. No, we don't. Actually, never mind. That's going to be at 5 p.m. What time is it right now? Yeah, in a 53 minutes, we're going to have another new update from the Hurricane Center. Hey, thank you to, wow, all those people that just subscribed. The entire chat just got filled up with subscribers. I would thank you guys all, but that's a lot. Let me try. Thank you, John, Glenn, Tony, Jesus Saves, Nigel, Ray, Jezebel, MD, DNS, Terminal, Pani, All Pro, and Cruz, and Corky, and Amitab. Probably saying half of those wrongs, but thank you. Yeah, no spamming in chat, guys. You will get banned and never be able to chat again. Is that river changing color? Like the flow is even faster. I guess it is the same color. Just looked a little off. Yeah, definitely. It will definitely turn brown eventually. Yeah. It'll be like a muddy brown. And the reason why we're watching this camera is, for, Spanish town and surrounding areas. This river does dump into the eastern portion of Spanish town. Let me just get the river name again. This is Rio Cobre River. And so we're watching this river like a hawk. Could be the sky is getting darker. Yeah, that could also be a possibility. Let me see. I think some of these cameras actually have audio. This one has audio. It's kind of weird audio. Sounds like a robot talking. Something stirring up silt. Yeah, it's definitely stirring up something, some sort of weird color. I don't think it was this color the day before yesterday. I do think the rivers changed color a little bit. Do I have a view of St. Elizabeth? I don't think I do. We have a view in Westmoreland, Flatbridge. We have a couple cameras in Kingston as well. Oh, wow. Look at that wind. There's a decent little gust there. When is landfall expected? Landfall is going to be expected probably within like tomorrow morning, early tomorrow morning, like 7 or 8 p.m. a.m. All right, guys, give me just a second. I got to make my doggy some food. Give me just a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. We'll be answering your guys' questions. All right, thank you for being patient. You're on the far east part of the island right now, getting pretty windy. Yeah, we've been seeing that wind pick up in a lot of these different areas. Let me get this back down where it was. The volume of the music, I think it was around there. Yeah, we've been seeing some decent wind gusts, but nothing like crazy. I think the strongest winds that we've been seeing has been like out over the harbor, the Kingston Harbor area. And vibing while rating, yeah. Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening. Is that a boat? I'm just now realizing, is that a boat? Like docked up there? I think that is a boat. It's going up and down with the waves. Where did that come from? Has that been there the entire time? Yeah, like look at that tree on the right, bottom right corner there. Man, look at all that rain in the distance. Yeah, it looks like we're getting another pretty heavy downpour here in Kingston Harbor. Yes, I am going to be streaming at landfall. Yeah, we'll be up bright and early. And we'll be going pretty long tonight, I think. All right, guys. Yeah, you guys need to stop spamming in chat. Get these guys out of here. Landfall should happen sometime in between 8, but like 4 to like 10 a.m. I would say is the window right now. Yeah, it was a permaban. You can definitely tell the conditions are worsening, at least near Kingston Harbor. Yeah, there's no volume on this camera. What time zone? That's y'all's time zone. Yeah, look at those waves. That zoom in of those waves. Definitely some rougher seas out there for sure. Let me just check to see if we have a new radar scan out here yet. Let me see how often this. Oh man, the radar site is down again due to too much traffic. A lot of people trying to figure out what this storm is doing, and so that traffic gets a little bit too intense for the servers for the radar program on the Jamaica government website. So unfortunately, our radar is down for the time being. It's currently synced with Central Time. Is it really? I think 4 a.m. in Jamaica is 9 p.m. UK. Yeah, I have no idea. I am not good with time zones. Terrible. Absolutely terrible with them. I know Central, Eastern, and California time. Everything else is a mystery. Wow. Look at this. The entire eye wall is pretty much now west of our line here. Does kind of seem to be stalling a little bit though. So I'm wondering if it's about to do another northern shift again. We've seen these kind of wobbles happen before. We call them little hurricane weeble wobbles, and they go back and forth. Pretty much they're going to go back and forth to the west a little bit, sometimes to the east a little bit of the center line there, but generally it will track most likely in the path forecasted by our hurricane models, pretty similarly to that. But I mean, we still have a decent little time before Hurricane Melissa makes landfall in Jamaica, so there is still some room for error. Still some room for error. You see that face again? Kind of. There's a little face there. It's not as demonic as what it was looking like yesterday. There was like a really scary face that popped up in our hurricane yesterday. It looked like a skull. Don't think they do. Oh, okay. I got you. Let me search for some news out there in Jamaica. See if there's anything I can report. Yeah, just a lot of people talking about what they are expecting. Yeah, the main things that people are posting about right now on Hurricane Melissa is that the fact that the rain is picking up, like we've been seeing on the cameras, and people are getting a little bit more concerned about that flooding threat. Oh, wow, look at the wind on that middle left camera there picking up a little bit. You can see that tree is moving quite a bit there in downtown Kingston. Next week, Jamaica will be on Eastern time. Okay, interesting. Y'all's times changed a lot out there in Jamaica. How do y'all do that? That's one of the most hurricane-looking hurricanes you've ever seen, right? I mean, it's honestly super impressive. When you look at this, you know, from satellite on the big view here, it is almost completely circular here. Like it looks like a CD disc, and then you have this almost completely circular eye. You know, this is exactly what, you know, when you get close to like world's strongest hurricane, this is what they typically look like. And man, is this thing just an absolute powerhouse. Extremely concerning. Really hoping that we get an eyewall replacement cycle soon, sooner, you know, or even later. Later's fine too, as long as it's before landfall. Hopefully we can get that intensity below category 5, but I don't think we're going to be avoiding any catastrophic impacts as long as this is making landfall. Is this week we will go 1 hour forward. Oh, wow. Oh, like Arizona? Well, I know sometimes Jamaica is on Eastern time. I remember when we covered Hurricane Beryl, they were on Eastern time. Anxiety is nearly killing you. You've been drinking all weekend. You know what? I can't say I would be any different. To be honest, if I was in Jamaica and couldn't leave, I'd be resorting to something to keep me calm. And you know, honestly, it'd probably be alcohol. I'm not sure if I would drink before or mainly just during or after. I'd actually have to be in the mindset. Probably not after, because probably not good to be suffering from dehydration. But yeah, I'd be a nervous wreck if I was out here. I'd just be worried about all my friends, worried about my safety, my neighbors' safety, my community's safety, my country's safety. I mean, yeah, I mean, no one's going to fault you for drinking as this approaches. I'd have me a big old bottle of whiskey and some Coke. Coca-Cola. Hurricane Melissa is going to be very bad when it hits category 5. It's already hit category 5. You're looking at a category 5 hurricane right here on the bottom left. That's a category 5. Is it expected to shift east or west? Our latest trend. So if you remember from yesterday, we were talking about how it could make landfall here. And now the averages are here. I would even make the point that the averages might even be just a tad bit further west, which kind of aligns with, you know, what the hurricane is doing right now. But again, what can tend to happen, let's come back over to here. What can tend to happen is, you know, our hurricane will wobble around this average for a while. And, you know, it could get close to land and make a last minute eastern wobble and not wobble back in time before it makes those direct land impacts. So, you know, we could still see significant storm surge and even some significant wind damage near the Old Harbor and Kingston area. Depending on how this storm wobbles as it makes a close approach. You know, it could also wobble, weeble, wobble, and then make a significant western wobble right before landfall, and then pop into, like I said, Savannah Lamar. So, you know, it's going to be hard, even if we had all models agreeing to know for 100% fact of what Hurricane Melissa will do and where exactly it'll make landfall, which is unfortunate because, you know, where it makes landfall is a big deal. It's a big deal. You know, just the difference from a couple miles can mean the difference between 100-mile-per-hour winds and 70-mile-per-hour winds, which have way bigger and way different impacts in terms of damaging winds, the amount of structural damage, and then also the amount of storm surge. Hold on one second. I'm going to take just a quick little thing of Dayquil. My throat's getting a little raspy, and I think that's going to help. Got some more wildest too. Sorry, I've been dealing with, I had inhaled an oyster about a week ago, and those shell fragments went into the back of my throat. and it caused a lot of irritation. I'm still somewhat recovering from that. I'm mostly over it, but as you can see, I still have some throat weakness. You would be getting stoned, eh? No one would fault you, man. No one would fault you. I wouldn't even be overly upset if someone was doing something a little bit harder than that. Thinking about your neighbors, you know, in a catastrophic situation, your community, it can affect people's mentalities quite a lot, you know, cause a lot of mental distress, and everybody's going to be dealing with that in their own way. Obviously, you would hope that they don't turn to any substances, but you know, am I going to say, you know, am I going to get mad at you for absorbing way too much emotional damage? No. Would I recommend WSV3? I honestly think Radar Mega is easier than WSV3. Also, the irritated throat. Yeah, it's more of just I have like lesions in the back of my throat. Is this worse than Hurricane Maria? It's right in the same caliber. It's right in the same type of caliber of hurricane, for sure. You're in Old Harbor? Yeah, if you like, where in Old Harbor? If you are like literally, hold on, let me go over to the map here. So like, if you're literally like anywhere in this area, like if you can walk back and see like, you know, 10 feet above sea level, and you know you're 10 feet above sea level, then that's good. But there's a lot of Old Harbor is going to get washed out here. And worst case scenario, the power could be out for months if the Old Harbor power plant goes down. So please be careful there in Old Harbor. This power plant, you know, supplies power to about 300,000 customers in this area, and if that gets significantly damaged and needs to be replaced, you're talking about months, maybe even half a year before the electricity gets started. Good for lesions, yeah. It just doesn't stop the raspiness. Like, I don't feel any irritation. It's just my voice is naturally a little bit more raspy than it would typically be. Question: if it impacts west of the island, will the central mountain ranges protect the eastern central portions like Spanish Town, Stony Hill from severe wind? Yeah, it can have some buffering effects. And actually, that's a good question. Come over to here and we'll get this up. You can actually kind of see that on our hurricane models when we switch over to the wind. You not only are you going to be seeing the impacts of what land does, but also what some of the mountains can do. But one of the things that you do have to keep in mind, though, is that if you are in the mountainous regions, like on the higher elevations, you know, not in the valleys, you can see like in the valleys here, you can see that there are some areas where, you know, there might be some buffering or buffeting from the mountains. But also if you're in the mountains in higher elevations, you might actually experience higher winds that are near the surface. So in the valleys, yeah, you might get a little bit of a blockade from those winds, but you still might get some pretty intense wind gusts. I wouldn't say it's going to be full-time protection, but yeah, there will be some areas that are a little bit more sheltered from those winds than other because of the higher elevations. Does it strain the throat too much? Well, that's okay. After this makes landfall, there will be literally nothing else to talk about for a while. So I'm okay to risk it all to make sure we get the information out there. Oh, we do have the radar site back up. Let's go check out and see if we have a latest radar scan. You can definitely even tell on radar that this is still kind of going in like a little bit of a western. Still hasn't made that northward turn just yet. Still waiting on that. I thank you, Rick, for the 5. And thank you, Cheryl, for the 10. Do you know if plans have started to send help? I think it will be a private support. I'm not sure if they can count much for government support. I have no idea. No idea. You know, if I lived in Jamaica, I wouldn't be relying on government support. I wouldn't expect it. I would just prepare like it's, you know, I guess not going to come. And then when it does come, which it likely will, then you're over prepared rather than under prepared. All right, let's come check back in on our river here. Is it frozen? No, it's not frozen. There's like barely any wind in this area right now. I mean, I know you guys will, but I wouldn't expect it like at a time frame. Like 100% you guys are going to be getting help from not only your immediate neighbors, but also from hopefully the United States and other people. But I will say United States has canceled FEMA for our own country. So big questions on whether or not we'll actually send money to another country. Hopefully we do. I know Canada has plans to, but the things that can affect the timeline like that for international help is going to be like what happens to some of these ports. You know, ports are important. You can still send like planes and stuff there, but we also have an island out over here. If this takes a little bit more of an easterly trajectory, this airport over here could be underwater and buried in sand. So no one will be able to land there. We have a significant port over here. If any damage happens here, we just get, ships aren't able to go in there. That's going to be a little while before we get bigger ships to come in there. We also have another port here in Old Harbor that we are watching for impacts. If this gets washed out or, covered in sand, no ships will be able to land there. So, there are other airports in Jamaica, but, the less areas like ports or airports where things can land, the slower it is for that, even if people are wanting to help to get that to come into Jamaica. So again, I would plan for like the support taking a while to get there. And if it doesn't, then you just have extra supplies. That's how I would approach it. And an aircraft carrier. Yeah, that would work. That would work. You could fit a lot of supplies on an aircraft carrier if you remove all the planes. Look at where that plane is located. It's not going to handle the storm surge. Yeah, that's something I talked about in my video today. Like this right here, this is a power plant. Old Harbor power plant. It's right on the coast of where we're expecting some pretty decent storm surge. Now, if we get a more western landfall, it won't be as bad. I don't know how high this is elevated from the coast, but we could definitely see some impacts to that power plant. Could see power infrastructure struggle. Sorry, had some phlegm. Or fail away from the power plants. Let's go check like other parts of the coast. I haven't really looked. Here's something out over here. This looks like another port of some sort. Yeah, this is another port that is closer to where the landfall will be. We got Alligator Pond. Seeing really much infrastructure near the sea, but Alligator Pond is one of those areas that should probably, evacuate or move further away from the coast. That's going to be pretty close. Some of our latest model runs over here near Great Pond. Over there near Treasure Beach could get pretty hectic. And there is not really a whole lot of infrastructure on that span. You got a Crane Corner, decent amount of communities there. Yeah, it seems like Old Harbor, the Old Harbor, like significant impacts to Old Harbor seem like that's going to be like the worst case scenario there for like infrastructure impacts, given that there's a very large power plant there that powers a lot of houses and also those ports as well. Seems like the further west you go, the less of coastal infrastructure that there is. Why will it speed up if it hits landfall? Will it, by the way? Yes, it should speed up. The main reason why we're expecting it to speed up is because, the fact that it's going north, what that essentially means on an atmospheric perspective. Let me get this a little bit more zoomed out. We'll go to here. And then we will go to, So from an atmospheric perspective, the reason why the storm is going to be tracking off to the north and east is because of this trough that is approaching our storm that will lift it up to the north, and the winds around this trough are decently strong. We call those the steering currents, and because our thunderstorms are so tall around this storm, that will these winds will hit the tops of those storms and nudge our storm off to the north and east, and that will also speed it up. Right now, the reason why it's not moving that much is because there's not really much steering currents. When this started, we had a little bit of a high pressure system back over here and a little bit of a high pressure system back over here. This one has died off. This one is in the process of dying or is dead now. And so there really isn't much of anything steering it right now. But once this trough comes in, that is when we're expecting this northern turn to really start to begin. And that's also why it speeds up, because, you know, the winds around the storm are really not that fast at all right now. Like the rain has cleared out a little bit there in Kingston Harbor. Is that live? Wow. Get that camera. I have to go looking for these cameras still. There it is. The waves aren't as high. So a little bit of a calm down here in conditions, it looks like, in Kingston Harbor. That will be short-lived, obviously. We're going to continue to see those conditions get worse and worse as Hurricane Melissa approaches. I thank you, Hollow, for the 20 CHF. I don't know what kind of money that is, but I do appreciate it. The fact that it's orange means that it is, I think, above 20 bucks. So thank you so much. Slow the mouse movement down. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I feel like we've been talking about this hurricane for about a year now. Oh, Swiss francs. Oh, love from Switzerland. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Love Switzerland. Hey, Jazzy. All right, T-minus 24 minutes until we get a new update. I don't think we're going to see many changes on our latest update from the National Hurricane Center, because we don't have a plane in there right now. So they'll probably just keep the same intensity unless we see like evidence of an eye wall replacement cycle happening on the radar imagery. But even then, they might just keep it the same. Make sure all these cameras are current again. Taking her sweet time. She sure is. That's good news. You know, you guys know what's coming, and it's not coming super fast. You guys have tons of time to prepare. But it's also really bad news, because once it hits land, you're going to have tons of time to deal with Melissa. So it's good and it's bad. More time to prepare is always a good thing, but it's also a double-edged sword. Hurricane Melissa. Yes, Hurricane Melissa will 100% avoid the east coast of the United States. We know that for 100% fact. What's the most viewers I've ever had on a live stream? 56,000. That was during the tsunami threat in the Pacific about about a month or two ago. It was wild. Yeah, the chat was unreadable. How is it these powerful storms get so close to Jamaica even now with not much visible impact? Because it's really not that close. Again, you know, the area where the winds are going to be strongest is going to be like right around in this little red circle. That's where your eye wall is located, and it's not that big. It's not that big. And then out here, you maybe have like, you know, 70 to 100 mile per hour winds. And then, you know, what we're experiencing in Jamaica right now is the very outer edge of our hurricane, and that is, you know, like 45 to up to 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So, you know, we're not talking about, you know, it's a pretty small system, even though it's very close to, or it's close to shore in terms of, you know, like the mileage here, but like the actual inner core, given how slow it's moving, it's actually pretty far away. Thank you for the coverage. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for tuning in and trusting me, guys, with your weather coverage. You've got foul weather friends? What do you mean by that? You talking about what's been happening on Twitter? Love all these cameras looking sharp. Thank you. Yeah, I tried to find more cameras. I haven't been able to find much. I was looking for a Montego Bay camera, but I haven't been able to find one. It's been happening on Twitter. Just a bunch of people saying a bunch of insensitive thing. Somebody called like everybody in Jamaica ungrateful. It's just been crazy. They just don't get it. We covered her. I was introduced to the Jamaican culture when we covered Hurricane Beryl. You know, they just don't get pushed around. If they don't like what you're saying, they're going to tell you. And that's just part of their culture, which is a good thing. People that don't like to get bullied is a good thing. I think it's just a lot of people that are, you know, they're trying to give their advice on Twitter. And then every now and then they get like a weird comment, but then they blame like the entirety of Jamaica. And then there's like this other person that posted on Twitter that was like, be careful in Jamaica. They're going to try to steal your camera equipment. Like, what are they going to do? Eat cameras? They're going to come over, they come steal your camera equipment. What are they going to do? Eat that? If anything, you know, if I was in Jamaica and everything went loose, you know, if I was to steal anything, I would be stealing food. I can't guarantee that it wouldn't happen. If I was really hungry, I might use a little 5-finger discount. I don't think I'd steal from somebody. If I found food, I'd just take it. But if somebody actually had food, I don't think I'd do that. But who knows, man? When everything's down and bad, panic erupts. People act, and it's not just in Jamaica, it's everywhere. People act irrationally when they're fearful. Wow, Maypen, Jamaica's getting some pretty decent wins here. Let me see if I can get this on a big screen. Yeah, it's like saying that and then being like acting like that's like something that only happens in Jamaica. That's what happened. And there was a big outcry about it. And it's like, I agree with the Jamaicans. It's like, you just can't call an entire country any names like that. I mean, like, you know, if you got a problem with somebody, take it out in the DMs, hash it out, but, you know, don't blame an entire civilization for one person. People do that to other countries all the time. And it's insensitive and it's overgeneralization. Oh, it's the new advisory is out. Let me check it out. I was wanting to look at those wins, but we'll check this. I don't think we're going to see many big changes. Let me see. Yeah, new 5 p.m. advisory is out here. And yeah, no new changes. Except instead of west-northwest, it says it's moving to the north and west. Still no direct northern turn yet, though. We still got a little bit of a western component. We look on the satellite here. Yeah, it's kind of, that western movement has kind of slowly stopped here. It really hasn't moved west in a while. Kind of almost stationary. It's almost stationary right now, to be honest, just judging off a satellite. People also did that after Katrina, judged a whole city for a small group of people. Still makes you sick. Yeah. You know, it's just people that are like, you know, sometimes that happens, especially when you're dealing with like, it is kind of usually, there is, you know, sometimes some people with, you know, they just don't understand like the smaller details on things, and they use overgeneralization as like a cheat code on a lot of things, but you can't do that to people, and they don't understand that. And then they get called out, and then they double down, and it just turns into a whole thing. It's just like, yeah, it's more of just immaturity. You could follow somebody for years and think that they are a mature human being, and then, you know, see, you know, briefly behind that veil, and you're like, oh my gosh. Because a lot of the times maturity and professionalism, that's literally just like a face that people put on. It's not actually their personality. So when you see behind it, you'll either see a good person or you'll see like, oh wait. Like in extremes and can't understand nuances. Yeah. Well, it's just easier. It's a shortcut that people do. It's more of just lazy thinking than anything. You know, if you don't want to like take the time to like understand the smaller details, it's easier to just kind of put everybody in a box rather than, you know, try to figure out who's in the box. Your customer service voice. Yeah. The mountains might disturb the storm, so it breaks it apart. Oh yeah, yes. The mountains will disturb the storm in that way. It will weaken the storm, the friction and the elevation of the mountains. I think we're getting some heavier rain in the harbor. Yeah, it looks like heavier rain is picking back up in Kingston Harbor. It did subside for a little bit, but it looks like it's back again. How long am I going to be on this evening? I haven't decided yet. I want to be on until 10. That's the plan. Modern, still not exactly sure where it's going to make landfall. The averages of the model are still indicating like near Black River, Cambridge, Sandy Ground, or Crawford. But it could go a little bit further to the west near Savannah, or it could go a little bit further to the east towards like Alligator Pond. Wow, look at all that rain. Barely see the city again. We're getting another heavy douse of rain here in Kingston Harbor. Stay up until 1 a.m. Well, the thing is, if I stay up super late, then I will miss the landfall, or I'll just have to take like a nap. I just want to have full energy so to cover the landfall and it impacting land to the best of my ability. Now until landfall. Yeah, I don't know. There is an argument to be made that at a certain point, everybody's going to be out of power and not watching my stream in Jamaica. And then my life-saving information doesn't help anybody out anymore. But I would like to have some energy. I'm just trying to decide how much sleep I want tonight. That's pretty much the debate I'm having internally. Do I have Jamaica tornado alerts? I do not. Is there a place where I can find those? I would love to have them. Coffee. I'm 32, guys. Coffee's not gonna really help too much. Especially given the fact that sometimes I take naps on coffee. Here's the latest look at the river here. We're still monitoring the levels, still looking okay. I can handle it. Oh, I probably can. We'll see. Hey, maybe we do a 24-hour stream. Would y'all like to see a 24-hour stream? Y'all are gonna have to help keep me going. We've done it before. Man, I know folks in Jamaica are doing a 24-hour awake session tonight, most likely. So maybe I should just put myself in their shoes and suck it up. You can get up and dance to a new song every hour. That'll just make me more tired. We need to sit down and conserve our energy. We'll see. We'll see how we feel as we go into the nighttime. I mean, if it's going to make landfall like 4 a.m., I mean, there's definitely an argument to be made to stay up. No automation? No, I don't do automation. No AI on this channel. I am heavily against AI. I think AI, at least in the forms of like supplementing human interaction and conversation, will be the downfall of our society. I like it in science. I think AI has a good place in science, but that's about it. Like if it can give us better cancer drugs, have at it. But once it starts making it into our social spaces and starts tricking people into believing things are real when they're not, giving literal, I have AI paranoia when I go online. It's that bad. Like I sometimes just don't know. We talked about this yesterday, but AI is also awful for the environment. That is true. Is it looping radar? That's not really that helpful. Anybody can look at a loop of radar on their phone. If I'm going to do a 24-hour stream, it's going to be me giving like vocal updates the entire time. I do have a lot of coffee. We'll see. I'll think about it. We'll see how I feel when we get to my bedtime, which is usually at around 10, usually when I go to sleep. Am I not in the UK? I wish I was. But I think it's earlier in the UK. But no, I'm in the United States. Northern Alabama. I called you as a golf guy. I am a golf guy. I am obsessed with golf. Like I got an 83 the other day. I'm getting better. I am getting better. Man, that day was just so... I made a 40-foot putt. It was like uphill and then it broke downhill to the right. Oh, man. Seeing that go in is just... It lights the dopamine center so much. Will the Doppler survive? I think the Doppler radar is located near this airport. We'll go over to Google Earth. I think their Doppler radar is near this airport right here. Yeah, you can actually see it. This is the Doppler radar that we've been monitoring on this website. That's where it's from. So it is very possible that it can survive if we get most of our worst impacts on the western side of Jamaica. But if we get a landfall near Alligator Pond, there's still a good chance that there will be enough storm surge to knock out the radar. But we'll see. There's definitely a chance. From Chattanooga, like an hour and a half, I think. No, 45 minutes to an hour, I think. I don't know. You were in Westmoreland. Yeah, we have a camera in Little London, Westmoreland. We had it on the big screen. I might have taken it off. No, here it is. Sorry, I still don't have like where my cameras are memorized, so we're gonna be doing a lot of switching back and forth like that. Oh my gosh, diesel prices are insane. $2,200? I'm just kidding. There's probably supposed to be a period somewhere in there, or it's just a different currency. What currency does Jamaica use, by the way? Curious. Keeping power on will be a challenge for the feeds in the island. Yes, that is certainly true. That is certainly true. I remember last year, some of these cameras that we were using had, when Beryl was impacting Jamaica, we had we were using the same cameras. And I remember there was like generators, or they tried to hook up generators to some of them when they went out. So not sure if that's the case this year. But if a lot of them do go down, I do have direct contact with the owner of the cameras, so we can shoot them a message to get an update if need be. $JA. 1 JMD is equal to 162 USD. Is that true? Wow. That can't be right. It's the other way around? Oh, okay. Are you saying you're a multi-millionaire in Jamaica? No, I think it's the other way around. Let me check it out. Let me actually get a number on that. JMD to USD. Yeah, 1 Jamaican dollar is equal to 0.0062 United States dollars. Thank you, Jaheim. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think that's yeah, like 0.6 cents. Has the eyeball replacement cycle started yet? Let me check our latest radar imagery. If we can, sometimes it doesn't load because it's got a lot of traffic. Okay, did load. Oh, the eye still seems pretty intact. Yeah, I mean it's still hanging in there pretty well. So no, I don't think we've started one yet. It should start eventually. But as far as I can tell, at least on radar, it's usually better to tell with the plane inside the storm whether or not that's happening. Let me see if we have a new plane going out that way yet. Yeah, we do have a new mission that was just logged. Yeah, we have 2 new missions flying towards Melissa right now. We have mission 21 and mission 22 heading to Melissa right now. So we should have some new updates within an hour or so, I believe. We'll be able to get a new update and continuous updates. Once they're in the plane, we get a bunch of different passes, and it looks like we'll have 2 planes in there, so we'll have a lot of new data to go over here in a little bit. Drake is going to take a direct hit. Yeah, it definitely seems a very, very high likelihood. It was 906 millibars. Yes, that's the lowest pressure. What are the chances? It's definitely possible. I mean, as long as it continues, you know, honestly, the more it shifts to the west, you know, it's not gaining northern latitude. One of the things that will mediate the intensity as Melissa gets closer to land is the interaction with the mountains in Jamaica. And so as long as it's interacting with those mountains, the intensity will fluctuate. But if it kind of just slowly meanders to the west like it is what it's doing right now, before it goes northwest, it'll give it just a little bit extra time over those warmer waters. So we could still see some intensification, or at least sustaining of the current intensity. Hey, Jazzy, what you doing? Hey, Bubba's. I know. Rick's Cafe would be a great camera to view. It is in Negril. Where is that again? Isn't that like over here? Yeah, it's over there near West End. Let me see if I can find that. Rick's Cafe. See what kind of camera it is. Yeah, it's an Earth Cam camera. Not sure if we're gonna be able to use that. Thank you, Red Dozer, for the 20. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's huge help. Yeah, it looked. Oh, yeah, that is true. It also looked frozen. Do not think that one's working anymore. Let me double check to see if. Let me text Paigey and just see when they're planning to go live again. How difficult will it be rebuilding structures after the storm? It just really depends. Really depends on how much damage there is. But it can take a while. Sometimes it can take areas months to years to fully recover from a hurricane. The next NHC update is gonna be at 8 p.m. your guys' time. I think, yeah, 8 p.m. your guys' time and 7 p.m. my time, I believe. But if you guys are, the National Hurricane Center is using Eastern Daylight Time. What time is it in Jamaica right now? (4 p.m.) Okay, yeah, so it'll be at 7 p.m. then. I don't know why the National Hurricane Center is updating in Eastern Daylight Time then. West North Carolina is still trying to recover. Yeah, and it's been almost 2 years since that has happened. Oh no, a year since that has happened. So, you know, that just goes to show just how long it could take. Especially if you get like you know, the unfortunate event of, you know, strong storm surge coming into this power plant region over here into near why isn't it showing up? Old Harbor. You know, if this power plant gets completely destroyed, I mean, we're talking about potentially a year or two before that gets fixed. Thank you, Matthew, for the 5. Keep up the good work. Got a long night ahead. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we do. Thank you so much, Matthew. Yeah, so it really just depends. You know, the time that it's going to take for everything to recover. Who knows? There's so many different things that go into that. You know, the funding, all of that has to be acquired and distributed. And I'm not sure how much bureaucracy that you guys have to go through to get those approvals, but it could be a decent amount of time. I don't think there's footage. I did retweet some things though from the Hurricane Hunters that I can show. Oh yeah, there is footage. Check this out. This is inside the eye of Hurricane Melissa. That is crazy. See all those thunderstorms building up? This is called the stadium effect. And you see, it's basically like a vacuum inside of here. Barely any moisture inside of that eye. The pressure drops. I wonder if their ears pop when they go in there. You can see the rotation. Yeah, you can. You were watching Y'allbot? I'm not sure if I'd go admitting that. Kidding. I thank you, King Cobra, for the $10. Prayers for Jamaica. Thank you for the coverage. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for the 10. I do appreciate that. Although it is funny, sometimes Y'allbot has more viewers than me, and I question my existence. When an AI can get more viewers than an actual human, it's a little sad. That would have to be some terrible popping. I would assume so. I would assume it would cause some ear popping. All right, let's go bring some of these cameras large again. Check out the latest views out here. Looks like we got some people standing underneath the Viva supermarket here in Mapen. So we're getting a little pan of our camera here. There's the clock tower. Nothing too crazy happening over here near Mapen. This is Kingston Harbor. Make sure this is current. Yes. Wow. Is it just zoomed in, or are we just getting like that heavy of rain? What is going on here? Hold on. Let's just wait for a little bit. Oh yeah. That's just very heavy rain. My goodness. Yeah, we really got to keep on watching that river. The hurricane hasn't made impacts yet, so technically it hasn't started. Wow, look at that tree moving back and forth too. Definitely some stronger storms moving into Kingston now. Will I be live in Bermuda? I'd have to research. Oh wow, yeah, look at this. You can't even see Kingston anymore from this camera. There's so much rain. Let me see what language Bermuda speaks. Like, people in Jamaica can understand what I'm saying, but you know, if I don't broadcast to like countries I don't speak the language of, because they wouldn't be able to understand what I'm saying. Oh, they speak English. That's the official language in Bermuda. Maybe. If it does make direct landfall. Yeah, very, very heavy rain. Here, you can actually see the wind moving across the ocean here. Look at that. This is the heaviest downpour we've seen in Kingston the entire time since we've been watching. The impacts of the dry eye just basically means you have a big vacuum inside of the storm. That's an indicator of very low pressure. Lower the pressure, the stronger the storm, typically. And our pressure is almost near record levels, like world record levels, about 40 millibars away from that. But the the vacuum is so intense at the center of Hurricane Melissa that the dry air. The vacuum evacuates all of that moisture, and so the lower the pressure gets, the drier the air gets inside of the eye, and can be an indication of just how strong the storm is. And yeah, a world record has been set in terms of dryness of the eye of Melissa. Probably would get chapped lips in there if I had to guess. Some pretty serious chapped lips. Melissa needs Visine. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, look at this. Man, there was a moment where it seemed like things were calm, but we noted that would be short-lived, and it certainly was. This is about as hectic as we have seen it in Kingston Harbor yet, folks. Jamaican music? I can see if I can get some reggae. You don't want reggae? Reggae. Does that mean it moved north? It is moving northwest. So yeah, it has been moving north for a while. It's just had a westerly component to it. Weatherwise is also using Sea Jamaica's cameras. Yeah, a lot of people are using Sea Jamaica's cameras. It's literally the only cameras we have in this area that are widespread, and somebody that you can actually reach and talk to, because they have their WhatsApp number on their YouTube channel. I don't know why it's not loading on Epidemic Sounds. I keep trying to search it, but there we go. Doesn't really match the mood of the situation, but it matches the mood of the area. It's looking evil looking. Yes, I would agree. This is definitely a very powerful hurricane. Again, one of the strongest hurricanes we have ever seen in the Atlantic Basin. 175-mile-per-hour peak wind speeds are very intense. Man. Yeah, it's really going downhill on this camera. Kingston is getting worse and worse. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we've been watching it, and the Bay Area is definitely getting worse. We have some very heavy rain. I want to check back in on our river camera. This is a pretty heavy dousing of rain. That kind of seems like it went up a little bit, but it's still hard to tell. Thank you, Betty, for the 5. Thank you so much. Yeah, it might be turning a little bit more brown. That's another good observation there. So what do y'all think? This song's actually called Kingston. Y'all enjoying the music? Is this better than the lo-fi? I want you guys to be in the best vibes possible as this comes through. We won't care what anybody else says. We get any Americans or people from the UK coming in being like, what is this music? I'll let y'all do what you do in the chat. We won't ban you if you got something to say. Can't hear it. Yeah, I keep it pretty low. You just have to turn up the volume if you can't hear it. Oh, wow. Look at that wave over there. You can barely see a light in the distance here on the Kingston Harbor camera. All right, let's come back over here. Check out the look of our hurricane now on the big screen here. Still a very symmetrical eye and still a lot of convection wrapping around. You can see they have these little vortices. You see when we get these little areas spiraling around the storm. You see another one there, another one there. Those are little vortices within the eye wall. And sometimes those can even have locally higher winds inside of it. Also, our eye wall, or our eye itself, still looks very, very, very dry. Let's check that on the lower levels. Yeah, I mean, look at that. What about the mid levels? Yeah, it's dry all the way up to the mid level. What about the upper level? You see the upper levels are not as dry, but even in the upper level water vapor imagery, you can still see a lot of dry air. This is dry all the way throughout, which is a sight to see. That's the latest there, and we are still waiting, I think, for our hurricane planes to get into the storm. Yeah, we have one that's now a hurricane plane that is now over Cuba. So once it gets past Cuba, it's like back over in this region. So we still probably got a good hour before it gets to Melissa, before we can get some new data coming in. All right, we'll switch back and forth between the reggae and the lo-fi. We'll just go back and forth. Something more modern. I don't know reggae music. I don't listen to it that often. I will admit it. I'm a big lo-fi fan. So I'm not familiar with what's more like what's more modern and what's not. If y'all got some sort of keyword that I can search to get it to more modern reggae music, I'll search it for you guys. When is landfall? Landfall is going to be sometime in between, so 1 a.m. and 4 p.m. Oh, no, not 4 p.m. 1 p.m. But likely, you know, somewhere around like 8 or 9 a.m. Somewhere in that area. But again, it's best to have a range in mind, just in case there's some deviations of our track. Remember copyright? No, that's fine. This is all from Epidemic Sound. It's I pay for this so we can have copyright free music. Don't think I can play Bob Marley though. Got more churned. Yeah, the river is definitely rising a bit. You can definitely see that, and it's also moving a little bit faster now as well. It slowly over each hour, it has been moving a little bit faster, and also the wind's picking up in this region a little bit more too. Thank you, Anne Marie, for the $10. Thank you so much, or the 10 euros. Thank you. Timing and movement, just puzzling. It's literally just the complexities of the atmosphere, right? You have the lower level atmosphere, you have the upper level atmosphere. It's a large freaking area. You know, on the screen it looks small, but in reality, it's a large area, and you got to have data from every single one of those points in order to make your models accurate. Oh, you know what we can do? Nah, never mind. We'll just keep doing what we're doing. Yeah, you can see the river is getting a little bit more angry here, but still nothing in terms of like anything super concerning yet. Has it weakened? No. As far as we know, it's still as strong as it's ever been. It's at its peak intensity right now. We're about to find out, though, if that is its true peak intensity, or if this next Hurricane Hunter plane that is en route is going to find even more intense winds. Chronics, okay. Check out Tropical Tidbits. Yeah, we've been looking at that. There we go. Make sure all the cameras are current. Is that the same bridge from the previous hurricane? Yes, the same bridge that we were watching during Hurricane Beryl. And it survived Hurricane Beryl, but this will be a lot more intense rainfall than we saw with Hurricane Beryl. When will this impact Jamaica? It's already impacting Jamaica right now. We've already had up to 50,000 power outages, potentially 2 indirect deaths from preparation. Somebody was trying to cut down a tree and unfortunately lost their life in the process. But it already is technically affecting Jamaica. And we have a little bit of river rise happening. We're starting to see some stronger winds in Kingston Harbor. But so far, no extreme impacts yet. We're still pretty far away from landfall. Tell hurricane to move. Yeah, it needs to move this way. Let me make this a little bit bigger. It needs to move this way. Just needs to move that way, do a little loop-de-loop, die, and then go into Mexico and bring a little bit of rain or something. Needs to go away. But unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen. That is just wishful thinking. Oh, looks like we're starting to see Kingston a little bit better. If I can remember which camera it is. Oh, geez Louise. I need to start remembering these. Like I said, the rain is letting up a little bit here near Kingston Harbor. You start to see the buildings again. But that was a pretty heavy rain. That's probably the heaviest rain y'all have gotten this time. Some words in the bulletin are downright terrifying. Yeah, they are. It's going to be a really strong storm. There's no ifs, ands, or whats about it. This is going to be a catastrophic landfall. We're going to see absolute devastation of some areas, especially where the storm makes landfall and where some of our strongest waves and storm surge comes in. Rain and winds increasing. Yes, they will continue. They will continue to increase throughout the night, or especially into, once we get into around that 5 or 6 p.m. Once we have Melissa like up into like this area, because it's supposed to be up here by around 1 a.m. tonight. So it's gonna be very slow moving. Sorry, I meant 5 to 6 a.m. Sorry, we're gonna really see those winds start to increase along the coast of Jamaica, but they will slowly increase as Hurricane Melissa inches closer. But again, it's moving very, very slow, so it'll be a very gradual increase of those winds. You're in Westmoreland and your house is built out of board right now. At this point, you are so scared. Your house is built out of board. Oh my goodness. Do you know anybody, Simone, that has maybe a sturdier structure that you can hang out with, or or maybe just go around and ask some neighbors? Maybe find a building to hang out with. I don't know. Depending on where you live, though, that might not be sturdy enough structure. So I would definitely consider, trying to find somewhere else to go. How many miles wide is Melissa? Or our strongest hurricane force winds are in this area of our storm. And then outside of that is probably got hurricane force winds within this area. And then tropical storm force winds probably extend out pretty far from Melissa like that. So it's pretty large. But in terms of we've seen larger hurricanes with bigger tropical storm force wind fields, but the good news, technically speaking, is the eye wall is really small on Melissa. So, the impacts of the most intense winds will be focused to a pretty small area of about 30 to 40 miles. So it won't be the entirety of Jamaica that gets hit by the eye wall, but whoever does is definitely going to be, oops, what am I doing? Why is that like that? Sorry, I apologize. That's not supposed to be on there. Sorry about that. But yeah, the eye wall is I have that so that because Radar Omega doesn't have any borders around Jamaica and it's hard to see. I gotta remember to turn that off because that was probably pretty scary to some. But yeah, the eye wall is pretty small, so that's why it makes a really big difference on where it actually makes landfall rather than not. Will it hit the US? No hitting the United States. It's not happening. All right, our Hurricane Hunter plane is officially past Cuba and is still on its way down. Let me see. I don't know where this other Hurricane Hunter plane is leaving from, but there is another Hurricane Hunter plane leaving from somewhere. Just don't know where. Why is it not turning north yet? Because it is a very strong hurricane. The cloud tops are very high, and so it is still technically getting influenced a tad by this high pressure system that is still out over this area, but that won't happen for much longer. Will me and Connor be switching during this? No. Yes, it will. It will reach the Turks and Caicos of Bahamas as a Category 2 hurricane with 110-mile-per-hour winds. Let me check my text messages really quick. Okay, so a little update. Bryce is helping a family board up some windows. They were discussing leaving, but decided that they are safer in the structure that they are in. So no understanding or no update on when they are going to be streaming again, the Storm Chasers out there. Is Kingston going to be in the eye wall? Most likely not. But I think technically, yeah, Kingston is not even in the cone of uncertainty anymore. So it's seeming like that is a very low probability chance of that, especially with these new eye wall movements that we've been seeing lately. You can track its live location. Yeah, I can also track it on here. We'll bring it up on here while we, but once it gets in there, it kind of gets in the way. Come over to this screen. Okay. So this plane is coming over here from Willemstad. That's where it went out of. So this plane is coming over from here above my head to Melissa. And then we have another plane. Yeah, just past Pi Cuba and is making its way down to the south. We have 2 planes en route to Melissa, so we should have a lot more data here coming up within about an hour or so, depending on when they get there. I'm not sure how fast they're flying. Bryce is a good lad. Yeah, he is a good person for sure. Both him and Paigey are probably some of the most humble and down-to-earth storm chasers out there. How late will I be on? I'll be on all night. I'll be on all night. It's a little bit slow right now in terms of the updates because we don't have planes out there. But once the planes actually get there, we'll have a lot more updates to be going over. He the one that rescued the family in a tornado? No, that was Freddie McKinney. No, Tornado TRX didn't rescue anybody, I don't think. It helped do search and rescue, though, I believe. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure they just did the search and rescue and then raised a lot of money for a family. Okay, we have updated fatality numbers from Hurricane Melissa. Fatality total is at 7+. We've currently had 4 deaths in Haiti, 2 in Jamaica. Those were those indirect deaths. And 1 in the Dominican Republic. There's the latest information on that. Really hoping these numbers stay as low as possible, man. Rest in peace to those people that have already lost their lives. But I just got a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach that it's going to be, unfortunately, worse as time moves forward. Yes, the propellers on the plane, on the Hurricane Hunter plane, are props, not jet engines. Most likely make impact. I'm currently believing like over here near Auchendown and White House. That's where I'm thinking. But again, it could be over there near Savannah Lamar, or we could get an eastern wobble towards Alligator Pond. Those are still just as likely scenarios at this point. Really hard to tell exactly where this storm is going to make direct landfall. Yes, the strongest winds are in the eye wall. So if we come over to the radar presentation, we can get a good look at what that eye wall looks like on radar. This is our latest scan, and you can see this little inner ring. That is the eye wall. You have the outer eye wall around that, and you got the outer rain bands here. That is when the winds, once this reaches the coast of Jamaica, which is right back over here, that is when like we'll start to see, especially like over there, like in our Westmoreland those winds really pick up, and it's going to really start looking like a hurricane when that happens. But these winds up here and this rain that is continuing to pour into this area is going to be really piling up, and we're very concerned about that flooding right now, as we're getting a lot of that rain still pouring in. And then not only after that, there's going to be all of this rain back here. So yeah. You see how the eye wall rotates as we push this forward. Right there in that little center, right there, this little ring, that's where our strongest winds are. Hurricane winds probably extend about out to here. And then our tropical storm force winds extend all the way up into Jamaica right now. The beast is still strengthening. Yeah, we'll see. We're about to have planes out there. We'll see if it's strengthened any since we last looked at it. I mean, on satellite presentation, it honestly doesn't look any less impressive than it did before. On radar presentation, still looks very impressive storm. So I got a feeling the intensity is going to be pretty similar, if not maybe even a little bit stronger. It's always hard to tell though, just by looking at satellite. Yeah, it is a nasty looking hurricane. That is for sure. Now over the Cayman Islands. All right, yeah, let's go check where those Hurricane Hunter planes now are. Oh, yeah. Our plane is still traveling down to the south. Not quite there yet. It's about 300 miles from our storm. So still got some distance to travel before it gets there. This camera, as of right now, not really getting too big of winds, but I do have a feeling this camera will probably be, if it can survive, probably have some of our strongest winds. Is that a chicken? Right next to that little pink shed. There's a chicken back there. And that little pink wall. Oh, here comes more chickens. I think they're seeking shelter. Oh, wow. Look at the river now. Thankfully, still no major flooding yet. Chickens know what's up. They do. Animals have a good sense of like when something bad's about to happen. But somehow they keep on ending up on my plate. Not that good, apparently. It's very dangerous to fly. Is it very dangerous? Like on a plane? Like in a regular plane? Yeah. Gonna hear about that one? I mean, chickens are delicious. I eat them every day. I ain't afraid to admit it. I'm a chicken enjoyer. Thank you so much for covering this. Yeah, no problem. Type barbecue chicken in, or type jerk chicken in chat if you love chicken. Oh, looks like we got a police officer here. Yeah, elk is pretty good, I heard. I've never tried elk personally, but I've heard it's good. Yeah, those chickens better not come into this area. They were cooking up with the grill yesterday night. Carolina Reaper chicken? No, sir. Never. That would, my stomach is fragile. That would wreck me. That would be like a Hurricane Melissa to my stomach. There would be absolute devastation. Making sure all these are current really quick. IBS says no. I can barely even eat like barely spicy things. I love spicy food. I just can't handle it. My stomach can't. Thank you, Dr. Daniel, for the 2. Thank you so much. Will this be the last major hurricane this year? Really depends. I mean, the Caribbean, the Gulf of Mexico are still pretty hot. So after this clears out, you know, I don't know. It's definitely a lower chance as you go into November for major hurricanes, but it's technically not impossible. Oh yeah, tomahawks are really good. Yep. Yeah, Kingston Harbor has calmed down yet again. I think that's this one, if I remember correctly. Yes. It's calmed down again. But again, we're going to get little waves of rain as they come in. So expect more waves pretty much throughout the entirety of today, going into tomorrow and Wednesday morning. What am I using for tracking the hurricane? I'm using a couple of resources. I use Radar Omega. Also, I am using Tropical Tidbits. That's where I'm getting the aircraft recon data from. And also using the National Hurricane Center's page as well. Using the metservice.gov, the Jamaican government website for weather. And And every now and then we find something in Twitter. Whoa, check this out. This is as they were exiting the eye wall into the center of Hurricane Melissa. That is nuts. It looks like it's just like a tsunami cloud. Like a big old wave. That is terrifying. Thank you, Sarah, for the 2. Thank you so much. Imagine seeing that from the ground. I don't want to. Yeah, it does look super dry in there, doesn't it? You know, it's just interesting. They never really show what it looks like when they're like going through the center of the storm. I guess that's when they're all doing science and stuff, so they're probably not using a camera. Wow. By the way, the next Hurricane Melissa update is going to be in 2 hours and 29 minutes. Is that right? Supposed to be at 8 p.m. or 7 p.m. our time. So yeah, 2 hours and 19 minutes. Wow, look at that. Whoa. That is crazy. Yeah, that is the definition of stadium effect. Oh, sorry. My animation reset there. Jeez. Yeah, you can like literally see the ocean from like inside the eye. The eye wall is so big. Yeah, it is. There's a chance we might see this from Bryce. If he can get service in there, we'll see. Like live from the ground. Really just depends on what the situation is around him at the time, because I'm pretty sure you can get service in an eye, but I'm not sure if he's actually going to live stream it. Not exactly sure. Are the birds in the eye okay? Yeah, they probably are. Again, a lot of island birds, most island birds, if not all of them, can fly for a very long time. So a lot of them will probably survive the trip to Jamaica. And also the winds are somewhat calm on the surface here. You can still see there's some pretty decent waves though, but you could make the argument that they could sit in the water for a little bit. Most island birds have that ability as well. Wow. That was wild. Do I have staff or do I do this all by myself? I do most of it all by myself. I mean, we have the mods. They help with the chat. I have some peeps in a little message group that every now and then sends me some news. So that's about it. Everything else I do, the thumbnails, the organizing the live stream, the finding of the data, all of that I do myself. Yeah, the winds are at 175 miles per hour. Yep. Birds get trapped in there. It's fascinating. Yeah, and scary for the birds. It was like from a bird's perspective, like they they have no idea what's happening. They were born and lived an entire life probably never experiencing a hurricane. And then all of a sudden they're finding themselves trapped in this thing. No matter which side they go, they just can't fly out. Can't even imagine, like from a bird's perspective. It's probably like the scariest freaking thing. Like, what is happening? Which god did we upset? What if birds have gods? And thank you, Leah. I appreciate that. Yeah, 175 miles per hour will definitely knock out power to everything. A little interesting feature is starting to show up. We got a little comma happening here. Actually, a little bit of a break in the convection, and a little bit of a break in the symmetry, which is interesting. It'll be very interesting to see what the National Hurricane Center finds, if we are sustaining strength or if the strength is getting weaker. And we are still west of our average line here, by the way. I think it's weakened or intensified. It seems like to me that it's holding strength. I mean, the eye is still very dry. If we come over to the lower level water vapor imagery, you can still see you have very dry eyes still. So it seems like it's holding strength for the most part. But this latest scan's got me thinking, you know, maybe it's faltering a little bit here. I do want to see what that latest what our latest radar scan is saying. Nope, too many requests again. Dang it. All right, let's check where our Hurricane Hunter plane is. Yeah, this one down over here is still moving up to the north and west. Oh, okay. Our plane that came through Cuba is getting pretty darn close already. It's just south and east. I think this is the Cayman Islands. Yeah, just south and east now, the Cayman Islands, getting closer and closer. So we're about to get some more data, probably under the hour now, probably within like 40 minutes. It's going to be pretty dang close to the center of Hurricane Melissa. Sound like the hurricane is man-made. It is not. Trust me. Trust me. Listen. If the waters out here were too cold for hurricanes, and then we had this hurricane happening, maybe you could make that argument. But yeah, I mean, everything is in place. The atmospheric conditions, the waters, all of this makes perfect scientific sense. So you're on really shaky ground with that one. I saw a dog on this camera. Yep, look at that. We got a dog. Dog alert. Yeah, we are starting to get some more pinks wrap around the storm. That is for sure. Convection does seem to be picking up on our storm, though. And that little area is wrapping around pretty quickly around our storm, too. It's like it's still somewhat clear. Not as rainy at the very least here in Kingston Harbor. Yes, that's what it means. It's probably hitting in an area of some higher water temperatures. But yeah, if we come back over here to the big screen, You can see that we are starting to see a lot more pinks starting to wrap around Hurricane Melissa now. And you can see those are slowly making its way around the inner core of the storm. We had a little comma, but that's gone now. So, still maintaining strength and building convection yet again. It'll be interesting to see what the hurricane hunters find. Thank you, Sunshine and Mark, for subscribing. Thank you so much. Has it turned yet? It is still going to the north, but it's also got a pretty decent westerly component to it still. It does not want to travel on this average of the line. We go back further in frames. You can see how it's moved. Actually, let's go all the way back. Hey, thank you, Julianne, for the $50. Thank you so much. Sorry if this was asked before, but if it keeps wobbling west, how is that a bad thing? It's a good thing. But the thing is that, again, we would have to see this wobble like all the way out here for it to miss Jamaica, because we're still expecting a northeastern turn eventually. So it would have to go all the way out here. So these western wobbles are not significant enough to be like, okay, we're not going to see landfall yet anymore. So it's something to not have any false hopes for. But the further away from some of the major infrastructure, like all those power plants and the big ports, and the mass areas are big areas of population, technically the better. But there's still a lot of people that live in western Jamaica that I'm sure they're seeing this western shift and they're not very happy about it. But thank you for that $50. And thank you, Gia, for the $20 donation. Thank you, guys. You guys are being very generous today, and I do appreciate that. So yeah, you can see over time it has been moving up to the north. You can see it keeps doing these little western wobbles. And in fact, it's just been kind of moving almost due west. You see it went north pretty significantly and just kind of went northwest for a little bit, but it's now kind of just moving straight west, which is quite interesting. It really hasn't started the north turn in any significant form or fashion, if you were to ask me. Chances of a miss, still pretty low according to our models, but sometimes the models are wrong. So I wouldn't completely rule out a miss yet. But again, about 100% of our models are saying direct impact. I thank you, Kaylin Huddleston, for the $50 donation. I mean, $5 donation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's a big help. Gonna go back south on itself. I don't think we're gonna see much of a south movement. Eventually this is gonna start turning more to the north and east, and we actually could see it wobble back east. That's definitely still a big possibility as well. So again, feeling any hope on these western wobbles is a little bit of a false sense of security. It's not time to be, trust me, I will tell you, I'll be the first one to admit that we are gonna, have some good news. Trust me. I will not hold that information from you guys. When it's time to celebrate, we'll turn the reggae on and pop open a bottle of some. But we are not at that period yet. The western, it is more on a western track than forecasted, but it's not to the point to where we're thinking it's gonna miss Jamaica yet. Still gotta wait. When will it turn north? It should have turned north already, so it's a little bit behind schedule. So it should be turning north within the next couple of hours. But I think the more western these wobbles get, the less rainfall there should be in the eastern portion of Jamaica. Okay, our plane is now about to enter into the outer part of Hurricane Melissa. So we're getting pretty close to being able to have some new data here. Thank you, Silverstream and Danger, for subscribing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Laura. I appreciate that compliment. Yeah, we'll do a big screen plane update so y'all can see it a little bit better. So yeah, plane is right about here. So about in line with Jamaica right now, traveling down to the south. Probably will be entering into the eye within 30 minutes. Or very close to the eye. Should Cayman be worried? No. I mean, you're definitely going to have some riptides there and some bigger waves, but we're not talking about any sort of dangerous direct impacts. Oops. Let me put this back onto the 50 frames. The more westerly, then the more chance of for Montego and Negril getting hit. Yes, that is definitely true. More direct impacts for those areas for sure. Check back in on the river here in Flatbridge. Rain is still falling on it, but not super heavy. Definitely still some flow to the river, though. Nothing overly dangerous yet, though. Watching from the UK, well, welcome. Isn't a Western miss for Jamaica worse impact for Cuba? Yes, that would 100% be correct. We could potentially see category 4 impacts near Cuba if that happens. Not sure about category 5. But yes, a miss for Jamaica would be worse for Cuba. But again, we really even shouldn't be talking about a miss for Jamaica. We're not at that point yet. So please stop thinking about it. Please still be sheltered and ready to go. Watching from Brooklyn. Where's everybody viewing from, by the way? Grenada in the house. Welcome, welcome. Fort Myers, New York City, the Netherlands, Australia. Wow. Delaware, Canada, Tampa, New York, Nicaragua. Is that how you say that? I always struggle with that one. Geez, I gotta be careful trying to pronounce that. Never mind. I'm gonna stop trying to pronounce that. Dayton, Ohio. The moon, really? Marysville, Illinois, North Korea. No way. Chatsworth, Brussels, Vancouver in the house. Mordor. Okay. Your personal info. I mean, you can just give your country. When will this hit the mainland? Do I know? It should be in early morning, like somewhere between like 6 a.m. and and 8 or 9 a.m. But, you know, honestly, the longer it takes to do the northern turn, the later in the day it'll probably hit. So we might have to push that time frame back a little bit. Every country is here. Yeah, no kidding. Nova Scotia. I remember covering Nova Scotia. What hurricane was that again? There was a hurricane in Nova Scotia we covered. It was like a category 2 and it made it all the way up there. Fiona. Yeah. Oh, it could have also been Lee. Have we covered it twice? I might have covered you guys twice. Yeah, that was crazy. Stop getting distracted. Go back over to here. Juan was in the 80s. Gotcha. Yeah, it's very rare you guys actually get hurricanes up there because of how cold the water temperatures get near Nova Scotia, but it's getting more likely nowadays. We get the tail ends, yeah. But I mean, your guys' infrastructure is not built for that, so the impacts are probably higher than it would typically be. All right, where's our plane now? All right, no new updates from the plane yet. Brazil is in the house. Watching from South Ontario, Canada. Stay safe, everyone who's affected. Yeah, I agree with that. I really hope everybody does their best to stay safe, and I'm sure you guys are. Yeah, a little update here. Man, we're getting a lot of those pinks wrapping around our storm again. A lot of these pinks wrapping around the storm, so we're definitely getting some strong convection around the eye. The eye does seem to be losing a little bit of symmetry, though. But that might just be a little bit of a vortice inside of there. Quebec isn't a state. It is not a state. You're right. It is a province. When will Melissa hit Cuba? Likely on the 29th, early morning. And then Turks and Caicos should be like late night on the 29th. Early morning on the 29th. Sometime in between those two times. Jamaicans can make some really good lamb. I really want to visit Jamaica at some point in my life. Especially now that I know that you guys have a golf course. Would anybody in Jamaica go golfing with me if I went down there? First, I gotta get out of this poverty, and then I'll go travel more. Jamaica is definitely on my list if I ever make it out of the sticks. What red stripe is fun? What is that? You were at the Lake Guntersville State Park a few weeks ago and they had a pretty good golf course. Oh, what is that one called? I'm not sure if they have multiple ones. Is that Gunner's Landing? 17% of Bermuda's golf courses? Wow. Is that true? I must investigate. Chazzy, what are you doing? It is not time to eat yet, buddy. You know this. Where is Bermuda? God, it's so hard to find. Oh, here it is. Oh, yep, there's a golf course. Is this another one? There's another golf course. You might not be lying. There's another golf course. Jeez Louise. Another golf course? Yeah, about 50% of Bermuda is golf course and airport. Is that another one? Oh my gosh, another golf course. Holy moly. I definitely got to visit Bermuda at some point. Is that Google Earth? Yes. Bermuda is British territory. Interesting. Yeah, that's the latest here on satellite. Let me just double check to see if our plane has if we got a new update on the position of our plane. Not yet. It's still just on the edge. Should get it any minute now. We'll just leave it up for now on this. So when we see it move, we can give you an update. Yeah, it looks like conditions are improving again in the Kingston. Not a whole lot of rain. You can actually see the buildings pretty well here, which is a sign that the rain has subsided a little bit. We had a lot more rain earlier. We couldn't even see the buildings earlier. Thankfully, that has subsided. But definitely more rounds to come. Hey, thank you, Lola, for being a member for 34 months. Holy moly. Thank you, thank you. Check out the river cam again. Whoa. I switched to infrared. The heck? Yeah, Lola was the first member to ever sign up for memberships on my channel. She is the ultimate OG. Night vision, yep. Oh yeah, Bethpage Black is a good golf course, and it's also extremely hard. Getting ready for the nightmare that's about to occur. Yeah, the suspense is honestly brutal, I bet. But maybe it'll turn into a good thing. I don't know. I mean, it's still... Let me put this in the center here. Just track it here. It's like a small... We kind of got like a little northern jog. We actually, I think, are getting like a southwestern jog. Hard to tell. A little southwestern wobble there. Yeah, I think what it is that it might be just these stronger convective bursts are making our storm wobble a little bit. It's also making me wonder, like, are we about to get an eye wall replacement cycle? Because typically, you know, if you get some solid, consistent movement, then all of a sudden you start to see a decent amount of wobbles. That can be an indication that an eye wall replacement cycle is imminent, but it can also just mean nothing. Do I think it'll hit Jamaica? Yes. I am still in the thought process of that. All of our models right now are saying that it will hit Jamaica. So, you know, I am still into that thought process. Again, we would need to see the storm wobble all the way out to here in order to miss Jamaica. But even then, we would still get the right quadrant of the eye wall hit Jamaica, even if it was out here. So it would really have to come all the way out to here in order for just to get some storm surge, and it would have to come all the way out. Oh, let me come over to here so I can see it better. Or it'd have to come all the way out to here to barely get any storm surge or impacts. So we got a lot more wobbling left to do before we can, you know, say that this is not going to hit Jamaica. So unfortunately, although these wobbles seem significant, they're really not. Hurricane Hunter's abandoned mission again? Really? Where are you seeing that? No, I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing any current information on that. They did that they did that a while ago. You might be seeing a new post about something that happened like around 5 hours ago. But no indication that any of our new hurricane hunters have abandoned their mission. The thing is heading right towards Jamaica. That's what the forecasts say. So. Thank you, Ismo. I appreciate that. Hopefully this live stream has been helpful for you guys. Eye wall replacement cycle basically means that like if we come over here and just kind of draw, you know, here's your eye wall. It kind of fizzles and falls apart. It goes away, and then the outer eye wall after that will slowly contract and form a new inner eye wall. And that can take anywhere from a couple of hours to sometimes even half a day. And what typically happens is that the strength of the hurricane drops, becomes more susceptible to the to the steering currents. You know, we might really see this thing do a northern, like really start that northern jog if we get an eye wall replacement cycle. Man. And yeah, that's what it basically means. It's just basically the cycling of the eye wall itself. And so the winds expand out from the center. You get tropical storm force or hurricane winds expand a little bit further out from the center, but the core of the winds lower a little bit. Kazi, what are you doing? You want to come up here? Come here. Hello. Watch your little pausies. Okay. Really is a weird one, isn't it? They're all weird, I feel like. How many major weather events have we covered and then something weird doesn't happen? Hey, mamas. What are you doing? Yes, I'm so happy you're up here. Get my daily dose of Chazzy Lovin's. Saying 7 a.m. landfall now. I mean, the longer it takes to do that north turn, you know, probably the longer or the later the landfall will be tomorrow. So it could be later than 7 a.m. to be honest. Let me just refresh this really quick. Yeah, we haven't gotten a little update from that Hurricane Hunter plane in a while. Go see where the other Hurricane Hunter plane is, see if we have any new updates on that yet. Oops. Yeah, this one's also getting a little bit closer. That's the latest there, folks. That is the latest information. Hey, thank you, Red Dozer, for the $20 donations. Thank you so much. Treats for the pup. Tazzy, you got a donation. Are you going to say thank you? Jazzy says thank you. Say thank you, Jazzy. No. I love you. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And look at all these purples really popping up now. Look at that. A lot of purples now popping up on the southeastern side again. Some more strong convective towers coming up. Boom, you see how that purple really emerges there. That's really cold cloud tops. So we're definitely seeing at least a strengthen on the eastern side of this storm as it continues. Is it going south? Am I going crazy? It looked like it just took a south movement. Like not southwest like we saw before. It looked like it just went straight south for a second. Our storm might be in between steering curve. It might be in between steering currents again, waiting for the trough to come and pick it up. So we might be witnessing Melissa doing a little loop-de-loop. Oh, let me draw that better. That's the movement that it's done. Kind of like that. This hurricane's drunk. This hurricane had too much to drink. Your map shows it's going north. It's not. At least according to satellite, it is doing a little southwest to south movement here. At least as far as I can tell. Someone say, nope, it's smoking the weed. And then somebody in chat was like, save the weed, mon. Will I be live past midnight? Probably not. I don't know. It just depends. I mean, if landfall is going to be pushed back to like tomorrow afternoon, there's no reason to really push late into the night. If it's going to be like 6 a.m., then I'll probably be live all the way through 6 a.m. But if it's looking like landfall is going to be at like 1 p.m. or like 12 p.m. or maybe even 11 p.m., I'm probably going to get some sleep. Just depends. Is the worst of the storm before or after the landfall? It's definitely during landfall. But also, I mean, it can, like, the conditions, like if you survive the hurricane, the conditions after, especially where the landfall happens, are going to be absolutely terrible. No power, barely any water to drink. It'll be extremely uncomfortable, especially if it gets hot again after the hurricane. Then you're going to be really hot, no AC, no nothing. It'll be miserable. No food, no water. Oh, I mean, there will be like canned food. I'm sure. But the water can completely shut off or become unsanitary to drink in these large hurricanes. Any updates at the barbecue guy? We haven't seen him yet today. Is the tornadic activity probability? Probably pretty high. Let me see if I can find that Jamaican tornado alert. I don't even know how that would go out. Weather alerts. All right, let's see if we got a new update on that plane. Oh, yeah. Okay. Plane is turning into Hurricane Melissa right now. So it's making a dive for the eye. So we're about to get a lot more data here in on Melissa. To figure out if it's strengthening, if it's weakening. It'll also give us a little bit better of a pinpoint exactly where the center of pressure is wobbling to. Bad news is, imagine this like goes to the west, giving, you know, some people in Jamaica hope, even though we told them not to have hope. And then it just does like a loop-de-loop and it like goes back east or something like that. That could definitely happen, by the way, especially when you have weak steering currents around a storm. The heck? Oh, okay. Trying to see if Tornado Page has scheduled any new live streams or not. They have not. When was the last eye wall replacement? The last eye wall replacement was, I think, yesterday. If that gets officially designated as an eye wall replacement. But I think that's currently speculation on whether or not that was officially one or not. Not sure if we have official confirmation of that yet. Be 160 right now, but we'll have to see. Yeah, it's gonna be a while before we can actually confirm whether or not our hurricane is, you know, category 5 still, or whether or not it's you know, like stronger than it was previously. And I got a feeling it's still going to be a category 5 though. No going back to the east. I agree. I want to see hurricane, although it's not really going to the west anymore. It seems like it's going like due south. A little bit, like southwest at the very least. 175 mile per hour plus. Yeah, the wind gusts in our storm right now are up to 215 miles per hour. All right, guys, I'm gonna have to take a quick break here to use the restroom. If you guys don't mind, gotta use the restroom. So give me just a couple of minutes. I am still human. I cannot stay here constantly without bathroom breaks. I haven't figured out how to fit a toilet in my seat yet. I'm just kidding. I would never do that. But I'll turn up the music for you guys and we'll keep it on this main screen here so you guys can monitor all the cameras. But I want to get this done before the Hurricane Hunter plane comes in because I want to be fully focused when that happens. So give me just a couple of minutes. Alrighty, thank you guys for being patient. Thank you, thank you. Looks like our plane is just about to enter into the eye wall of Hurricane Melissa. Look at this. Very, very close to the eye wall. So in the next 10 minutes, we will have new data, wind speeds, pressure, all of that jazz here in just a little bit. So here is the moment of truth. Is Hurricane Melissa getting stronger? Is it weakening? And how exactly is this wobble progressing? Harbor is foggy now. That could just be, is it foggy? Is that like a report from on the ground, or is this fogginess more of just rain coming into the area? Hurricane tipsy. The hurricane is drunk. How bad for Kingston? For Kingston, really just depends on where this thing makes landfall. Yeah, it seems like the rain is moving back in. I think this is heavier rain again. We're getting another strong wave here of some heavier rain. Sub 900? Ooh, I don't think so. The eye wall is a little bit less circular, but it is technically smaller. It seems like the eye itself is contracting. Go back to the bridge cam, sure. The bridge is still holding up. It has not flooded yet. But again, the heaviest rainfall will be happening when this storm gets closer to landfall. 909 is my guess. Yeah, I would say probably. My guess would be that the just based off a satellite presentation, which honestly is not a good thing to do, is to make guesses based off a satellite presentation. But just off a satellite presentation, I would say that our storm is weakening just a tad. That is my guess. I've seen many hurricanes from satellite, and this, you see how the eye was a little bit less, or a little bit more circular, and now it's getting a little bit less circular, a little bit more oblong. It's making me think that we either have some strong vortices spinning inside of it, and our eye wall could be contracting and getting stronger, but at the same time, with all this wobbling, we might be beginning an eye wall replacement cycle. But it's kind of hard to tell. We'll get more data from the plane as it passes through. Everybody put your guesses in chat on what you think. Do you guys think it's going to be stronger or weaker? All right, RG5. It looks like on one of the key messages, I just got a photo sent from help of the latest National Hurricane Center. They say within the eye wall, total structure failure is likely, especially in higher elevation areas where wind speeds atop and on the windward side of the hills and mountains could be up to 30% stronger. The winds. So the winds on higher up could be 30% stronger than what is at the surface. You think 180 with 898 millibars. Wow. Yeah, a lot of people saying stronger. We are about to find out officially. Oh. All right. It just went through the eastern side of the eye wall. Still have those really pink wind barbs. Can't get much data from this. We're gonna have to wait for it to update on the national or on the Tropical Tidbits website. Do a refresh. It hasn't updated yet on the Tropical Tidbits website. It should update any moment, as it has passed through the western portion of the eye. And I mean, we're still seeing these kind of wind barbs here. These are the, let's see what it says here. Wind 139. 139, that would be weaker. Let's see what this last wind, these wind barbs over here, we're saying flight level pressure, 910. 912. 912. It's okay. The pressure, according to this data, has gone up in the flight level. Made a wind barb like you were 5. So flags mean 50 knots. A little smaller. You can't really see it too well, but there's smaller barbs. Here. Looks like this. So one flag is 50, 100. 3 of these underneath it. Each of these are 10, so that'd be 130 knots. And then since it's above that, there's probably another little one underneath it, a little half one representing 5 knots. That good or bad that it's going up? That's technically good, but that's not really that big of a change. I mean, it's only a couple of millibars up, but it does seem like we could be getting indications that it's weakening. But again, this is flight level data, so we'll know for sure. Yeah, I mean, earlier today we were seeing this blue line peak at 160 or a little bit above 160. And yeah, the pressure is down flight level to 110. So just according to the flight level data, this does look like it has weakened a little bit. So we might be past peak intensity, which is typical. Typically, when we hit peak intensity, it doesn't last for forever. And again, this isn't even supposed to make landfall at peak intensity. It's supposed to make landfall at around 160 miles per hour. Somewhere around that range. But that could explain why we're getting these really weird wobbles. We might be going through an eye wall replacement cycle, or maybe we're in the beginning of one and we're about to see our storm weaken a little bit. Oh, wow. Look at that rain now really moving into Kingston Harbor. You can almost, the buildings are almost disappearing again. It is, that would mean if that's the true pressure we could see and the winds are going down, that is definitely a weakening. Yes. But it's a very, very small weakening. We're still talking about most likely a strong Category 5 hurricane. I don't think we're at that point where we can say it's not a Category 5 anymore. But it does seem like it's weakened just a tad. So that'll probably be reflected in the latest National Hurricane Center. Wouldn't surprise me if we got a small downgrade to like 165 to 160 in our winds. And with our minimal pressure dropping, rising just a tad. But it'll be interesting to see what our drop sonde data says. We don't have a drop sonde in the eye yet. Could it hit Cuba? Yes, it's definitely hitting eastern Cuba, just west of Guantanamo. Eye wall replacement cycle, temporarily weakens the storm. Yes, and the bad part, an eye wall replacement cycle right now would technically not be a good thing. Because eye wall replacement cycles can take, anywhere from 6 to 12, sometimes a day to finish. But if, like, say we got an eye wall replacement cycle like 4 hours before hitting land, it would be a very low probability that that would finish and the storm would stay weaker all the way into land. If we are truly getting an eye wall replacement cycle right now, or very soon, that would mean that the storm would have time to recover that eye wall and re-strengthen right before land, which would not be good. So I don't think I mean, just looking at the data, it doesn't really look like an eye wall replacement cycle yet. At least looking on the hurricane recon aircraft data, it doesn't really look like your typical eye wall replacement cycle signature yet, as far as I can tell. I think it's possible that our hurricane could hit later because of the meandering of our storm right now. It's still kind of meandering to the south. It actually seems to, let me just we're going west. Kind of seems to be kind of pushing a little bit to the east now. It's like done this. It kind of went south for a little bit. And then it kind of looks like it's kind of curling back to the east. It might be doing a loop-de-loop. I think what's happened is that our storm has been abandoned. I think what this is indicating is that our high pressure system up here has officially died and our trough hasn't really captured our storm yet. So we're still waiting for a new steering current to come in to kind of push our storm the rest of the way up to the north. Confirmed the hurricane is being drunk. Yes, it is officially confirmed. Current strength, it seems like just barely hanging on to category 5 status. So I would say probably around 160 miles per hour, according to our latest recon data. But we are still waiting for the on the ground data. All these things that I'm saying are just estimates right now. But a flight level, though, is definitely a weaker storm. But we'll have to see what the drops on say. Could be a different story at the surface. And there also could be a part like this eastern eye wall. We haven't gotten that data in yet. That could still be stronger. So we'll see. And just waiting on that latest update to come in. It should push in pretty far out of the eastern side here by the next update. We should have the rest of the data in, because as of right now, you can see that the winds on the eastern side were rising, but we haven't gotten to that peak yet of those winds. So I think we're about to get that here on our next update on the eastern side of our eye wall. 908 millibars. Is that a record? No. My thingy still says 906. Yeah, it still says 906 because that's the official word from the National Hurricane Center as of our 5 p.m. update. That hasn't changed. So if the pressure does go up and the wind speeds do go down, we will replace the little, I think it's called a chyron at the bottom. Is that how you say it? What is called? We will replace the scrolling words. Yeah, the record is 870 millibars. Measured a gust at 241 miles per hour. Yeah, that was a little bit above the surface, though. That was not at the surface. It's like we are slowly starting to lose daylight out here. Oh, wow. Look at that rain on Maypin. What the heck was that? I think someone like shook out a tarp or something. It looked like the rain really started picking up. Julian, it's a good possibility, but knowing the weirdness of this hurricane season, it would not surprise me if we got another one. Yeah, still definitely raining pretty decently out here. I think our harbor cam is about to become useless because of it gets dark and you can't really see anything. But this cam, we'll be able to monitor it throughout the night, and you can see on the zoomed in view, it is still raining here, but the river is still behaving itself. Yeah, we're staying live probably till at least 10 p.m. at the very least. At the very longest, till like 6 a.m. tomorrow. Well, not 6 a.m., but 10 a.m. tomorrow. Maybe even like 3 p.m. Just depends on how I feel. But that really depends on, when our storm starts to take that northern turn. If it continues to stall like it is, it's going to be longer before it actually makes landfall. So if this is going to make landfall at like 11 a.m., I will probably end the stream at around like 10 or 12 a.m., somewhere in those periods. Really just depends. When will the damaging winds start to impact? Probably later. Yeah, see, look, this is Maypen. Where is that? Yeah, there's a decent amount of rain falling in Maypen. Not crazy though yet. We haven't gotten the heaviest rain bands. Have y'all been hearing any thunderstorm activity? Like any thunder in Jamaica? Yes, I am hydrating. Okay, our plane has officially passed through the other side of Hurricane Melissa. The eastern part of the eye wall actually seems weaker than the western portion. Yeah, that's weaker. We might have a substantial weakening here. Yeah, look at this. Way weaker on the eastern side. Yeah, it might be about to recycle. We might get we might be at the beginning of an eye wall replacement cycle. What does that mean? That means that when you get a hurricane that gets this strong, it never stays at one intensity for very long. So it will likely lose intensity. It will likely do some sort of eye wall replacement cycle. And then once that finishes, it could re-strengthen again. I'm just making sure these cameras are current. Always got to check on them. This one's definitely down here is not current. There we go. What's the current strength? The last reported strength was at around 175 miles per hour, but I don't think we're there anymore. I think our storm has gotten weaker. And like our eye is actually down. The center of our eye is actually over here, which is interesting. If I smush this into flat again, maybe you could also make the argument that they missed the eye. But it seems like the shallowest or the weakest winds are actually over in this area. Let me get this big screen. Which is kind of weird. You would expect it to be closer to the center of the storm, but it might be displaced down to here, which means that since our last update, our storm has done something like this. So it's been doing just a big old loop-de-loop. And thank you, Janelle and iPone for subscribing. Thank you so much. What are the odds it'll be in the same spot? What do you mean by that? Just looking for news real quick. See if I see anything interesting. Oh, wow. Check this out. Here's another a video of the Hurricane Hunter plane coming out of Hurricane Melissa. Check this out. Whoa. That is nuts. Look at the sun like setting on the eye wall. No, I think that's rising on the eye wall. That is crazy. Wow. Honestly, I don't know, y'all. I think seeing something like that is worth the flight. Why is it so beautiful? Because it is the definition of peace in the middle of chaos, which is beautiful. No matter what you're really talking about, and you got a lot of chaos, and then there's this little tiny area of peace. The winds inside of the eye are very low, almost zero in the very center. When you get hit by the eye wall of a hurricane, it goes from very intense winds to almost zero winds as you get into the center of the eye, and then on the backside you get those very intense winds again. That looks like some AI crazy looking video. It kind of does, but I can assure you this guy is legit. He's actually in these planes. Apparently he's posting a lot of them. Oh wow, and that's volume. That is looking down at the ocean surface from the eye. Wow. And an ostrich. Well, holy moly. Crazy stuff. You remember seeing birds chirping and everything in Hurricane Charlie's eye? Yeah. Yeah, that does happen. Let me see what the other plane's doing. Is it getting closer? I feel like it should be closer. Yeah. We got a whole nother plane. We're gonna have so many passes into Hurricane Melissa with these two planes. Hopefully they come in at different times so that we can just constantly have a good stream of data into our storm. Because I really want to track all these little wobbles as well, because we're going to get the center of pressure with this plane pass, and then each plane pass that comes into the center after that is going to give us another little point, and we can kind of track how it's wobbling and where it's moving at the current moment a lot better than what we could via satellite, because the minimum pressure is a surface reading and not necessarily one that you can see clearly from satellite. Maypen is getting some pretty decent rain again. No, why do I keep seeing rain on Maypen? Oops. And then I keep switching back over here and I don't see it. Oop. There's Crossroads. Is this just behind? What is going on? Yeah, it's a little bit behind. Yeah, look at the Kingston Harbor can. It is so helpful. You really see how it's impossible to see by using that cam. And the Goofy Storm does not know where to go. It really doesn't. It just keeps on doing these loop-de-loops. But hey, you know, I'll take some sleep tonight if it'll give it to me. Come check back in with our river out here. Still looking good. Not too high yet. The heck was that? Sorry for that audio malfunction. If y'all heard that. It's been the craziest weather year by far. It has definitely been super interesting. I'm definitely interested to see what winter has in, oh my gosh, has in store for the United States. How's everything going so far? Looks like we are currently witnessing a slight weakening of Hurricane Melissa. That's been the really the latest breaking news, is that we have gotten a slight weakening of our storm. And also that it is drunk and it is just going in, it's going in a circle right now. It's not really moving towards Jamaica. And in fact, you can make the argument it's moving away from Jamaica, but it's going to resume back to the track eventually, is the current thought process. Now it's kind of just stalled out right now. Lots of snow for Maryland. Yeah, I'll see. I'll talk to the weather manipulators. Maybe we can bribe them. I'm just kidding. That's not real. It's funny though. How many people like ask me to like control the weather? It's like, hey, can you send rain, please? It's like, I folks, there's nothing. I can't do that. Needs to go to Venezuela. Hey man, what do you got against Venezuela? I think it just needs to die. You know, the hurricane could just die too, right? That's what I'm hoping. Had an earthquake in Maryland? What? Have you ever seen crazy weather in the middle of Russia? Yeah. Yeah, Russia has massive wildfires now. During the summertime, kind of just like what Canada does. It actually started in Russia first. And then Canada, unfortunately, really started having those major wildfires in the summer as well. And now we just have two very large areas where there's a lot of tundra forestry that catches fire every summer and adds just a crap ton of emissions into the atmosphere. Weather sites crashing. Yeah, everybody's trying to access them at the same time. 2.5 isn't a real earthquake. Hey, if you've never felt an earthquake before, that feels terrifying. Hey, this says this is live. I'm so confused. Do I have two different Maypen Jamaicas? Or is that still... Hold on, I think I'm noticing something here. Maybe a slight problem. Let me check something. I might have two Maypens. Or maybe one of them is not actually Maypen. Downtown Maypen. That's right. But then... Whatever. I'm gonna replace this camera to the camera it's supposed to be. Dang it. It says Maypen on there, so this must be another area in Maypen. There we go. Now it's live. I don't know. This camera's being weird. Or the YouTube link to it's being a little weird. Thank you, Faith and Thomas, for subscribing. Now you can see it's really raining in the Maypen area right now. Which is, by the way, Maypen is close to Old Harbor. Yeah, the camera's on a little pan. Like it pans left and right, and it's automatic. So I don't think there's anybody actually controlling it. Where's that other Hurricane Hunter plane? Just want to check in on it really quick. And also want to check in on our radar as well. See what the rain situation is. A little update on it. If we can actually get into the website. I don't think so. It is still not loading. I don't have any radar data, unfortunately. Yeah, USA is not getting hit, guys, by this hurricane. It's just not happening. It's also raining pretty good in Kingston, Jamaica as well. Make sure we're at the live. There we go. And the rain is really getting started, it seems. This is some of the heavier rain we've seen. Oh yeah, look at the rain on the headlights near the Flatbridge River as well. A lot of rain in this area, which is not what we want to see. Stalled. I would say more doing like a loop-de-loop, but yeah, it's not really making any progress in any real direction. It went west for a little bit. It didn't seem like it went south a little bit. And yeah, it's definitely not going north. We know that for a fact. It's just kind of sitting there doing a little loop-de-loop right now. See, Jamaica has been great. Yeah, they've been doing amazing work. They always do amazing work. That's why we always use them when we're there. they have the camera set up where they need to be. But, you know, the more that you guys support them when these things do happen, as bad as it sounds, you know, because, you know, they're trying to, you know, give out these, you know, life-saving views. But, you know, during these hurricanes is when they spike in popularity. And the more that you support them during these bad events, the more that they're going to have to make more cameras or put more cameras out there. If you want to see their network expand, consider donating to them. Before you know it, there'll be cameras everywhere in Jamaica and there won't be a city missing. Is it mimicking Harvey? Yeah. Very slow moving storm. Lots of rainfall on the eastern side. Potentially up to 40 inches plus possible. Very well is mimicking that aspect of Harvey. Melissa has been chugging some Red Stripe and overproof rum. Yeah, definitely looks like it. Kind of seems like the flow has increased a little bit since earlier today. Could just be the nighttime giving us a little bit better of a view of that little stream of flow there, but that does seem just a tad faster. Right there on the left or the bottom left of the screen. Will Melissa most likely be retired? Absolutely, yeah. It'll definitely be retired. Okay, Michael. See you later. Moved or is expected to move the same from yesterday? It was expected to have turned north by now. But sometimes with these really strong hurricanes, you can get these little unexpected loop-de-loops, especially when they're in between steering currents, which this one is currently. So, you know, if we're going to see anything wacky, it would be pretty much right now. So, you know, that's why it's been acting all weird. But once that trough really starts to pick up our storm, it's going to resume that movement back up to the north. As of right now, it's kind of, you could say it's kind of stalled or also kind of just kind of doing a loop-de-loop. It's weird that it's nearly stationary. I mean, it happens. It happens. You know, the thing is, like, again, like I said, you know, if it was going to go stationary, you know, it probably would have been at around this point. Again, that high pressure system up here is getting eroded. So that's not really steering our storm to the west that much anymore. And then our trough is taking a little bit longer to pull our storm up to the north than what we originally expected. So we are getting like a little delay here, but it should resume movement here, at least within the next couple of hours or so. But we'll see. I am definitely anticipating seeing the movement of our hurricane as our Hurricane Hunter plane makes its way back around. No, not usually, Budget. It's actually pretty rare for a hurricane to completely stall. Usually there's something influencing it. Has the plane gone through? Yes, it went through and it's actually found weaker winds and pressure. Let's go check to see if we have any new data from dropsondes, though. I do want to see if we can back that up looking at our dropsondes. All right, we have a couple new dropsondes. This one is in the northwest eye wall. 128 knots in the lower 150 is definitely weaker. 135 knots in the lower 150. 131 knots in the lower 150 there. 912 at the surface with a little bit of wind. So probably around like 910. The pressures have definitely gone up by about somewhere around 4 millibars, somewhere within like 2 to 4 millibars. It's definitely gone up, and the wind speeds have definitely fallen. We do now have surface confirmation of that. So it's not just estimations. We can definitely say for certainty that our storm has weakened a little bit. Yeah, it is weakening. Does that bring it down to Cat 4? Let me see. They might keep it. They might bring it down to 160. Or they might bring it down to 155. Either 155 or 160. If they're going to be generous, then they might keep it at 165, but it looks more like 160 to 155. Yeah, I would say just based off of where some of this data, it didn't hit the eye center directly, but using bringing down the millibars a couple millibars, you can kind of understand that it's probably a little bit lower than 912. That's what it measured with the drop sonde. It's probably a little bit lower than that, but I don't think we are all the way down to 206 or 906 anymore millibars. That I don't think. I think it has risen. What is the current millibar? I would say probably somewhere around 910. Like 909, 910. So a little bit weaker. But again, 910 is still very low pressure, folks. But still pretty strong. Even though the winds are relaxing a little bit, you could still definitely see an increase of winds, even with these latest Hurricane Hunter passes. It's still very strong pressure. Is this live? Yes, it is. And there's your confirmation. Although Tropical Tidbits is trying to tell me that my that I'm not online. I think their website is really starting to struggle. Do they plan to check it again at 11 p.m.? Well, these planes will probably be in the storm for a good 2 to 3 hours. And then yeah, I mean, they'll probably come back out eventually through the night. They've been checking it basically 24/7. So, I mean, we might have little times where we have to wait for a plane to get out there and do more data, but I mean, all of this data is going to be going into our next update, which will be coming out in about 45 minutes. Do I do flight radar? Both planes are right there together right now. No, I don't do flight radar. But yeah, I mean, with that other plane coming in, they're probably in very similar spots. Yeah. I'd rather have the data rather than knowing their position, which is why I use Tropical Tidbits instead of over flight radar, because flight radar really doesn't report any of that. Just wondering. Yeah, it's all good. How sketchy the plane ride is. It's so sketchy that when they go through the big main areas of turbulence, the plane will drop down like sometimes like a couple hundred feet within a matter of seconds. and they actually feel weightlessness. It feels like they're in space. That's how sketchy it is inside Hurricane Melissa. Like, you guys are used to that turbulence and planes that just go like, little bounces. But when you're in a major hurricane, the turbulence is so great that you will actually feel weightlessness. It feels like a roller coaster drop. That's a great metaphor, Garrett. Prop planes, yeah. I wonder if like there's a reason why it's a prop plane and not like a jet plane. If there's something to do with like airflow that prop planes just handle better. You're out on that. I hate planes and I have to hold onto the seat thing and cry like a baby. Yeah. I've gone through some fun turbulence before, but that kind of turbulence, I'd be super annoying in that plane. I would just be like, are you guys sure? Like, are you positive we're not gonna die? And I'd probably say that like once every like 10 seconds. What came first on the orange, the color or the fruit? I would assume. Let me think about that for a little bit. Dog alert. Let me think about that. Let me think of what logically makes sense in my brain. Where's that Maypen camera? There we are. Those wind bands coming in. You can see them move across the road when the cars come through. There's definitely some winds getting worse as well, appears. Let me think. It's not really an argument on whether or not orange was seen before the actual fruit, but whether or not, it has to be the color. Right? Because why would you name it orange out of random? I guess you could. Why would you call orange orange? It's more about, the language of when orange happens, rather than they saw the fruit, because you can see an orange color or an orange. It's much higher likelihood that you would see something orange that is not an orange than an orange. So I'm going to have to say the logical answer to that would be the color first and then the fruit. Given that naming an orange based off of the color rather than it just being a fruit has a lot lower of a chance of happening than naming the word orange based off of something that appears orange. Google says fruit. Well, Google's wrong. AI sucks. It's really not that smart. I'm just kidding. It is pretty smart, but I disagree with our AI overlord on that. Y'all really Googled it? That's crazy. Romans called orange yellow. Did they really? That'd be funny. Or did they call them like the color yellow? Or did they just call them yellows? Sorry, I know that's a little bit off topic, but hey, every now and then we'll have a little off topic talk. There's no problem with that. Didn't we have the halfway tree camera up at one point? Did we get rid of that? Yeah, we might have gotten rid of that on the big screen. Yeah, definitely heavier rain. Let's go back to let's monitor the river a little bit. Our rain's definitely picking up across the board here. How are the winds? They are definitely weaker. Definitely weaker, and the pressure is definitely higher. So the storm is a little bit weaker than it was now. The sucker is going west. No, it's kind of just doing a loop-de-loop right now. And I'll show you guys from a while ago to now, just like the progress of our storm here. So it went west for a while, like northwest, and then it went more west, and then now it's kind of stopped and it like went to the south. Kind of seems like it might want to go back to the east. It's doing a little loop-de-loop. It's doing a weird little drunk dance here. Definitely seeing a lot of convection still around our storm in comparison to earlier today. But that doesn't always mean, that doesn't always mean a strengthening hurricane, as we have seen with our hurricane recon data. Oh, wait. Let me make that big screen. Sorry. And then show you guys again. Okay. We'll do like a little drawing here. So there's the beginning. Oh, wait. We're going to have to like put it in motion and then do drawing. Goes to here. Yeah, mainly west, and then it kind of went more west here. And then a little bit south. And it's kind of stalled right now in this area. But yeah, that's the little path it's gone right there. Pretty much since we've been live. You never know how it might spin out to a lower cat storm. Is it eyeball replacement? Could be. Could very well be. Oops. What happened? Hurricane Hunter Mission 22 is about to enter the eye. Let me see. Not yet, but it is turning towards the eye. It is turning towards. Also, a lot of heavy, like it looks like a thunderstorm complex is about to move into the Spanish Town area. This will likely increase the winds and the rain on our Maypen cam. We're talking about Old Harbor, Kingston, about to get some heavier rain here from this thunderstorms complex here on the northeastern side of Melissa. What kind of shape did the Hurricane Hunter plane just take? It usually does like a triangular shape. Wow. I mean, speaking of rain, it's already raining pretty good in Maypen. But could be about to see some heavier wind gusts on our Kingston and Maypen cams. as that thunderstorm complex moves in. Yeah, can you tell me how to find that double? Any cameras in Negril? No, I haven't been able to find any. If you find any, let me know, but I haven't been able to find any. No, I never found anywhere to find tornado alerts. Yeah, the camera in Montego Bay won't open. I didn't even know there was a camera there. Why is Tropical Tidbits just offline? It's because there's too many people flooding the website looking to see what the airplane reconnaissance mission is doing. Hilton. We can use hotel cams. Let me see if I can find that. I don't think we'll need to use it right now, but not there. All right. Coco La Palm Seaside Resort in Negril. Oh. There is an Earth Cam in Negril. That is working, but I can't use Earth Cam. Apparently, Weatherwise has some cams in Jamaica. Let me just check on that. Yeah, this is the cameras that we're using. The one in Maypen, Kingston. Yeah, no cameras in Montego Bay. These are the updates and live coverage. Yeah, no problem. Oh, Negril. Gotcha. Hilton Rose Hail. Okay, but it just spins. Oh, okay, that might mean they it went down. I'll have it up on a separate tab. If it does come up, we'll put that into the rotation so we have one in Montego. I know a lot of people are asking if we could find a view there, so that's very helpful. Oh, I appreciate that. KA. Your name is Melissa. My daughter got a puppy, Beagle Cross Maltese, and we named her Honeybee. Okay. Didn't even know the meaning of it until after. Honeybee? A bee? Am I staying live a bit longer? Yeah, we're staying live all the way until at the very least 10 p.m. So another hour and 30 minutes. We will be live. Or 3 hours and 30 minutes, sorry. Although eventually I am gonna eat. Probably like around like 7:30. So I might take like a 30-minute break from streaming and then do another live stream. There might be a break. Yeah, 7:30 y'all's time. It would be nice to visit Rose Hall. Heck yeah, dude. It'd be nice to visit anywhere in freaking Jamaica. It is a beautiful country. And they got a golf course. I think every time I mention traveling to Jamaica, that's going to be the next thing I say is, and they got a golf course. And we got to go to Bermuda. Wonder if that's where Bermuda grass comes from. View of the rain in Maypen again. Yeah, definitely some pretty heavy rain. Making me feel a little bit more concerned now about that flood threat. Thank you, Studio, Shadow, and Touche for subscribing. Wow, that's actually a pretty heavy rain. Do they drive on the left or are those mirrored? I have no idea. Any thunderstorms hitting? We're about to get one enter into this into the Maypen and Spanish Town area. Unfortunately, let me try to refresh the dang radar site again. Okay, yeah, we did just get a new dang it, it went down again. I had it for a second. I should have switched over to it, but it went down again. I wasn't even able to load the latest. But yeah, look at that. Even some stronger winds too. You can see the rain is almost sideways here in Maypen. They drive on the wrong side. To them, it's the right side. But on the left. The left is the right side in Jamaica. Surely that's not confusing whatsoever. Yes, they drive on the left, but that's the right side. Two Jamaicans. To them, it's called the correct side. I like saying the right side, so it confuses you guys. All right, let's see where our planes are at now. Hey, this one is starting to turn into the storm. It looks like it did go through that thunderstorm complex. Could be some winds of up to 50 to 60 miles per hour in some of these thunderstorms, according to our recon data at flight level. And looks what's happening over here. The recon plane just did a little loop-de-loop. Recon planes are doing loop-de-loop. Our hurricanes are doing loop-de-loops. Things are getting a little merry out here. Yeah, we'll see what the next Hurricane Hunter plane data says. We'll see if it's actually making that turn or not. As of right now, it's just kind of stationary. Not really moving any real direction. Man, it's really raining on this Maypen cam. Let's go check back in on our rivers. We'll wait for the camera to zoom out to check in to see what the flow is looking like. Yeah, Kingston is out of the cone now, yes. Hey, no problem, Kyla. No problem. Yeah, definitely still raining over here near Flatbridge too. You can tell by the water that's hitting the river there. if the loop continues. All I know, the one thing that we can say for certain about the loops is that it is probably, or is that it is gonna delay the landfall by a couple of hours, I think. Man, does that seem a little bit faster to y'all? Dread the news tomorrow? Yeah, I am not looking forward to our live stream tomorrow. That is for sure. Yeah, I think this river is continuing to speed up here. It's speeding up pretty slowly, but there's going to be a point to where it just gets a lot faster, but it definitely seems to be a little bit faster. But that rain is piling up that water, causing the flow to move a little bit quicker. What I think will happen in Negril and Montego, you know, judging off of our latest hurricane model data, I think we're going to be, actually, we should have new models out. Let's go check that out real quick. Let's go see what the latest models are saying. We haven't checked them in a while. First, let me check to see if we can get some radar data. No, still no. HWRF. Jeez. Has Hurricane Melissa getting sub 900? Wow. It says it's sub 900 right now, which is not true, but that's an interesting thing. Yeah, brings it. Yeah, I mean, for Negril and also Montego, I mean, this kind of landfall would be pretty devastating for you guys. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about over 120-mile-per-hour winds for both of those areas and a decent amount of storm surge. But the HWRF has been notoriously more west than our other models. Yeah, the HFAS-A. Man, HFAS-A also deepens this sub 900. Holy crap. A little bit more accurate, you know, it's around, it goes like to 9.7, then drops it down as we go into like late tonight. Man, that is terrifying. Makes landfall though, still kind of close to, where would that be? Like Black River and White House there in Jamaica. All right, let's look at the HMON model. HMON model, kind of similar, doesn't drop it below 900, but man, it also has it very low pressure, very strong category 5 or a category 5 storm, sorry, still at landfall most likely, then weakening pretty quickly after it makes contact with land. And then an HFAS-B also drops its sub 900, makes landfall, still has a pretty strong category 5 hurricane there near White House. Still bringing some pretty strong winds into Montego. Not as strong over there near Negril. And then after that pushes into Jamaica as potentially a category 3 or category 4 hurricane, then really weakens after Cuba, but still going to bring some pretty decent impacts to the Turks and Caicos, or moving up to the north and getting pretty close to Bermuda. But still a little bit too early to tell much about the Bermuda impacts. That's the latest from the models. And really starting to get some pretty decent rain in Maypen. Was the last time we had a big sub 900? I think that was Milton, right? Sub 900 pressure is just a rare feat that very, very few hurricanes do, and it just means it's strong as heck. The models think that the storm could re-strengthen again within the next like 6 to 12 hours. Yeah, look at all that rain here in Maypen. Is there a chance that it goes to eyeball replacement? I can't tell if you guys are still trolling me in chat with that. But yes, there is definitely a chance that it could go through an eyeball replacement before hitting land. But it is also a chance that it does it soon and then that finishes and then re-strengthens right before land. It's all about timing. The big important thing is also when our storm actually freaking starts moving to the north. Eyeball is definitely infinitely funnier. Yes, I agree. I agree with that statement 100%. When is it going to start moving north? Your guess is as good as mine. The models say it should be moving north now. And we'll see with our next Hurricane Hunter eye measurement where it's meandering right now. Let's go actually check in on the latest there. Are we getting close to another pass? This one is turned, so this one's going to be going to make a pass soon. Yeah, probably within the next 10 to 15 minutes we'll have this one giving us more data. So we're close to some more data finally. Also, by the way, we are about 20 minutes from the latest national hurricane update. Evan eyeball Freiberger. Will the eye hit land for sure? It's about like, I would say it's about a 95% chance. 95 to 99% chance. Unless we get some really weird, funky thing happens. Again, keep in mind, you know, if you're just not tuning in, you haven't seen this explanation yet. We would have to have it to meander this far out to still get a right eye wall impact and still very significant storm surge impacts. They have to move all the way out to here. We've only seen it wobble a little bit, not nearly that much, and it's stalled right now, and it's likely to start that northern turn way before it wobbles all the way out here. It would need to wobble all the way out here for the major winds to be offshore, but still get some major storm surge impact into this area, and it would have to move really all the way out to here in order to see barely any impacts, maybe still some flooding. So, yeah. I would say right now it's not getting there, definitely not getting there, and maybe like a 1 to 2% chance it gets there. So unfortunately, it's still, the odds are not in Jamaica's favor, even with the small little track to the west. Yes, new data is coming in soon, folks, so get ready. Did we just lose the Kingston Harbor cam? I'd have just lost the Kingston Harbor cam. Those thunderstorms moving in might knock some power out for some folks. Might lose a couple cams. We'll see. Very, very likely to hit land. Exactly. I would not hope It's just I'm just gonna be honest with you. There's just not a whole lot of hope that this is gonna miss land. I would not hope for that. Or I would not. Nah, that's the wrong way to put it. I would not. What is the right way to put that? I would. What's the right wording? I would not think that hoping would work. Trying to think of something smart to say there isn't really. Yeah, just know that it's a really low chance. That's the best way to put it. Not hope. I mean, I would definitely have hope, but you know, it's just the chances are so small. I just don't want you guys to have false hopes, is what I'm trying to say. That's probably the better way to put it. Wouldn't bet on it. That's another great way to say it. Wishful thinking won't help the reality of the situation. Yeah, I mean, you can wishful think all you want and hope all you want, as long as it doesn't affect your preparation. You know, as long as you are still prepping for a category 5, you can hope and wish all you want. That doesn't bother nobody, but you know, don't let it affect your preparation. Concerned about this rain early before landfall? Yeah, we all are. I mean, this is a pretty big thunderstorm complex, and it's been raining pretty hard out here, and it's about to rain even harder near Maypen. And yeah, we've been noticing the river has been increasing the velocity of its flow recently. So I think we lost the Kingston Harbor cam. We'll give it a little while to come back in, but if not, we can replace it with another camera. Not sure why mine is buffering. Let me check. Let me do a double check here. Oh, wow. See, Jamaica is almost at 100,000 subscribers. Wow. They've gained like 20,000 subs during this. So happy to see that. They deserve it. Yeah, it is. Hold on. Let me refresh this camera. There might be a loop that plays when it goes down. Yeah. For YouTube, when you click on it, it'll play like a small section of it and then it'll go down. It's like a little recap section. And then it goes down again. If yours is still up, it's likely that you are behind on the stream. Or on at least that stream. Back over to our river cam. Yeah, that flow is increasing, man. And once that thunderstorm comes through and hits those mountains, I'm actually a little bit concerned. Kingston, no damage. I mean, we've had some power outages in the area, but yeah, nothing significant. Okay, looks like we have some more data to look at potentially on the Hurricane Hunter plane. Let me check. Yeah, flight level winds on this pass. Look to be in like the low 150s. No drop zones available for this mission. This storm or this plane is also about to go through the eye wall as well. We're about to get, oh, come on. There we go. And then estimated surface winds, though, from our SFMR is about 134 knots. So we're not completely through the eye wall yet on this data, and we still have the whole other side. So we're gonna have to wait for the next update to get the complete data set, but still looks kind of similar. Let me come over here to bring up the hurricane recon data. Not that one, this one. And then we'll click on this to see what it says. Peak wind speed 136 knots, flight level. That's 2,000 meters above the surface. That's not surface winds. No surface pressure extrapolation. So we don't have that data. 10 minutes until the latest Hurricane Center update. So probably be the final fly-throughs of the storm before we get our update. So this will really get a good understanding of what that update is going to look like. But it does seem like on this pass, the winds are still pretty strong on the eastern eye wall. The last Hurricane Hunter plane that went through didn't have that strong of winds on the eastern eye wall, so probably flew through a little bit of a weaker portion. Yeah, we gotta wait for the latest update to come through, and then yeah, we got this plane here about to go through the center as well. So a lot of data is about to stream in here. We just got a little taste, a little nibble of the data. You're giving up on this hurricane? Hurricane's giving you too much anxiety. Hey, take a break for a little bit, you know? Find yourself some sort of little mental reset and, you know, no need to hyper focus on it. You know what I'm saying? It's not close to land yet. You know, take a little break. I understand it. It can get overwhelming. Sound is very low. You should probably turn up your volume. Oh, I will definitely be live in the AM. Yes, we will be live at landfall. But at this pace, the landfall live stream might be more in the afternoon. That's honestly what I'm most interested to find out is, do they push back the time for landfall on this next update as well? That'll be an interesting thing. When do I predict landfall? At least 3 to 4 hours past what this says. So I would say probably more like let's see. We were saying 7, so like 11 to 2 p.m. Advisory 26A just came in. Forecast advisory. Max sustained winds of 150 knots. Estimated central pressure. No, that can't be right. That's from earlier. Oh, there it is. Okay. So here's the latest. Actually, let me pull this up big screen. We just got a new update from the National Hurricane Center. Has just come in. Why isn't this coming up? Oh, there we go. So as of 8 p.m., our minimum pressure is 909 millibars. Interestingly enough, though, they are keeping the max sustained winds at 175 miles per hour. That is surprising. But the pressure is definitely rising. They're saying it's moving northwest at 2 miles per hour. It is basically just standing still. And that, folks, is the latest. Very slow moving storm still. Let's see, public advisory. Let's see what they say here. Discussion and outlook. At 8 p.m., the eye of the Hurricane Melissa was located near the latitude 16.6 north, longitude 78.6 west. Melissa is moving slowly toward the northwest near 2 miles per hour. Slow turn towards the north is expected tonight, followed by a turn towards the northeast at a slightly faster forward speed on Tuesday. Northeastward motion with faster forward speed is expected on Wednesday and Thursday, and the forecast track the core of Melissa is expected to move near over Jamaica by early Tuesday. They're still saying early Tuesday, even after this little lag behind. We'll see if that actually ends up happening. Max sustained winds are near 175 miles per hour with higher gusts. Melissa is a Category 5 hurricane on the Safari-Simpson hurricane wind scale, with some fluctuations in intensity are likely before Melissa makes landfall on Jamaica. However, Melissa is expected to reach Jamaica and southeastern Cuba as an extremely powerful major hurricane and will still be at hurricane strength when it moves across the southeastern Bahamas. Key messages: winds. Tropical storm force conditions are occurring in Jamaica, and catastrophic life-threatening hurricane force wind conditions are expected to begin late tonight and continue into Tuesday. With the eye wall, total structural failure is likely, especially in higher elevation areas where wind speeds atop and on the windward sides of the hills and mountains could be up to 30% stronger. So again, higher elevation could see stronger winds. So keep that in mind if you live higher up. Let's see here. Rainfall. Melissa is expected to bring 15 to 30 inches to portions of Jamaica, with some areas of 40 inches possible. Catastrophic flooding and numerous landslides are likely. For eastern Cuba, we'll stick to mainly Jamaica here since we don't have any Cubans watching. Storm surge. A life-threatening storm surge is likely along the south coast of Jamaica late tonight, and on Tuesday, peak storm surge heights could reach 9 to 13 feet. So no change there either. So no big changes, other than the pressure is getting higher. I thank you, Mr. Machine, for the $120 or 129 pesos. Greetings from Acapulco, Mexico. Do you remember Otis? I was a survivor. Yes, were you there for the live stream when we were there? Is that where you found us, I guess? Was we were live out for that area? Is this the same power as high end? No. High end had max sustained winds of 200 miles per hour, and wind gusts are probably up into 140 miles per hour. Thank you, Amber, for the $10. Thank you so much. Looks like it's shifting east. Yeah, let's look at the see if we have that lower pressure coming in on where's that new pressure? Now we'll be able to see it better with this since it's already done a pass. Yeah, it just did a pass there, so let's come back over to here. And then we'll go over to this. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Kind of looks like it went further to the south. I'm starting to wonder if there is like a weird like overlay problem with the data on Radar Omega. But yeah, I mean, it looks like our first measurement of the eye was somewhere here, and then our next one, our smallest wind barb, is like here. So more like southwest. But they might have missed the eye, so that might not be completely accurate. They don't always hit the center of the eye. You want to check back in with our river. Want to keep a close eye on this dang thing. Okay, that is definitely moving faster. Huh. A little bit concerning. It's a wobble. Oh yeah, it's definitely a wobble for sure. That's what we've been saying here as well. But we have a new placement on where our center of the storm is. And they are still saying it's going to make the average area of landfall is going to be near Black River. The river is noticeably faster than literally the last time we looked at it, I feel like. When is high tide? I'm not sure. No chance, no shot that the outer bands hit Florida. No. You guys might get like some rip tides out of this, and that's about it. What's occurring? Our storm is basically stationary. They're saying it's moving northwest at 2 miles per hour. The pressure has risen to 909 millibars, but they have decided to keep the strength of the storm at 175 miles per hour. Yes, and Melissa is drunk. According to the locals, Melissa has been drinking too many Red Stripes. We are monitoring this river because it's been raining a lot recently. In Maypen and the surrounding areas, we have a thunderstorm complex moving into the area. And we've been noticing as that's been happening, our river speed is getting a little bit faster. Black River low tide is at 7:43 a.m. and high tide is at 5:58. Is that tonight or is that tomorrow? The pressure going up means that the storm is weakened a little bit, but 909 millibars is still freakishly low for context. That's tomorrow, Tuesday. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. It should be done with landfall by then, actually. It might be exiting out of Jamaica during high tide. It sounds like it might hit Jamaica during low tide. Yeah, they're saying landfall is going to happen just before 1 p.m. on our latest forecast count, our forecast average track. 1 p.m. it'll be here. So I think they have pushed it back a little bit. Looks like maybe 11 to 12 a.m. 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. landfall. Maybe like 10 a.m. That's a new information. The stalling has pushed back our landfalling time. I think I might actually get some sleep tonight. Wake up at like 6, go live at like 6:30. I'll probably have a hat on though, because I'll probably just wake up and then go live immediately after eating. What happens to the sea life during a hurricane? Not a whole lot. That whole joke about, fish storms, like the fish population getting affected by hurricanes, it's not really true. Unless like the fish are like near the coast, but typically they move away from the coast when the hurricane comes. It's not correcting the path. They corrected the path in accordance to the center, but the old position of the hurricane was like back over here earlier. So it's definitely moved to the west southwest over the past couple of hours, and it's just kind of stalled out now. And according to the hurricane hunters, it is slightly moving to the north and west right now at 2 miles per hour, which is honestly, you could make an argument is slower than a sloth or a slug. It's very slow. Melissa is actually a takes its time a cane. It is not in a hurry. It is surely not. It's a very patient hurricane. To only add more fuel to the conspiracy theorists in the country, who cares? Let them be crazy. The problem is, I think, is that people give them way too much attention. And when somebody believes that crap, there's nothing you can say to them to change their mind. Let them be crazy. Just ignore it. That's what I do. $8 p.m. advisory is out. Yeah, we just went over it. You can go back in the live stream a little bit if you want. You know, honestly, I'd be totally fine if Melissa just sat here forever and then just died. To be honest. I don't think anybody in Jamaica is wanting Melissa to start going anytime soon. Wait for 11 to, yeah, we'll be live until the 11 p.m. update. What's the updated stats? Yeah, we can go over that again. Go over that one more time. The upgraded stats is that Hurricane Melissa is moving northwest at 2 miles per hour, 909 millibars, so still a very low pressure in our storm, and max sustained winds of still 175 miles per hour. But that might be giving Melissa a little bit more credit than she deserves right now. But you know, it's in the over the ocean accuracy, you know, isn't 100% needed, but you know, it's somewhere in between 165 miles per hour and 175. So it's still definitely a strong category 5. I promise you, near the surface, if you were to get hit by 165 mile per hour winds or 175 mile per hour winds, you wouldn't be able to you would not be able to tell the difference. All right, let me see if I can get this dang radar crap to work. Really want to see what the latest radar information is out here. Yeah, it says the server is temporarily unable to service your request due to too many requests. Please try again later. Yeah, too many people are trying to access the radar website. We still don't have any radar data. What is the strongest winds I have experienced? Probably that microburst that happened at my house where I got like 90 to 100 mile per hour winds. It's funny because it was a special weather statement storm, and I was, you know, watching it come in, and I remember looking at the rain and being like, that's coming in pretty quick, but I wasn't expecting anything because it wasn't even severe warned. And yeah, you know, freaking 5 minutes later, all heck broke loose for about a minute. And I thought I was hit by a tornado, but it turned out to be a microburst. It knocked down like tons of trees. I think it'll be a category 4 by landfall. Depends. It depends. If we get an eye wall replacement cycle right before landfall, yes, I do think that that's still in the possibilities. I don't think we're in the realm of being like it's definitely going to be a category 5 hurricane at landfall. But again, really not much difference between a strong category 4 and a low end category 5. It's nearly impossible to tell the difference between the impacts. Still going to be catastrophic. There was a tornado in Alabama specifically. Yeah, I saw that. That one looked pretty big. Hoping everybody that was in that area made it through all right. You went through 135 mile per hour winds in Laura? Wow. I need to refill my water. Let me do that really quick. It'll only take me like 30 seconds or so. I had no water left. I'm out of agua. I am back. I have returned to the screen that I stare at for hours a day. It is weird looking at a hurricane like this and just, you know, it is so hard to perceptualize, you know, what exactly is going on underneath this thing. Like the human mind, unless it's gone through something similar before, just does not have the ability to even understand the chaos that is happening underneath this hurricane right now. Kind of scary to think about. Do I live cover most hurricanes? I partial to certain areas due to language barriers. Like for Mexico, we rarely ever go live for Mexico unless it's like something super unique. We go live for Puerto Rico. I'll go live for like the Lesser Antilles as well, and the Greater Antilles, the Antille Islands, Jamaica. Love Jamaica, so I always go live for Jamaica. That's about it. You know, I go live for Canada too, for hurricanes in Canada. But I leave the tornadoes for another guy that's up there, instant weather. And that's it. You know, Japan, China, Manila, Philippines, they really don't have too much of a English speaking population. So we never go live over there. I think I would consider going live for Australia. Maybe. But yeah, I mean, if I don't speak their native language, I don't go live for them because I'm just not going to be much help. Let me see if Tornado Pagey is back live. They are not back live yet, but man, their streams are doing really good. So glad to see. Dude, they're almost at 30,000 subscribers. Nice. Their last stream had 180,000 views, and they were only live for an hour and 48 minutes. My goodness. Congrats. Finally getting the attention they deserve. They chase literally everything. Oh, that's fine, Jason. That is totally fine. Thank you for keeping me up. I do appreciate that. You were here in Fort Pierce, Florida, and the weather is getting crazy. Probably just some thunderstorms. Hang in there. You'll be all right. I promise. We appreciate you, Eyeball Freiberger. No problem. I appreciate you guys. I definitely do. Trusting me today with your coverage. You guys, you know, allow me to do this and not be homeless. So it's a unique opportunity that I am very grateful for. Front coming down from Florida causing storms. Yeah. We can come up there really quick and look at the MRMS radar. Yeah. Storms over there near Port St. Lucie, Cape Coral as well. Getting a little active over there. Thank you, Adam, John, Max Factor, Edward, Christy, Luke, and New for subscribing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Expand the satellite? Sure. We'll look at the trough. Oh yeah, there it is. That is this right here is the Hurricane Melissa slingshot we've been waiting for. You can actually see it extends down kind of like this, as far as I can tell. Maybe not that far to the south, but it definitely digs down to at least here. And you can actually see those upper level winds really pulling on the outer wind field here, or the upper level winds are streaming out the clouds away from Hurricane Melissa. And those are those upper level winds that are supposed to pull Melissa to the north. So it is interacting with the trough a little bit. An infant can outrun this storm. Heck yeah, man. And thank you, Steve-O, for the $1. Thank you. Feel bad for the people in Jamaica. Yeah, me too. I just wish there was something I could do, man. And just like swoop in there like a superhero and just fly everybody to safety, you know? It just feels so, you know, it's just like this. I think every time I think about it, I just get this sense of helplessness. Like all I can do is just kind of watch. I can't really do much other than what I'm doing now to help. But even then, I don't feel like it's enough. I mean, I can tell you what the hurricane's doing all day, every day, but I sure did, Anna. How the oyster fragments get into your throat? Somebody shucked them wrong. And so there was a bunch of shell fragments on the lower part of the shell. When I tried to suck it out of the shell, those, like, you know, I inhaled to do that. And when I inhaled, the oyster fragments went into my mouth and into my air passageway into my throat. And so it was like little glass shards all into the back of my throat. I'm still dealing with it. I still have phlegm, and every now and then I'll get a random cough, and it's been almost 2 weeks. I had a pretty bad infection from it as well. It took a while to heal. That's why I haven't been streaming those tornadoes. I would typically do that, but I've just been saving my voice. It's been more of like a, you know, put my energy, you know, where I know I'm going to save the most lives type deal. Like those tornadoes, you know, might cause a little bit of damage, but they're actually a pretty low likelihood of causing loss of life. This is like, you know, almost a 100% chance of just a unfortunately very devastating event. So I decided to save it for the hurricane because of my throat issues. Yeah, here on this camera, you can definitely still tell that our river is definitely still looking a little bit faster paced. It's still not at that point though where I'm like, oh my gosh, here we go. We're not quite there yet. I'm not seeing any debris, but the flow over the past 4 hours has definitely been increasing on the river. That's a 100%. We know that for sure. This is over here in Maypen, where we're monitoring for some heavier rainfall as well, and it's definitely falling out here as these storms enter into the Maypen and Spanish Town, Kingston area. Trachea sore, yeah, still a little bit sore. I thank you, Anna and Tasha, for subscribing. Jamaica tornado reports, no idea. I haven't seen anything, but I also don't have a source to rely on for that. If there is one on the government website has just been so hard to get to actually work because everybody in the world is trying to access it. So, yeah. I still can't even look at the radar because it says too many requests. Honestly, at this point, if you're looking at the radar, please stop. Leave it to people that are broadcasting to the actual people there. You know, if you're like a hobbyist, I would just stop. Watch someone stream that has, you know, the radar on there. There's a lot of people that rely on that radar, and the website being down is not helpful to anybody. Normally I wouldn't care, but I mean, obviously it's becoming a problem. We haven't been able to look at radar for at least an hour or two now. All right, let's go check back in on our airplane data, see if we have anything new to deconstruct on our storm here. And Tropical Tidbits is now down. Hold on. Nope, I refreshed it and it's working. All right. Oh, wow. Jeez. Okay. So the data wasn't in by the time we got distracted by the update, but it was in for the National Hurricane Center. So yeah, this is why they kept it at 175 knots. We have the SFMR and the flight level winds on the latest pass on the eastern side still are very elevated. I mean, that's around 160 knots there. So that's probably why they kept the intensity at 175 miles per hour. The other plane, though, didn't get the same thing. And that just goes to show how different it can be depending on where you are in that eye wall. You can get a plane pass through the weak parts of the eye wall the entire time it's out there. And, you know, you never really get a good understanding of what's going on. And look at this. This plane got 912. And this plane got 910. Both hit different portions of that eye. So that just goes to show sometimes the inconsistency of even the real-time data can be just based on where the drop zones drop. And thank you, Darcel Gray, for the $5. Thank you so much. And the sticker. Cute little, I think it is a dog sticker. Thank you. By the way, it's a Category 5 hurricane. Yes, we are aware. Would I like to fly into I would fly into a hurricane, maybe. I would have to be like medicated on something, though. I don't think I could do it sober. Don't think so. I'd just be too scared, man. I'd be way too scared, in all honesty. Same with like space. It's more of like a thing like I would love to do that, but like actually doing it, I don't think I could. Like, it'd be super cool to be in a spaceship, but it would also be super cool not to be a scaredy cat. And those two things don't mix. Those purples are wild. Yeah, they really are. There's still a lot, like in the plane data shows the same thing. The right side of our hurricane is way healthier than the left side of our hurricane. You can see these purples are really wrapping around on the right side. That's where these planes just flew through and showed our strongest winds in the hurricane, and our weaker winds are now on the western side. Got a little northerly jog, finally. Yeah, there is a little northerly jog there. I'm not sure if it's enough to be like sound the alarms that you know, we've got an official northern track coming in, but there was a little northerly jog. You can kind of notice it on satellite, and they did say that the storm is moving to the northwest on the latest Hurricane Hunter plane update. Good evening. I thank you, Nicholas, Andy, and Big Block for subscribing. Thank you. Wind gust of 241 miles per hour is measured by a dropson on this pass, or is that in the past? We saw that in the past. That was actually above sea level though, so that wasn't near the surface. I'm the first channel to mention the northern jog. I shouldn't be. I mean, it's literally on the National Hurricane website. Moving northwest at 2 miles per hour. So I doubt that's the case. Oh, wow. We apparently have one more fatality reported now in Jamaica. Location not reported. So, but this person is very reliable on reporting that kind of data. And we have at least, unfortunately, one child missing. Not sure what country that is in, though. It doesn't mention. Causes have been 3 landslide related, 2 cutting trees in preparation. That was the 2/3 of the deaths in Jamaica. One was electrocution indirect, one was flood related, and one was wind related. Bad. The word is out. Yeah, it's out. You can definitely tell on the loop that it's moving a little bit to the north. So slow though. Still a very slow moving hurricane. Yeah, I'm wondering if Bryce is going to go back live tonight or not. He might just try to wait until the landfall. There's also a chance that the clouds might be a little bit too high right now for Starlink. I'm wondering if he still has service out there, because when he was live streaming earlier, there was some decent winds in it. Your grandma can walk faster. Yup. When is landfall? It's been updated, I think, to more like, in between like 9 and 12 p.m. or 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. I would say somewhere within that time frame. So pushed back a little bit later, in my opinion. Oh, wow. You were hit by that tornado. Wow. Well, thank you, Brayden. I appreciate that. No problem. Man, does that river... I don't know if I'm just imagining this, but I feel like the river is even faster than the last time we looked at it. Will it recycle and gain strength before it makes landfall? It depends on when that recycle happens. Given that we are still holding 175 wind intensity, I don't think that recycle, like we were theorizing that it might be trying to start to happen, but it doesn't seem like it's happened yet. Yeah, still no debris. Yeah, if we start seeing larger pieces of debris, that means, oh wait, large piece of debris? Or is it a shadow? What was that? Let me go back in time and make it bigger. Hold on. What was that? It was like right near the bank. Hold on. Let me go back. Can't believe we were literally just talking about that. Yeah, right there. I can't tell if that's a shadow or actually a piece of debris. I think it's a tree limb. But it comes right when the car comes, so is that like a shadow thing? It seems like there's a little stream behind it when it goes under the shadow, and it reflects light. I think that's a tree limb. That's the first piece of debris we've seen. That can be an indication that the flood might be a little bit worse upstream. I think that's a tree limb. Very interesting. That's not a good sign. We were literally talking about debris, and then a debris showed up. So maybe we should stop talking about it. Actually, let's watch this for a little bit longer. I'm gonna stay on here, this camera, to see if we see any more debris. And if we don't see any like immediately after that, then we'll go back to the other cam, or we'll go back to the multicam. But we need to monitor this for a second, because again, this is gonna be the warning. This is basically the warning area for Spanish Town. If we start seeing a bunch of debris start to flow down here and the river really starts to rise quickly, then we need to start blaring the alert and really starting to warn Spanish Town, because this river specifically enters into the eastern portion of Spanish Town. There's a lot of people that live downstream from Flatbridge. Buckeye, you're right. That's why I said it could be an indication. One piece of debris doesn't really concern me too much, but if we start to see more than just one piece, then that's going to raise the alert level at quite a little bit more, for sure. What happens typically is you'll start to see a couple pieces of larger debris show up, and then you really start to see the river rise. Yeah, Garrett, it has to be coincidence. The only other logical explanation for me saying tree debris and then it shows up would be that I'm God, and I don't think that's the reason. So it's just a coincidence. A crazy coincidence that happens way too many times on this channel. But you're live long enough, they add up. The hurricane is a category 4 R5. Evan Almighty. That movie was crazy. I love that movie. A lot of growth in the top of the water. Well, the top of the water is definitely moving faster, for sure. And we just saw our first little piece of debris. Now, was that just, some wind knocked a tree limb, or is that an indication that the water is flooding a lot more closer to the top of the mountain and is actually starting to empty into this area? It seems to be only one piece of debris, but we're just sitting here to watch just to make sure we're not about to see a lot more. To be fair, that thunderstorm is in the area, and it's probably dumping a crap ton of rain on the mountains right now. So you could definitely make the argument that a burst of wind knocked a tree limb into the river, and then we just saw it. The water isn't higher. Okay, thanks for letting us know. If we can go back in time and see if we notice any differences. We have to start off when it's dark, though, I believe. Yeah, it's definitely about the same height. Maybe a little bit higher. But I can't tell if it's a little bit higher or the shadows just changed. Kind of looks a little bit higher. That could also be that shadow retreating there. I don't know. Can't say for certain. It's definitely faster. So maybe it's a little bit higher. Yeah, this is the first place, though, that we could see very significant impacts before landfall. Right here, we could see an absolute catastrophe take place. So that's why this camera is super important to monitor. Because the quicker we can get that word out to Spanish Town, the better. You know what I'm saying? They need as much time. They're not going to have a lot. I mean, we're only going to give them like maybe a 10 to 20 minute extra warning if we catch it in time. You can tell it's higher if you look at this middle portion of the bridge. It definitely seems a tad higher. Thank you for the time. Yeah, no problem. Thank you guys for like continuing to watch me. That's like trusting me with your weather coverage. I am honored. Yeah, technically the shadow would change. It's actually a good point to bring up. If the water is higher, that means there is less space in between the light and the top surface of the water, meaning the reflection angle would be a little bit different, changing the angle of the shadow. So maybe the shadow changing, because it's not like the sun's up. The shadow shouldn't change. It would only change if the water height changed. Big brain. That was a big brain. That was an Evan big brain moment there. Only happens once every now and then. Thank you, Christina. I appreciate that. The good news is after that piece of debris came through, we haven't seen any more. We'll watch it for a little bit longer and then we'll go back to the multi-camera. But I mean, there's not really much happening on the other cameras. This is kind of the most interesting thing, at least in my mind. Can I say hi, Ava? Hi, Ava. Conditions still look quite calm. Yeah, they are. But I mean, we're definitely getting more rain, which means that the flood threat is definitely going up. And we got quite a few thunderstorms off of the coast. We'll come over to here. You see, we got more thunderstorms popping up on the right side quadrant as well. And those are about to come into Jamaica. I wish we had radar. Let me check one more time for the radar. We got to keep checking, because eventually people are going to give up. Oh, hey, finally. Oh yeah, reds. We are starting to see those thunderstorms move in here. Even stronger rain probably about to make it onto shore. Our radar, the center of our radar, I know you guys can't see Jamaica, which is a big flaw of this website. But we know that the center of the radar, which is right here, is located in Kingston. And so we do have heavier rain coming again into this area. Man, flooding is about to become a major issue. Just no doubt about it. And there's those thunderstorms off of the shore as well that we were seeing pop up on satellite, the red there as well. How is our eye looking? Yeah, still no eye wall replacement cycle. It is still very healthy looking. Wow. Thank you, Kyle Harrelson, for being a member for 6 months. Thank you. Lay another map over it. I do have a map. Let me see if I can get this right. So Kingston would be like about here. Oh. It'd be kind of like this, but maybe a little bit smaller. It's pretty close to it because the mountains that are blocking the radar would be on the eastern side of Jamaica. That's about as close as we can get. Let's remove this. Oh, close. A little bit smaller. Out like that, probably. Maybe just a tad bigger. Yeah, so those heavy rain showers are going to be moving in like right now. So winds are probably going to increase a little bit and the flood threat as well. It'll only get worse. Eye wall is projected to hit probably sometime between like 9 and 12 p.m. 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. No, it's moving northwest now, according to the hurricane hunters who are like actually in the storm. Radar from that distance can be deceiving given the fact that you're not looking at the surface of the storm. You're looking from that far away, you're looking like in the mid levels. I thank you, Jarny, ECU, and SGT for subscribing. Thank you so much. Come back over here for a second. And I do want to see what our hurricane hunter planes are up to. And they're currently traveling away from our hurricane. They have both made the initial turn though. So we're about to get another turn back into the storm. So potentially 30 minutes until our next update. Yeah, keep your eyes on that flat bridge camera. I got a feeling, just given the speed of the flow of the water. Gosh, I feel like it just increased again. That seems faster again. I might be going crazy. Like not like significantly faster, but like a little bit faster. It's not higher yet. I think it is. We have determined that it is a little bit higher. Just not significantly higher. One of the ways to monitor that is the shadow we have figured out using our brains. Yeah, the rain is about to, a big surge of rain is about to come into Kingston right now. And that's going to last for a while. And again, you know, the flood threat is only going to get worse. That rain is only going to intensify as it hits the mountainous regions. It's just not looking good. River's already trying to become a little bit faster as well. A little bit higher. Might not be long before we start to see this river try to approach the top of this bridge. Thank you, Anna. I appreciate that. Yeah, the wind in the mountains could potentially be 30 miles per hour higher, or 30% higher than the surface. All right, let me refresh these cams, and that Kingston Harbor camera is also starting to shake a little bit more up there. Refresh these cams and see what the conditions are looking like now that we have some thunderstorms starting to move in. And that camera's shaking a little bit there too. Yeah, Everything is still appearing manageable for most folks, even in Maypen. Halfway tree still looking manageable. Still seeing power on for a lot of folks too. We're still seeing a lot of lights. So no significant power outages yet in the Kingston Maypen or even in the Little London Westmoreland. Which, by the way, which camera is that? Yeah, it's this one. This one is going to be the closest to where our hurricane is going to make direct landfall. So winds will get pretty nasty over here as Hurricane Melissa gets closer and closer to land. Question is, will the camera survive as the hurricane makes a close approach? And thank you, Taylor, Arlene, Beverly, and Roxanne for subscribing. Thank you so much. And hey, Vexel, thank you for the $3.50. Storm looks so crazy on radar. It really does. It looks crazy basically anywhere that you look at it. Any way that you look at it. Once it hits, electric will be out in no time. Yeah, absolutely. I am curious. Let me go. Do we have this camera up? No. Let me turn on the audio. I think these guys have been driving around telling people stuff. No. Okay. Countdown to 100K subs, guys. I don't think we're hitting that today. It'd be pretty cool if we did, but I don't think we are. And yeah. Let me check to see if Pagey Tornado scheduled a live stream. Still not yet. They said they might go live tonight. And the stream feels so different when the music cuts off. Thank you, Armadillo, Andrea, Morton, and Russ for subscribing. Thank you. Is this Jamaica's hurricane season? Actually, typically Jamaica, if they do see a hurricane, it's usually late or earlier in this season. This is a little late for a Jamaica landfall. I mean, we're almost in. The crazy thing is that we're at the end of October, almost in November. And this is the first Caribbean hurricane of the year. Not only that, it's a category 5 and a very strong one. You know, you could make an argument for another hurricane down here if you get just the right conditions. Like, not obviously in this exact spot, but I mean, the water temperatures out here are pretty warm still. Man, there's a lot of rain falling right now on this river. You can see that the river has become looks a little bit more hazy, and I think that's because there's so many raindrops hitting it now. Yeah, water's definitely going up. We've already determined that. You see, this is where it was before. This is where it is now, just a tad bit higher. And the rain's only increasing, so it is not looking good. Stalled for 3 hours now? Yes. You live close, and yes, it's raining. Yeah, and the rain is this the hardest rain you've seen all day, DJ? Because according to radar, it seems like at least in some spots near Kingston and Flatbridge, and also Maypen, that this could be the strongest rainfall we've seen yet. Oh, 5 minutes ago. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, 3 deaths in Jamaica. According to Weather Fatalities, which is a pretty dang credible source when it comes to that kind of information, they're saying that there has been a total of 8 deaths related to Hurricane Melissa. From what 2 of them were indirect deaths. From like preparation for Hurricane Melissa. So like you can tie that to Hurricane Melissa, because if they didn't have to prepare, those people would have never died. So it's technically still related. In Jamaica, yeah. There's also a report of a missing child as well. $341 miles per hour. Yeah, that's not. That would be, golly, if we ever got a hurricane with 341 miles per hour winds, you could definitely say that it's a category 6. But that's theoretically impossible. At least with how our atmosphere is today. Give it like maybe 50 years, and if we haven't curbed our emissions, maybe you can make that argument that could be possible, but not currently, thankfully. But still, 200 miles per hour wind gust is still a lot. Yeah, 8 deaths. Not all in Jamaica though. It's 4 from Haiti, 3 from Jamaica, and then one in the Dominican Republic. That camera will be back. Okay, just making sure all of our cameras are current. There we go. Man, oh man, what's our planes doing? Let's go check in on our planes. Are they making the turn back into the storm yet? Yeah, we're seeing downpours pretty much on every camera right now. And look at the camera on the top left. Shaking quite a bit. That's in Kingston Harbor. Yeah, one plane is turned towards the storm. Both planes are now turned back towards the storm. So we're about to get some new data probably within the next 10 to 20 minutes. Is Melissa still weakening, or is it getting its act back together? The eye, I will say, looks a little bit more symmetrical on satellite, and we still have a lot of pinks wrapping around our storm here. So could make the argument that it's maintaining strength, or maybe even strengthening a little bit. All flights canceled out of Jamaica. Yeah, here's the eye of our hurricane on the bottom left. See, it's still very healthy and circular right now. It was a little bit oblong earlier. I will say it has moistened up a little bit. Not as big of an area of extreme dryness, which is probably in relation to the pressure rising a little bit in our storm, which means it did weaken theoretically a little bit. But I mean, still 909 millibars is still a lot, and are still very low, and the winds are still hanging around 175 miles per hour. Yeah, 241 mile per hour winds was above sea level, so it wasn't at the surface. Parts of the Kingston Harbor wall is being breached by high waves. See if I can confirm that. Yeah, I see nothing, at least on Twitter, about that. That would have been reported if it was legitimate. Probably some waves are making it over the wall, but what we're really concerned about is the ocean itself without waves making it over that. High winds in Kingston confirmed. Yeah, a lot of the Kingston camera that we have in Kingston Harbor is right here, and it's been shaking quite a bit recently as these thunderstorms move through. You can also see that tree on the left side is also shaking a bit too. You have the best coverage in the country. I appreciate that. Thank you. We're trying our best. You like how I read comments? Thanks. I appreciate that. You know, half of it is weather coverage, half of it is just chatting. I love answering your guys' questions. I love seeing y'all's opinions. I love every now and then that you guys will make me question my sanity completely. Here's a big view of our hurricane right now. Let's remove this. Place that in the right spot if we can. Still an absolutely terrifying look to it. You see those thunderstorms are really erupting on this portion of our storm right now, and that is going to bring a lot more heavy rain into the area. So we just had a pretty decent wave of heavy rain move into the Spanish Town and Kingston Harbor area, the Kingston area, and then we're going to have even more rounds of that after that. And that's just going to continue round after round as long as Hurricane Melissa is in the area. We're not going to see that release until Hurricane Melissa gets like up here. Sorry, that's not right. That was too big of a circle, like up here. It's not really going south. This is kind of a weird way to look at it. 3D can get a little bit messed up. You see the latest satellite imagery is still pretty much stationary. You can tell we've been sitting around 4 or 3 pixels above this 5 for a good hour now. Has Melissa turned yet? Nope. It's just kind of right now. It's just kind of sitting there. She's been turned. She is turned. Can I get an update on the path of hurricane, please? Yeah, so update on Melissa's path is we're talking more of a western impact, but it's been the average of the path has been near Montego Bay for a while now. Like just south of Montego Bay near White House, Jamaica. Let me move this down here just a little bit and we'll just to that. Well, yeah, unfortunately with the 3D view, if I move it down too far, it makes the eye look like it's south of there, which it's not. To look at it directly. I could zoom out a tad. There we go. And thank you, Justin and Scott, for subscribing. Thank you. Welcome. Why do you think she's sitting there? Just too many. Too many dolphins. I'm just kidding. There is just not a whole lot of a steering current around our storm. Our high pressure system that's up to the north and west has died. And our low pressure system that's going to bring this up to the north is interacting with the storm just very slightly at this point. But over the next hour or so, we should see that northern turn commence. Nearing perfect symmetry? Yeah. I mean, that eye is freaking circular. That is a circle. Very impressive. Yeah, I mean, that's basically a circle again. So, very symmetrical eye wall right now. It looks incredible. Yeah, it is almost unbelievable just how strong this storm is and has remained for the past pretty much half a day here. I mean, since we woke up, this storm, just hit category 5 and it's been a category 5 all day. We'll go check in on our river cam here. What is the water temperature out there right now? It's around 88 degrees, which is plenty to sustain hurricane activity. It is well above normal. Some of the hottest waters in the tropical Atlantic is right around this hurricane right now, which is why it's been able to get to such an insane degree of intensity. Again, it's hard to stress how rare it is to see a hurricane get down into the 90s in the millibars, or winds to get up to 175 miles per hour. You just do not see that often at all. You could make an argument that this used to be a once in a decade storm. Is it rare for it to be at a Cat 5 all day? Not particularly, especially when you get to a hurricane of this strength. I wouldn't say it's normal. Sometimes you can see it briefly hit Cat 5 and go back down and have an eye wall replacement cycle. But it's in a pretty low shear environment. You can tell that by just how circular our storm has stayed throughout the entirety of the day. Current updates from the National Hurricane are still calling for 9 to 13 feet of storm surge. What is it like now? It feels like once every 5 years. Heck, I mean, the last time we saw a hurricane at that strength was literally last year. So it's basically once a year type event now. Category 5s used to be rare. Category 5s used to be at this strength, used to be very rare. But they are not that rare anymore. Millibars is, you can think of it kind of like a vacuum. It's basically lack of air molecules. So the lower the air, the lower the millibar is, the less amount of molecules you have in square mile of a storm. And so, yeah, you know, less molecules means more of a vacuum, which means stronger suction, which means stronger hurricane, which means more disturbed oceans, which means more or higher waves and higher storm surge. You can think of it like a big old suction cup that spins. Hey, Livy. Yeah, this is our third Category 5 this year, which is rare. Typically, in your typical hurricane season, the Hurricane Center will call for 3 major hurricanes. And, you know, every now and then one of those will get to a Category 5. But this year, almost every major hurricane we have had has reached Category 5 status. That's rare. That's a sign of like, oh, something's broken. Here in Fort Myers, we got 15 feet of storm surge. Yeah, we were live for that. We were watching that storm surge go into Sanibel Island. We were terrified. It is almost burrito time. Or at this point, honestly, it might just be a burrito salad. I don't know if I'm gonna actually eat the soggy tortilla. Although I might be able to like put it in the microwave and then throw it. Where is that Maypen? It looks like some decent winds are in Maypen. Yeah, look at the road. The wind's crossing the road there. Decent little winds in Maypen from those thunderstorm activity. This is in Maypen. Looks like Hurricane Hugo topped out at 160 miles per hour, as far as I can tell by research. So it's definitely stronger than Hurricane Hugo. If you're talking about the one from September '89. Oh, wow. Yeah, we're definitely getting some decent wind gusts. You can see them every now and then in the distance. You see it moving across the road. That's not weak wind. Probably like close to like 40 to 60 miles per hour, somewhere in that range. Power may go out too. Yeah, it is possible. Might start losing cams shortly, because those winds are definitely increasing, especially in Maypen. Let's check some of these other cameras. Not that one. This is in Crossroads, Kingston. Camera is shaking quite a bit here. Yeah, it seems like that thunderstorm activity is increasing the winds across the board here. Kingston. Flatbridge, though, is still pretty calm, but this is more inland. Check out Westmoreland, which again is going to be our camera that is probably going to see the most insane winds out of our storm, at least from these cameras, as Westmoreland is going to be on the west side of the eye wall, and it's going to be very close to it at one point. This camera survives until tomorrow morning. This one will be showing something quite crazy. You double check on Tornado Pagey. Yeah, they're still not back live yet. You're happy to see people off the streets? Yeah. Yeah, they know what's coming. I mean, like, you know, that just goes to show, like, you know, they weren't just out there because they were, you know, oblivious. Like, they're paying attention. I mean, you've seen multiple people from Jamaica in our chat. Like, they're paying attention. They're I saw some comments online like, why are people still out in the streets? Do they not know what's about to come? It's just like, no, I mean, it's not there yet. And you think people are going to shelter into place like, you know, days before the storm? And thank you, Crazy Anthony, Cindy, and Marianne for subscribing. Thank you. Will the hurricane move slow like this over land? A little bit. It'll be moving a little bit faster, for sure. I mean, all day, pretty much, the hurricane has been kind of in the same spot or pretty close to here. It's moved a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it will be moving faster, but yeah, look at this near where Maypen is. It's like near Old Harbor. See these thunderstorms really blossoming out over here. Really worried about that river, man. So far, it's hanging in there. But again, the river, I'm gonna be honest, is looking like it's going faster than even before now. It's just steadily increasing its pace. Yeah, but that's their channel name, Jim. It's Bryce, technically. You're right. Also, you can see like more of the river is moving. The right side of the river has been pretty stagnant, but you can tell that movement is moving more towards the center of the river than it was before. I'll show you what I mean if I can find another instance of a close-up shot there. Yeah, you can see here, like an hour or two ago, it was like a little bit further closer to the bank, and now that is spreading more to the center of the river as well. So our flow is increasing for sure, our flow rate. Evan, that cam from Maypen is getting crazy wind. Yeah, I heard. But that wind, I'm not really too concerned about. I'm more worried about... oh, yeah, they are getting some pretty big winds here. Make sure we're current. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say they're crazy wind, but we're definitely getting some higher winds now for sure out here. And there's a person jogging. All right. But yeah, you know, these aren't going to like cause major damage out here. People will survive these winds. I'm more worried about that river. That is my number one concern right now until the eye wall gets closer to land and we start seeing those hurricane force winds show up. Thank you, Justin, for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you so much. Oh, you can hear the wind on it. Oh. We'll go check out that. It's cam 3. I don't hear anything. Is there another halfway tree cam that we should be looking at? Yeah, there's 2 of them. Oh, yeah. Okay, we'll use this one. This one has sound on it. We'll replace this. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I appreciate that. Thank you, Danielle. Doing a great job keeping it calm and updating on the facts. Yes, that is literally, if this is your first time at this channel, that is the goal of our channel. We don't want you guys panicking. We just want you guys focused on the information. And so it's probably a little bit more boring that we're not screaming bloody murder all the time, but man, the winds are really getting started in Maypen. And thank you, Jen, for the 5. Thank you so much. What's my plan for 100K subscriber celebration? I don't know. I have to think about that. The last couple subscriber celebrations, I got too big, or my idea was too big for like what I could actually achieve. So yeah, I got to think of something a little bit more realistic this time. Don't hear anything. Yeah, let me turn on that camera. Probably not going to keep that on all stream, but you can definitely hear the wind. I get the plaque. Oh yeah, that is true. Maybe I'll cook some food and eat it off the plaque. I don't know. I don't really celebrate that kind of stuff. That is a huge milestone though, so I might actually celebrate for once. I just don't believe in like gloating about your success. I feel it's a little bit off-putting. If I did celebrate, it'd probably be like privately, not like publicly. I don't like to share things publicly. Like I met Reed Timmer. I got a video of it, and my mom got a video of it. I asked her not to. When he came to town, I hadn't posted it because I just don't believe in like putting that stuff on blast. It's like I don't like gloating about stuff. Now, the water's definitely risen a little bit. We've already confirmed that. It's also moving faster, and more of the river itself is moving now. We've already seen a piece of debris flow down here, but there's only been one. So we haven't seen like an indication that the flow has gotten to like violent levels or like dangerous levels, but it's definitely risen a little bit, and the flow is definitely getting faster. YouTube wind copyright strike. Imagine. I've actually, I made a song that had like thunder noises in it, and I actually got copyright claimed on it. It's kind of funny. Let me move this halfway tree cam. Over to our big screen near Kingston Harbor, because Kingston Harbor cam is not going to be very helpful since we can't really see anything on it right now. Jeez Louise. By the way, let me unsubscribe real quick. Huge shout out to Sea Jamaica. They are the only reason we've been able to track these storms with cameras on the ground. If you haven't already, come out here, like all of the videos, and subscribe to Sea Jamaica. They're almost at 100,000 subscribers. They are going to reach it before I do, believe it or not. But yeah, hit that subscribe button. Let them know that you see them, that you support them, and consider giving them donations. You know, this is one of those times where you could donate and probably see a direct effect from it, from them adding more cameras. They have more cameras than they did last year when we used them, and yeah. It's not overly windy here, though, but the wind noises are interesting. I will say that. Here's the updated view of our hurricane, and we probably have some new aircraft recon data to go over, so let's check it out. And it's down. Do a refresh, see if it'll pop back up. Yep, our plane has just gone into the eye wall again, and look at this. The western eye wall is a little bit stronger than the last time. A little bit stronger, about 152 knots or somewhere around there. The Western Eye Wall is now getting its strength back together. Huge shout out to Frank, Connie, and Dre for subscribing. Welcome to the Fry family. It is nice to have y'all. Let's check out our other Hurricane Hunter. It has also just gone. Yeah, look at this. The Western Eye Wall, at least according to this Hurricane Hunter, is now the strongest portion. So we are getting thunderstorms. I feel wrapping. Or let me make sure that's the Western Eye Wall. Hold on. I could be going in through differently. No, that's the Southern Eye Wall. So the Southern Eye Wall is pretty strong there. This is like more like the Southeastern Eye Wall. So the Southeastern Eye Wall is still technically the strongest. So I read that wrong. Apologize. But yeah, very strong hurricane still. Let's see. Minimum pressure still sitting at around 909, at least according to this data here. Wow, 902 according to this Hurricane Hunter. Looks like Melissa might be strengthening again. Let's see if we have a drop sign in that eye. No drop sign in that eye. This one has one. It says 907 at the surface. I think this one missed it a little bit, as it has a little bit higher pressures. We'll have to wait for this drop zone to come in and see if they hit that eye. But flight level, it is saying 902, which is dropping back down. And, you know, that kind of lines up. You know, we've been seeing a lot more symmetry with our hurricane. You can see it's got like basically a perfect circle now. So it's definitely getting stronger. Wow. It's getting close to sub 900. Getting very close to sub 900. That would be crazy and just very bad news for Jamaica. Period. Really, fingers crossed for an eye wall replacement cycle at this point. We really need one of them. Bad. Okay, I think I can notice another rise on our camera. It's about like 11 minutes ago. Go back 20 minutes. Oh yeah, 20 minutes ago to now. Look at this. In just the past 20 minutes, this river has risen a little bit more. Oh boy. The river is arising. Watch out, Spanish Town. We've been seeing it rise slowly, but rising to noticeably like that in 20 minutes means that it's the pace in which it is rising is going faster. I wouldn't call it catastrophic yet, but it will be a catastrophic hurricane, yes. In the reporter group, let me read that. Yeah, but that should qualify as a double clutch. Yeah, what is the double clutch? I've never heard of that before. Yeah, I still don't have that eye. Well, it says it's dropped it, according to here, but if the drop zone is not viewable yet. And thank you, Andre and Miss Powell, for subscribing. Welcome. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for tuning in. Oh, geez. Look at this. 143 in the lower 150 meters of our storm. This is definitely an eye wall. We have a southeast eye wall drop zone that just came in. Still pretty strong. It's like it missed the core of the eye wall at the end, but near the 100, the mean winds, the average winds in the lowest 150 meters is still at 143 knots. Let's see what that is. Knots to mph. 143, around 164. I think it missed it a little bit. I don't know if this is true or not, but your wife just told you that she read that the Cajun Navy has already begun to get ready things to go and assist. Ooh, that'd be good. Hopefully that's true. Because Jamaica's going to need all the help that they can get. I'm hoping to hear an announcement from the United States at some point about helping Jamaica. But as far as I can tell, they've been too busy talking about a new ballroom for the White House. Wow. In terms of rude winds, that's funny. The winds are rude, though. Do you notice the jog to the east, like due east? Let me see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a subtle shift to the east on the last frames. Subtle shift to the east. Might be able to see it better if I speed it up. See? Oh, yeah. A subtle shift back to the east. So we're getting an eastern wobble now. Interesting. Probably more like a northeastern wobble. Wow. Sorry. You can see it now. Slight eastern wobble. So, eastern wobble means that our trough is officially interacting with our storm. The high pressure system that was back over here, which is probably dead now, is gone. And the only thing that can push our storm to the east should be the trough. So the trough must be interacting with our storm, which maybe some of the divergent winds aloft could be the explanation of why our storm is getting a little bit more convection around the eastern side, and also why our storm might be getting a little bit stronger. And divergent winds aloft are essentially winds that move kind of in the same direction but spreading apart a little bit, and that creates a little bit of a void, which forces air to rise, which can help strengthen the convection around and in the hurricane itself. And that typically happens on the leading edge or along the troughs in the 300 millibar area, which is way up there above your head. Higher than when higher or right around where planes fly. On Discord, I'm afraid to open Discord. My computer's been on for like 2 days. You take a submarine into the eye, then the surface, and release sensors. What? Why don't we have that? I mean, yeah, you could. I think. I don't see why not. Why is that not a thing? Hello? Maybe submarines are expensive, but like, that kind of seems like a dumb moment, but I have never thought about that before. In a way, I'm available for hire. Okay. Yeah. I'll give you a recommendation. It's like a durr. Like that should have been a question where I'm like, yeah, we have it right now, believe it or not. but we don't. Why don't we have submarines? Hurricane submarines. Maybe it takes too long to deploy them. I wonder if that's why. But I mean, we have nuclear power submarines, which can just run forever. We're getting some heavier rain in Maypen again. Still sketchy to breach the surface. Like in the eye, though? It's a submarine. It can just pop up wherever it wants. Yeah, the currents would be bad, I would assume. Yeah. That is true. But like, water floats. You know what I'm saying? Less dense objects float. So the submarine wouldn't even have to be in near the surface. It could be well below the surface and just launch a bunch of drop-sons upward. Right? That's like the same thing. The same question is like, is water wet? Does water float? It does float on things that are more dense than it. Look at those winds moving across the road here in Maypen, Jamaica. I don't think it's had a legitimate eye wall replacement cycle yet. I think you're right. You're not crazy. This thing has been going strong all day long. Has barely flinched in intensity for like almost the entirety of the stream. Yeah, it doesn't even have to go to the surface, though. That's the thing. Here for the sub talk. That's what I'm saying. You could technically, ride the sub 500 feet under the hurricane and release a buoy full of air, and it would float to the surface, and you could release thousands of those. And then, you could track those buoys and the wind speeds on those buoys throughout the entirety of the hurricane, or at least a small portion of the hurricane's life cycle, as it will carry some of those buoys with it. I mean, seriously. Hello? Power is out. Where at, Sane? Monies. It is expensive. But all you need is one. And that would be huge data. And that would also make hurricane models a lot more accurate. Submarines handle poorly on the surface. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't need to be on the surface. You release it from 500 feet under it and just allow the sensors to float up to the surface. Have some counterweights inside of it so, the winds don't blow it over too much. Have some sensors on the top to measure wind speed, data, and humidity, and all that. It's like a regular buoy. Max flight winds at 180 miles per hour. My goodness. That's not good. That's not at the surface, but that is a lot. Let's refresh the page here and see it for ourselves. Yeah. All right. We can see those max flight winds a little bit more accurately by clicking on the data itself. We'll do this one first. See what it measured. We'll click on these pink things. 156 knots. 151. 156. Yeah, 156 is our highest. Yeah, 179 from that airplane is the highest flight level winds. And those are not near the surface, but get enough wind that can make it, or get enough rain that can make it down to the surface. All right, where's our latest track from this plane? Right here. It's 152, 152, 162. Okay, so the highest is 162 there. $186. Is that what help said? No, he said approximately 180. Jeez. That's a big yikes. Those are strong winds just above the surface there. The hurricane hunters usually go down to about 2,000 meters in order to measure those. So 2,000 meters would technically be like the top of one of these mountains near Kingston. So if you think about it, if this made landfall over there near Kingston, then the top of the mountains, they would have probably felt that. What time will landfall be? Likely sometime in between. I would say sometime in between, around like, I'll say like 8 to 12 p.m. 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Because it did get pushed back because our storm stalled for a pretty long time. But it does seem like our storm is moving to the east a little bit and northeast. Oh, yeah, it is moving northeast, folks. I just noticed that. Hold on. The turn might be beginning. Watch this. Right at the end. A little turn to the north and east. It's very subtle, but you can just barely see it at the very end of the loop. You really speed it up. It is turning, folks. Now, question is it going to keep turning or is it going to do another loop-de-loop before going into land? Don't really quite know, but the fact that it's turning east and northeast, that means the trough is interacting with it, and it will probably continue to interact with our storm for the rest of the time. It also wouldn't surprise me if we started to see an increase of the forward speed of the storm as well, because it's also interacting with that trough. Is that going to Negro? It could, yeah. I mean, some models do bring it pretty close. So again, really anywhere from Alligator Pond all the way to Negro, all need to be, preparing for direct landfall. Thank you, Julianne and Carol, for subscribing. Thank you. What do we anticipate with the turn? Well, the turn means that it's moving closer to land. So we're going to expect higher rainfall rates, and we're also going to expect stronger winds. So the winds will steadily increase now from here on out. I think the river has risen more. And it's also definitely moving even faster too. Oh yeah. It's still rising at a pretty steady pace now. You just saw that Bryce is evacuating. Oh, wow. Okay, so yeah, definitely not another live stream from him. It's honestly a pretty good move. He was right next to the coast. Let me see if I can get updates on that personal. Let me see if I can see that with my eyeballs. Bryce, where did you see that from? Oh, but they put an update out on YouTube. Okay. Yeah, so this is the update from our storm chaser. They say, hello, everyone. An update for you. Bryce has decided to evacuate from the southern coast in Jamaica for safety purposes. There hasn't been another stream yet, as y'all have noticed, but there is no power. Cell phone service was already getting sketchy. And earlier, he was helping a family with final preparations. He's planning to get to his new safe location, reevaluate, and then stream. I don't have time to give. I don't have a time to give you for when to keep your or for when they're going to go back live, but keep your notification on. Please be patient with us, as this is very hard to coordinate with him being in Jamaica with a powerful Category 5 hurricane forecasted to hit the island within 24 hours. And I am in Pennsylvania having some minor health complications related to my recent surgery. Don't worry about me right now. This is about Bryce, and I'm the looming threat to the island of Jamaica. But just keep everyone updating, or just keeping everyone updated to why things are extra complicated right now. Thank you for your continued support. I am praying so hard for Bryce and for this beautiful island nation and its residents all. That is the update from Tornado Pagey and Bryce. That's Tornado Pagey wrote that though. But yeah, scary stuff. I'm glad he left. That was you know, in all honesty, he would have got trapped there, if not worse. So that was a good idea. I thank you, Elaine, for sending 5 memberships. They're gifting 5 memberships. So 5 people in chat just got a membership because Elaine spent her hard-earned money on you. So make sure that you thank her in chat. Oh, wow. Little London is getting worse, folks. Look at this. Little London is going to be getting the worst impacts from our storm out of all of our cameras, and it's starting to go downhill here. Thank you, Scooby Dooby, for the $2. Thank you so much. Notice my initials are EF, like the EF scale. It is. Good catch. This is actually close to where Bryce was. And conditions are definitely going downhill. He said the power was out there, so the power will likely go out here too momentarily. Hey, Chance, what do you want? You've already eaten din din. You want your midnight snack? You want a bacon treat? All right, give me 30 minutes. Jeez. Okay, yeah, these are the strongest wind gusts we have seen. They're actually getting pretty strong here. This Little London and Westmoreland, it's located on the western side of the island, pretty darn close to where this hurricane could make landfall. And the eye could technically go directly over this camera, but I don't think it's going to survive until then. If it makes landfall, just a little bit further west than what's anticipated. Hey, Marla, welcome. Yeah, the wind is definitely picking up. You can see it streaming across the road there at a pretty high rate. Okay, fine. Hold on, let me give Chaz a little bacon treat. He is just begging like crazy. Don't bark at me. All right, I am back. Well, that wind is traveling faster than that cop is driving. Very interesting. Things are starting to get active out here. We got a river slowly rising, the pace of that river slowly increasing, and we have Westmoreland now starting to get stronger. Tropical storm force winds, maybe getting close to hurricane force wind gusts at times. What song is suitable for a hurricane? Like actually suitable? I'll find one. We will listen to one hurricane themed song. That is it. We don't want to be scared. Don't listen to the song. Let me see if we can find one. This is kind of scary. Someone said, what is a song appropriate for a hurricane? So I decided to play just like a snippet of one. We'll go back to the calming music. But man, did that change the vibe? What's the lowest pressure of Melissa right now? You know what? We should have an update on that. I think that drop song should be in by now. Jeez. Look at this. 151 on the lowest level of this drop sond. This drop hit that max wind band hard. That's the northwest eye wall. Yikes. Right, we do have the eye. Yeah, 907, and that's pretty much as close as you will get to an actual reading. Let me hide myself here. You guys can see the actual reading. 907 at the millibar, and that's almost a bullseye. 4 knots. That's pretty much a bullseye there. So the pressure is dropping back down. It was at 909, and now it's back down to 907. So the storm's getting stronger yet again. Winds seem to be getting stronger, and the pressure is dropping again. Oops. Man. Yeah, look at that. The water is still rising. It's like not rising a bunch, but you can definitely tell subtly that it is rising. But still no indications that this is about to be a major flood just yet. But you can definitely see the flow on the left side has definitely been increasing steadily throughout the day, and it has been rising a little bit. How long do I predict I'll stay live? I have no idea. I will assess that again after I eat my burrito, which is going to be coming soon. What time is it? It's already 8:49. I should eat burrito. Double clutch is 2 sets of rapid intensificated separated by temporarily weakening period. Interesting. Check texts. I don't know how to check the text. Check text of what? Help sent me something. Yeah, pressure is at 907 millibars. I don't know exactly. 156 knots. 56 knots. Help if you could do a breakdown. Yeah, max flight wind 156 knots. That's that flight wind. Oh, text from Tornado Pagey. Oh. Oh no. Ay, ay, ay. All right. Looking at a current satellite presentation, our storm is still looking extremely healthy. Our eye is still perfectly circular, and wind speeds are still 175 miles per hour. We are waiting for the latest national hurricane update to come in. Should be in at any minute. It should be in. Well, actually, never mind. Sorry. In another hour, it'll be in. I keep getting confused by the time changes. Nah, I'm not going to talk about it. It's something I can't talk about on stream. Sorry. The eye actually looks like an eye. Yeah, it really does. Yeah, it's another hour into the latest update, but I got a feeling we've got at least a drop in the minimal pressure to come. Uh, 902 millibars is from the aircraft recon data. That is a flight level or extrapolated. Sorry, extrapolated pressure. You can kind of see it here. See how that dips very close to the 900 on that one, and then on this one, it didn't dip all that far down, but it was extrapolated from one of these planes. I think it was this plane, as it flew through the storm. Extrapolated pressure of 902. But we had a drop zone actually drop pretty much it smack dab in the middle of the eye, and it is showing a 907 millibar. So it is likely 907 instead of 902. But still a strengthening storm yet again. So it weakened a little bit, and now it's strengthening it almost back to where it was. And the question is it going to drop below 900? And how long will it keep that strength until making it into land? That is the big question. All right, let's come back over here and check in on Westmoreland, where we were seeing some pretty hefty wind gusts. Oh no, a doggo. This is going to break my heart. I don't care what anybody in Jamaica says. It's going to break my heart to see doggos running out here when the hurricane winds start to pick up. Sorry, but it is. Y'all need to go out there before the winds pick up and get them doggos into some shelter. They'll probably find shelter themselves, but still, it's sad. They will survive, most likely, but it's still sad. God is with them. I hope so. The winds aren't as strong as they were. So I wonder if those winds were associated with some thunderstorms on the northern side. It was just brief, but man, it is just raining so much, folks. And we've got even more rain to come. I'm looking on satellite right now. There's just thunderstorms after thunderstorms bubbling, and they're going to go right into the eastern side where those mountains are sitting. This is going to get bad pretty quickly, I feel. Like we're getting to the portion to where things are going to progressively look worse, and we're going to start getting a lot more bad news in terms of fatalities and injuries coming out of the Jamaica area. This is probably the beginning of the worst of everything, really starting to get bad. Landslides will be catastrophic. They absolutely will. I'm just hoping if we get any, it stays out of the populated areas, because I think it's basically a guarantee that we do get some. Bridge cam is in is Flat Bridge right here. We are gonna, I think we're gonna see this river flood, and pretty significantly. And if we look at the satellite, I mean, we have all this thunderstorm activity popping up on the eastern side, and all of that is going to stream right into the Spanish Town area. Our bridge cam is like right to the north of Spanish Town. We come over, hopefully we can see some radar data here, some new radar data. Please. It's trying to load. Come on. Oh, it loaded. Okay. No, that's not the new. That's not new. That's the old one. Now, dang it. It's down again, but just judging off a satellite, those thunderstorms are easily going to continue here. And that means we're going to start really seeing that wind also increase, and that rain start to pile up here. Very concerned. Have we ever lost one of these planes in a storm? No, but yesterday one turned around because there was just too much turbulence, or it left the storm. And I swear this river is still increasing in speed. Let's watch this cam for a little bit just to make sure we're not seeing debris. We'll watch it for like a minute, and then we'll go back over to Westmoreland. But I just want to watch and make sure we don't see debris start piling up. No, they're on an automatic pan. Well, that's the thing, Linzarella. No one owns those dogs. You gotta think about it like this. They're basically inhabitants of the island, and the reason why no one owns them is because they live, they grow up, they have babies, and those babies don't have owners, and then those live and grow up and have babies, and eventually you get quite a large stray dog population. Oh, there's an animal walking across the bridge. It just entered on the right side. Yep, there it is. Walking in the light. It's going into those bushes. Oh boy. Animal's too close. Can we see it? I swear it went into those bushes near the edge of the river. Oh, no, it walked away, I think. Or I can't tell if that was the light there, if the dog was walking away. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, yeah, look at the river moving like near the center now. It's moving a lot more near the center of the river. And also ripples are starting to appear. Has that always been there? No, not that bad. Yeah, those ripples really just appeared a little bit, or they've been there, but they're a little bit deeper now. Interesting. Thank you, Joe and Vernell, for subscribing. Thank you. Yeah, this is a river. Yeah. We are monitoring it because we are expecting this river to eventually make it over this bridge. And once that does that, we are going to start sounding the alarm for Spanish Town. Man, look at those wind. Wind's actually starting to pick up here a little bit in Crossroads. Crossroads here. You can see the trees are moving a little bit more. Go back over to Westmoreland. Watch this cam for a little bit. This is bad. Oh yeah, this is, guys, this is, I mean, we've covered a lot of natural disasters on this channel. This could end up being the most deadliest natural disaster we have ever covered on this channel. This is just everything that could happen that is wrong with weather, except for winter weather, is going to happen with this storm. Storm surge, massive flooding, and all to like the most degree. Tornadoes will also probably happen with this storm. Might even get a few instances of hail. Massive wind damage. I mean, it's everything is just going to be bad. I do want to come back over to satellite real quick and check in the progress of our eye. See where it's moving now. Oh yeah, you can now very visibly see that northern turn. Yikes. And it's on the eastern side of our, so we're getting an eastern wobble, which is not what you want to see. The closer this gets to Old Harbor, probably the worst impacts we are going to get. Again, there's ports over there. There's entire electrical grids literally on the coast of the bay. If that goes out, people might not have power for over or for near half a year to a year. But let's just hope that this is just a wobble and not a trend, just like the Western wobble. We got to say the same thing. But yeah, I mean, you can definitely tell that is we can say 100% officially we are moving north. We are officially moving north and to the east. The trough is pushing our storm. People do not let their animals behind. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure people that own animals are not going to leave them behind. But again, those dogs do not, like the stray dogs don't have owners. And thank you, Jackie. Holy moly. For the $50 donation. Happy belated birthday. A little bit late, but hey, we'll take it. Thank you so much for that $50. That's a huge help out to the channel. And without your guys' kind support, we'd be homeless. So you guys keep this channel alive. You keep me doing this, and I do appreciate it. I'd still try to stream if I was homeless, but I don't know how successful I would be without Wi-Fi. I still technically have Starlink in the back of the car. Maybe we could Jimmy rig some things together. But thank you so much. I do want to check before we go back to the cameras. I do want to check back in on just where our planes are and what's happening. Okay, so this mission. Okay, so this mission is officially done. Mission 21, but we still have mission 22 in progress. Is this glitched? I thought there was another mission. No? I guess, yeah, this one's already finished. Okay. We'll definitely probably see the on our next pass that this little orange dot, which is the center of the eye, move to the north and east for the first time. We still have the Air Force mission 22. But yeah, this NOAA mission 21 is left the building. And thank you, Sherry. 127, Miss Bipolar, New Hard Times, Chris, and Alicia for subscribing. Thank you. Welcome. How far is the eye from making landfall? Like in terms of distance? Let me measure it real quick. We are. Hold on, let me get it out of 3D and do that measurement. Yeah, about 105 miles to like 110 miles from land. So at the current pace, we'll get there. If this storm moved 2 miles per hour all the way to Jamaica, which it's not, it is going to speed up. Probably by the next outlook, if I had to guess, we'll get a little bump in the speed. We're probably talking, you know, if it was going at 2 miles per hour, that would be 64 hours, so 3 days until it made landfall. That's not the case. It's going to make landfall tomorrow morning to tomorrow afternoon. Is it moving faster? It does seem like it's moving faster. You can definitely tell that the storm is on the move now. For a while, it was just kind of sitting there. See, at the beginning here, you couldn't really tell if it was moving anywhere, but as of these last few frames, you can tell that it's starting to get a get up to it. Look at it. You can definitely tell that northeastern turn. Wow. Oh boy, it's happening. It is officially happening. The turn is coming. Are people driving around in it still? To be fair, the worst impacts are not coming to a lot of these areas. The main area where I would be concerned to still see driving happening would be on this camera. Not that one. Which one is it? Is it this one? Yeah, this camera. Because this is where we're going to see the worst impacts, at least on the cameras that we do have. How far inland is that river? It's quite a bit inland. I would say like pretty close to like 40 miles inland. 20 to 40 miles. All those white bulges on the right side are those thunderstorms that are coming in, causing rain and increased wind into the eastern part of Jamaica, which is why we keep on going back to that. Oh, here comes some wind gusts again. Oh, wow. But yeah, that's why we keep going back to that river, because we're starting to get a little bit more concerned with the increased rainfall rates, that we're going to start to see that river do something bad. And that river is north of Spanish Town. So it will be really prudent to watch it and to give warning to Spanish Town as soon as we start to see some crazy stuff start to happen. Oh yeah, big increase of winds here. Interesting thing is the camera's not shaking, but I don't think it's going to matter if the power goes out. Really, Linz? Are you kidding me? Hey, Eraz, don't worry about it, man. This channel's, existence is not to make money. It's here to just keep you educated and in the know. So if you don't have money to donate, do not worry about it. Man, those winds are really whipping. You can see it across that light. Again, some pretty strong winds coming back into Little London, Westmoreland, Jamaica. Thank you, Tornado Explorer, for being a member for 4 months. You've been at 1 year of membership by now because of your original account, but that's fine. Have you tried logging back in and showing up in chat? Did I miss that when you did that? So we can mod that channel, but then it won't show up in chat. So how do I mod it? I have to like search it in Studio or something. Thank you, Bean, Weasel, Touch, McIntyre, Blake, K Queen, and Music Lover for subscribing. Welcome. Wow. Here's a strong wind gust. That was a pretty strong one. You could really see those winds move across the road there. Yeah, powers are... Let me see if we have any updates on how many people are without power. I found a news article earlier and it's 51,000. Thank you, Jackie, for becoming a Moon D member. Welcome. Oh, dang. There is a website where we could check it, but we would need a account. Let's see if I can just make one. Thank you, Paula, for becoming a Moon D member. Welcome. Oops. I mean to do that. Please. Trying to get access to this website. It's making me like enter special characters and stuff in the password. All right, this should work. Complete registration. Go to the email. Thank you. You may now log in to access our services. Current outages. Okay. And we see them. Oops, your profile doesn't have an account with our... That's fine. We're not here to track our electricity. So, not really like a number, but these are the areas in which have reported power outages. There's 31 customers in Albion, 118, 37 in Glen Devon, Paradise 473, Blue Mountain 56, Old Harbor 37, Top Hill 436, Kitson Town 72. There's a lot. Any way to get like a summary? Tracking. Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's generally a good area to to keep an eye on, just like to see where they pop up. But like upcoming outage problems reported. Yeah. But it's going to be really hard to get a total number just by looking at all these numbers. But as you can see, there are power outages happening pretty much all across Jamaica right now, just in little isolated areas. Let's check back on our river. Yeah, definitely still some nice flow there. Still not really making progress over the bridge at the very least, though. It is still under the bridge, but the flow is definitely pretty strong and probably still slowly rising. And this is where we're seeing the worst wind impacts in Little London. These are where our strongest winds have been coming into. Oh my gosh. I don't know where this person is, but I just got sent a video out of Jamaica of major storm surge flooding coming in to an area. This kind of looks like Old Harbor, just based on the structure, but I can't tell. But the link is in chat if you guys want to check it out. Go back to the multicam view for a little bit and read chat. Make sure all these are back live again. Wow, you can really see that camera shaking in the Kingston Harbor cam. Extend up to 8 kilometers. So reports coming in that category 5 winds are extending 8 kilometers upwards from the center, which is pretty dang impressive. Thank you, Kay and Scout, for subscribing. Welcome. Yeah, keep your eyes, I guess keep your eyes for some power flashes there in Kingston. We're getting some stronger thunderstorms out over there, and that's what will cause power outages. So there is a chance that we start seeing some blue flashes emanate from the Kingston Harbor, Jamaica camera on the top left. Debris and surge, yeah, that is true. Latest here, if you look on the bottom left, our northeastern track continues pretty obviously here. Maybe a slight wobble to the north on some of our latest frames, like directly north. Maybe a little like a northwest, maybe. Kind of hard to tell if that's like an illusion. We'll have to wait a little bit longer. But yes, our northeastern turn continues here in Jamaica. Or here in Melissa, sorry. Heading towards Jamaica. Treasure Bay would be better, as that mentions, to be a landfill spot. Heading out for the night. See you lovely people tomorrow. Yeah, see you then. Yeah, I saw that Tornado Explorer. Thank you. All right. Give me a second. I want to make my burrito. I'm getting hungry. I'm caving. I need some burrito fuel. So just give me like a minute and 30 seconds. I have got burrito slop. Oh my gosh, look at Maypen. Look at those wins. Some of the stronger wins we've seen in Maypen. Hmm. Hmm. Wow. That's some pretty strong wind. Landfall will be sometime in between 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. Yeah, I think our storm is definitely increasing in forward speed as well, folks. And we also got 30 minutes until our latest National Hurricane Center update. Yeah, north and east. Hurricane is moving north and east. Oh, there's also some street flooding. Look at that. On the right side of the street. Yeah, Maypen is going to be kind of close to the right side of the eye wall. But we could see some pretty decent impacts from Maypen as well. And we're getting some pretty strong thunderstorms in here too. Also, in this area, can't rule out randomly seeing a tornado. Wow, those winds are actually pretty strong. Look at that. Those are probably gusting close to 60 miles per hour. This is almost hurricane force. Thank you, Julio, Michael, Mike, Nippo, Paula, Frankenstein, Ernest, and Mike Michelle for subscribing. Thank you. No boarded windows. A lot of these shops have like metal doors in front of them, which is a little bit better than a board. Wow. That was pretty intense. Power's still on though. That's good. Sorry, I'm slowly munching on this burrito slop. Deconstructed burrito. Checking on the river. See if it's still going up. A little bit. Barely noticeable though. Wait, it stays that way. But man, we're getting a lot of rain with these storms right now. It appears to be only a matter of time. Still no major debris though, like a lot of debris in the water. We still got time. Thank you, Miss Marvelous, for subscribing. Yeah, Westmoreland has calmed down. It's mainly just Maypen. Wow. Those are some pretty strong winds. Look at that. Them dance across the road like that. Night, Andy. Thank you for tuning in. Hurricane Hunter's now flying into the eye. Yes. They're about to fly through the eye yet again. By the next update, we should have more data. So about 5 to 10 minutes. Power's still on. Fingers crossed, man. That power needs to stay on as long as possible. If it can survive these winds, that's good, but they're only going to get worse. Thank you, Dragon. I appreciate that. Try our best over here. Keep you guys in the know of everything that's happening. I do appreciate that. That's a big compliment. All right, let me hide my camera while I eat. I don't want y'all seeing me eat my burrito slop. All right, have I showed y'all the burrito slop? It is a deconstructed burrito. The latest on our Freiburger 5-star Michelin star menu. All right. Burrito slop. The finest of the Mexican cuisine. Yeah, Maypen's definitely getting it worse out of like all these cameras, which is surprising. These storms are going to make it into Westmoreland eventually, but once that northern eye wall really starts to push into Westmoreland, that's when we're going to really start to see probably the strongest winds of the day. Let me see if we have any radar updates to talk about. Come on. Give us data. It's not loading. Oh. New radar. Oh, yeah. It looks like there's supercells forming in the dry slot here. Back over to here. Oh, did we get a radar outage? No. Okay. Yeah, lots of heavy rain and thunderstorms moving into the eastern portion of the island and also scraping across pretty much the entire island is just these little outer band thunderstorms. But right here is where those hurricane force winds are probably, and they're still just off of the coast. Haven't quite made it up there just yet, but as our storm continues to move to the north and east, we will see those hurricane force winds continue to get, those winds continue to get stronger and stronger. That is the latest. This burrito is not great. Not gonna lie. Wow, still pretty strong winds in Maypen. Not as strong as they were, though. Seems like we got a thunderstorm move through the area. Have any good Mediterranean recipes? I don't. There's probably somebody from over there, though, in chat. There's a lot of people all around. Do they have Doppler radar? They do. We just looked at it just a moment ago. very heavy rain is moving into the area, and it's going to be nonstop. So far, though, this river in particular that empties into Spanish Town is still doing okay. It has definitely got some faster flow. It's definitely risen since we began to watch it, but it is not at catastrophic levels yet. It's really crazy how fast these cameras get behind. It's literally when I switch scenes. I wonder if it's like something to do with the settings in my scenes. I don't know how to fix that. Winds are getting a little stronger again in Maypen. Or actually, that might have been old. Let me make sure this camera's up to date. There. And then this final one. And I'll look back at chat. All right. Had tortilla soup. That sounds good. You had a royal cruise booked for Falmouth. Where's Falmouth? All right, let's see if we have that new data in from the Hurricane Hunter plane. We do. Maybe a little bit stronger. We'll see what the next little thing is, but this part of the storm seems to be above 155 knots. Surface winds does not really seem much of an indication of a weakening. Let's go look at it from here. You can see it just went in. 909 extrapolated surface pressure. Strongest winds aloft 157. At least on that side. We haven't gotten a full picture on the other side yet. Oh wait, that was from another flight, I think. It's hard to tell. Actually, I don't think we've gotten the... Yeah, I don't think we've gotten the at least an update through Radar Mega of this plane being through the center of the storm. Yeah, I think it's just in the center right now. Yeah, it's not in the center of the storm yet, but it's getting there. While we're here, let's check on the forward movement of our storm. Oh, yeah, it is kind of going north-northwest. A little bit. But it's definitely still moving quite a bit. Haven't been in streams in a while. Yeah, it's been a minute since we've had a long live stream. Yeah, that wind speed, though, is above the surface. So we'll have to wait for that drop SON data to come in and the max wind band data to come in. Harbor cam might be down. We have this camera up. Yeah, downtown Kingston is getting some pretty decent winds now. Don't have that cam up. that. I thank you, Queen, for becoming a member. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. This has probably been said, but if it makes landfall as a Cat 5, it'll be the first. Yes, it'll be the first in Jamaica's recorded history. That is right. This has never happened before. That is if it does make landfall as a Category 1. Yeah, it does kind of have that old Weather Channel vibe to it. I do agree. Hello, hello, welcome. We are seeing way too many Category 5 storms lately. Yeah. That is true. 3 of the 4 major hurricanes that have formed in the Atlantic were all Category 5s, which is quite the anomaly. Not gonna lie. Well, Haynes, the best way to potentially meet me is to go play golf at Robert Trent. I am there when I'm not streaming and there's nothing to talk about in terms of videos, or even if there's something to talk about, I'm usually there every day for at least 3 to 4 hours. Sometimes up to 6 hours. Yeah, it's a great course. Slightly above average in ace. Yeah, probably. By the time it's all said and done, it definitely will be above average. Because, I mean, this hurricane's got a long way to spin and accumulate that ace. Is there much shear out there to break this hurricane down? No, not really. Also, the inner structure of the storm, there is technically a little bit of shear around our storm right now, but there's just such a organized center of the storm that it just doesn't really matter. What time is it in Jamaica? It is the same time as Central Time, so it is almost 10 o'clock p.m. All right. Yeah, haven't seen any big wind gusts in a while. Let's come back over to Westmoreland. We're in a little bit of a lull in the activity, as we are in between thunderstorms on most of our cameras. So let's go check out, let's watch the river for a little bit. See if we notice anything different. Definitely still fast flow, man. I still feel like it's increasing in speed even more. Anywhere near Ocho Rios. Let me see where Ocho Rios or Ocho Rios. No, we don't have any cameras on the northern side of the island, unfortunately. Shadows have shrunk. They have. Which means the water is still rising. You know, if we go back in time, you can see how much it's risen on this river. This is about an hour and a half ago in comparison to now. It's definitely getting higher. Like, that's a big difference. Boom. Another hour and 30 minutes, we could be close to the top of the bridge if the flow rate increases, or at least to the top of that little pylon there, like that where it tapers off on the bottom of the bridge, the little thing that's holding it up. Looks faster, and yeah, those random tiny waves, yeah. The water's faster and it's rising. We've confirmed that a couple of times. It is definitely concerning. If this keeps happening, which it will, we got plenty of rain to come. Unfortunately, we're likely going to see this entire area submerged underwater. It's a pretty strong bridge. But you know, if we do get like a mudslide that kind of comes through this area, or a big debris flow, it is possible that could destroy the bridge. That building, though, is definitely probably not going to survive a flood. A little shack on the right side there. The bridge was actually reconstructed in the 1880s, and there hasn't been I'm not sure if this is the biggest rainfall event ever in this area, but probably like the fastest time, like the fastest period of time where 40 inches of rain has fallen. We're pretty dang close. You just saw a black cat near that building. Yeah, there was a dog hanging around here earlier as well. Thank you, Nefex, SS, and Young Stunna for subscribing. Welcome. I think it's a little bit higher above the surface, Leroy. LaCroix? Is it LaCroix or Leroy? But yeah. Check these other cams to make sure we don't have any big gusts. Oops, I messed up my headphones. Let me plug that back in. There we go. Yeah, still relatively calm in comparison to what it was. So still no major wind gusts. This is still pretty much our most concerning area right there. Looks like the harbor cam, the Kingston harbor cam may be down. Been down like that for a while. We might need to replace that cam. Yeah, it's been turning north for a good hour now. It is definitely on the move. It's turning north, or it's going north and east. The last little scan on our storm here. Also, it's been showing a recent kind of jog back to the north, kind of northwestish. So we're getting another wobble back to the west. A little bit. Let me zoom in even more so you guys can see it better. See that? It started moving north and east, and now it's moving more north and west. Or mainly just like due north, I think. All right, I think I'm going to replace this one camera here. Also, huge shout out to C Jamaica. If you guys have not subscribed to C Jamaica, these cameras are from C Jamaica on YouTube. Give them a big old subscribe and a like. They have been super helpful in tracking the progress of all of these things. Everything happening in Jamaica in terms of actual impacts. Where is Barbican, Jamaica? It's North Kingston. We will bring this camera and replace this one up on the top left, as that one has gone down. We'll bring up the harbor cam again, just because I like being able to track how much that camera is shaking. Oh my gosh, that tree looks like a Shih Tzu. You'll see it when I bring it full cam. The tree on the bottom right. Oh my. We have some new data to go over. Some breaking news. Latest dropson has measured 903 millibars at the surface. A record low pressure for our storm has just been achieved. So the storm is getting stronger. That is not good. Oh man, that could, hey guys, it's making a run for sub 900. Wow. That's just nuts. 64 knots, 151 knots near the surface. And Melissa's still really strong, guys. Still very, very strong. And it's not getting weaker. This is not good. That'll probably be in our next hurricane update, which should be in the next 5 minutes. It might already be up. Let me check. It is not in yet. But it would not surprise me if the wind speeds got upgraded now. We are definitely getting a stronger hurricane yet again. It's interesting. Our hurricane got a little bit weaker, and then now it's getting a stronger again. So we didn't go through an eye wall replacement cycle. Oh boy. I am this next update could be crazy. They might keep the winds at 175, but a 903 is a very low pressure. They might bump it up. Can we do something like compare to the satellite of Wilma? Wilma looked way different, I think. Had a lot like a lot smaller of a eye. But yeah, I don't really have a way to do that, I don't think, without like guaranteeing not getting like copyright stricken by somebody. When is landfall predicted? It's somewhere in between like 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. Somewhere over near the Black River, either near like White House, could be as far west as Savannah Lamar, and also as far east as like Alligator Pond. I was really hoping we get an eye replacement cycle or some sort of hope that this storm is weakening by now, but we are not getting that. How big is the eye? It's probably, let me check. Yeah, about 14 miles across. 12 to 14 miles across there. Man, I mean, this is just still such an impressive storm. So circular in the eye and also on the outer portions of our hurricane as well. I mean, this is going to be a freaking catastrophe, man. I just don't think there's any way to avoid that. I mean, it's bad. Advisory 27 just came in. I'm trying to refresh. It's not showing it on my screen. Can you post that with the details in chat or in the reporter group? Oh, here it is. Breaking news. We have, actually, we'll bring it up here. We have the latest update here out of the National Hurricane Center. Just showed up here. 903 millibars, but they're keeping the max sustained winds at 175 miles per hour. But it's likely our pressures are dropping and the winds haven't caught back up yet. But I mean, the last pass in our storm indicated like 907, 906 in that range. And then by the next pass, it dropped 4 millibars. By the next pass, if it continues on that trajectory, we could have a sub 900. The eye wall is like a giant EF5 tornado. No, more like a giant EF4 tornado. That is going to be lasting a lot longer than a tornado would. I am done eating my burrito slop. We are officially in slump mode, though. Maybe not. Maybe I can unslump myself. I don't know why it looks like I'm turned away from the camera. I feel like I'm facing directly towards it. So I have to turn more this way. Milton was 897 at its peak. Ooh. It was getting close to Milton strength. Only 6 miles per hour off of it. Well, those peak bulges connect to Melissa also. These guys, technically not really. What's going to happen is that, you know, this moisture is going to get strung around and eventually ingested into our storm. And we're kind of getting a skull look. Man. It is just crazy how circular this storm is right now. It is so symmetrical. This is a perfect hurricane. Absolutely insane. Pouring and very windy. Yes. Yes, we have seen a lot of wind in a lot of our different cameras, and but we haven't seen anything too crazy in a while. Feels like we're getting a break in some of like the worst conditions for now. We had some thunderstorms move on land, which brought a lot of rain and wind into Maypen and Kingston. There still is a decent amount of rain and wind though. But we haven't seen like super strong wind gusts in a little minute. Let me also change the title of this camera up here. That is no longer Kingston Harbor. Which camera is that? That is... Where is Devon House located? Research. Devon House, Jamaica. Oh, that's in Kingston. Never mind. That is in Kingston. Let's see. This is Barbican, St. Andrew. Yeah. Still also technically in Kingston. And thank you, Andrew, for subscribing. Welcome, welcome. Hurricane winds don't extend 150 miles. No, they do not. But we could get hurricane force winds in some of these thunderstorms or close to it. I mean, I'll be live for a while. Yeah. I think I plan to be live till about 12 or 1 a.m. and then I'm going to get a nice little power nap / sleep in. And then we'll be back up bright and early, probably around like 6. DMs. Serious wording from the National Hurricane Center. Although such intense tropical cyclones typically undergo eye wall replacement. Oh, sorry. Still got that phlegm. Especially after I eat, it seems the phlegm gets a little bit worse. From Jamaica, radar observations from Jamaica do not show this occurring thus far. Jamaica, remain in your safe shelter. Catastrophic flash flooding and numerous landslides are expected through Tuesday. The eye wall destructive winds may cause total structural failure, particularly in higher elevations, leading to widespread infrastructural damage, prolonged power and communication outages in isolated communities. Along the southern coast, life-threatening storm. By the way, isolated communities means communities where you can't leave or go into. Along the southern coast, life-threatening storm surge and damaging waves are anticipated through Tuesday. Failure to take immediate action may result in serious injury or significant loss of life. That's the latest wording from the National Hurricane Center. That's pretty serious wording. Yeah, landfall in between 8 a.m. and 12 noon. You're not looking sleepy at all? Not yet. It has officially hit when I usually go to bed. So we shall see. With how slow it is moving, the available heat and humidity, this thing does not need an eye wall replacement to strengthen. Absolutely not. This thing has got plenty of juice and it's going to keep on going. I mean, look at these. Look at this latest thunderstorm activity. I mean, this is extremely cold cloud tops still wrapping around our storm. Some of the coldest cloud tops we have seen tonight on the southern side of our hurricane. Very, very strong hurricane thus far. Where's the latest on the track? The latest track is in. They still have the average center of track near Black River. That did not change that much. Expected to be off the coast by 7 a.m. And then probably into the coast sometime between 8 and 12 p.m. out over here near Black River, Crawford, and Cambridge. Will this be Jamaica's strongest hurricane? You're not familiar with their history. Yes, this will be Jamaica's strongest hurricane in recorded history. Let me change my text here. As the millibar pressures have gone down to 903 millibars. It's never been hit by a Cat 5. No, not in recorded history. Maybe in the past, way long time ago, but not in recorded history. Wow. Look at this river. It is still rising. Give it another hour or so. That's going to be pretty close to the road, I'm telling you. If the rain continues at this rate, it is not going to be good. Do we know if this hurricane is going to affect any other country? Yeah, Cuba, Turks and Caicos, and then Bermuda after that. Could end up hitting 4 different countries, but Bermuda is going to be kind of hard to tell if it's going to hit Bermuda or not until a little bit longer. Here's that a May pen. Still looking pretty calm. We had some really strong winds in Maypen earlier, but I think that was associated with a thunderstorm. So since the thunderstorm is over, the winds have subsided. The area where we're expecting to see the most consistent strong winds is going to be over here with our Little London, Westmoreland, Jamaica cam, which is going to be our closest cam to landfall, potentially just a couple of miles from the inner core of the storm. And actually, according to some of the models, could potentially get direct impacts. And you can see the winds are picking up again here in Westmoreland. Am I going to get some rest before this hits? Yes. I'll probably get off by around 1 a.m. It just really depends. You know, if we got like, let's say we get close to 1 a.m. and that river goes absolutely crazy, I'll probably drink a coffee and just do an all-nighter. It really depends on what the situation is like on the ground. I'm not going to leave people in the dark with the threat of massive river flooding, not especially with Spanish Town being down the line. So Spanish Town, which is a pretty big city, is down the line of the Flatbridge River. The eastern portion, if this were to flood significantly and have major debris flows, it would likely take out a lot of homes in Spanish Town. Oh, there's a piece of debris. Was that a piece of debris? Might have been like a little whirlpool. That was weird. Thought I saw a piece of debris. I don't think that was one. Yeah, they still have lights. I mean, we haven't had any really bad impacts yet. Nothing catastrophic. Yeah, I saw that RG5. Yeah, no problem, Terry. Do they have diesel backup generators? These cameras? I'm not sure. They did last year. Some of them did. And thank you, Sharon and Dash, for subscribing. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. They did dig up as much as they could in the trenches and gullies to try to move that water in when it comes. That's good. I'm glad that is, but you know, it's going to take a lot of digging to stop the progress of this river when it really gets going. We really do get 40 inches of rain. I mean, it's going to be really bad. Like we're talking like this river is going to be over this bridge. That shed on the right side is going to be gone, and you're not going to be able to see the road or nothing. And that's going to make it downstream to Spanish Town, and it's just going to be catastrophic. That's why we're watching this camera like a hawk. Also, given its location, this might end up being one of our last cameras to survive the storm as well. You think the U.S. might get saved from hurricanes this year? I hope so, but hurricane season technically isn't over yet. In the Caribbean and in the Gulf, even with this hurricane, it's still pretty dang hot out there. Do I have a camera in Spanish Town? I don't believe I do. Let me just check online. Yeah, the only camera near Spanish Town that I've been able to find is the flatbridge camera, which is just outside upstream from Spanish Town. I don't think we have any cameras like actually in Spanish Town itself. Jamaica doesn't have too big of a camera network, but pretty much the only camera network that is in Jamaica we do have from See Jamaica, which again, by the way, you guys should be subscribing to See Jamaica and giving them support. Please consider donating to See Jamaica as well, because you're going to use all those donations to increase the cameras for the next big one that comes through. Last year, I think See Jamaica had only like 4 cameras, and this year they have like over 12. But that was all of y'all's last year's donations during Hurricane Beryl that went to See Jamaica and ended up funding even more cameras. This is not going to reach Florida. No. Yeah. Melissa's basically a perfect circle. Discovery Bay. What country is that in? I think there's street flooding on one of these cameras. I think I just saw some street flooding in Barbican. Let me go check that out really quick. That would be one of these. No, this one. Which one is it? Halfway tree. Well, I guess I didn't. Yeah, just keep an eye on the camera on the top left. I thought I had a big screen version of that. I could technically. Here, let's do something. Let's add another scene. Hold on. Do Control C, Control. Okay, and then we'll do this, Control C, and put that here. And then we will delete this, delete that, bring this up, not Florida. And then we will switch this to the Barbican. I think there's street flooding on this. I think I saw street flooding. That. Give me one moment. Just adding another camera scene here so we can make switching in between them a little bit easier. Give me a second. I got to clear out this chat, and then it'll go full screen. And then we do this, copy this, paste duplicate there, and then put Barbican. Yeah, I think there's street flooding like right in the center here. Let's see. There's a car coming. There's a little bit, but never mind. I was wrong. Oh, wait, there is some on the right side. Look at that. All the way up on the right side there. And that will only continue to grow, I think. Is that street flooding? I can't tell if it's moving or not. It looks like street flooding on the right side of that road, moving away from the cam. Has live cameras. Let me check that out. Oh yeah, I think we've used this one before. Let me add this. Give me a second. We'll just do the same thing. This is a, we're getting a Montego Bay camera up. I actually remember this camera, so I know it's legit. The Gran Azul Pool. A little bit slideshowy, but it will give us at least some indication of conditions in this area. I also think it's pretty close to the shore, if I remember correctly. So if there's a big storm surge over there, we should see that at least tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon. Okay. Then I need to add a couple of things to my my MIDI. Oh, sorry. I might have been playing some sound effects there. I was trying to change something. There we go. That to that. There's that. And then scene collection, tools. And then this goes to there. Give me 1 second. Just reorganizing some things. 3. There. So that should switch to there. That should switch to there. Perfect. What's going on here? Is this a video? I don't think this is a live stream, is it? I think this is a live stream. This is a video. That might not be a live stream. I'm trying to find a camera there, folks. Where's the live stream at? All right, sorry about that. All right, let's go see what our planes are doing. All right, looks like one of our planes might be about to make the turn towards the storm. Again, hopefully we get one more pass. It definitely seems like our storm is intensifying yet again. I'd really like to see one more update, at least from a plane, on the intensity of our storm. Sending prayers from Canada. I'm sure Jamaica appreciates your prayers. Making sure all these are current. Go, and then yeah. Public safety audio feed has 2 good cams. Where would I even find that? Let me see. Audio feed. Webcams. Jamaica. Oh, where would I find that? Is it moving northwest? It kind of is. If we come over here to the big screen view, wow. Yeah, it's a little bit to the north. It's more north than northwest. See if it was northeast and then it kind of tracks back up to the north. It's basically going just due north right now. Look at the latest National Hurricane Center. The last update, they said it's moving north-northeast at 2 miles per hour. So still no major speed updates there. YouTube. What do I search on YouTube, Paula? Try cameras and Negro. I haven't been able to find any. If you guys have any, here, how about this? If you guys have links to cameras that I do not have, send them over here. Link is in the description. Our link is in the chat. That's my my Twitter account. It's a perfect donut. It really is. This storm is extremely impressive in terms of its symmetry, in terms of its intensity. It is a very dangerous storm still as well. Category 5, minimum pressure 903 millibars with 180 miles per hour winds. This is a extremely dangerous hurricane. And it, you know, we've been hoping that it would eventually weaken, but we are getting no such luck so far with Hurricane Melissa. It has been holding at this extreme intensity for quite a while. Looks like a saw blade. It does. It also kind of looks like an axe. One of those really fancy axes. Got like a little thing like that, and then there's the blade, and then here's the handle. Oh wait, I gotta zoom out so you can see it. Like a fancy axe. That's what I see. Possible 190 at landfall. I wouldn't rule it out, but you know, it should interact with some of these mountains before the inner eye wall goes in, which should hopefully cause a little bit of weakening. But I can tell you right now, the amount of devastation that happens in between 160 miles per hour and 180 is pretty much exactly the same. was like a handheld buzzsaw. I guess. I mean, it looks like a circle. Like, you know, crazy words aside, it basically just looks like a circle. But it will kind of act like a buzzsaw once it comes into Jamaica. Barely any trees will survive this storm if it reaches Jamaica with this intensity. We saw this in Hurricane, I think it was Patricia, when it made landfall in Mexico. It just absolutely destroyed so many trees in its path. You know, and this storm isn't exactly the same intensity, but it is dang close to that. So we could see similar type of impacts. Looks like one of our cameras might be down in downtown Kingston, making me wonder, are we starting to lose some power in downtown Kingston? Nope, it's back up. It's back. Check for traffic cameras in Spanish Town. Is that a thing? I don't think that's a thing. But I will search it. I don't even think there's this Jamaica Eye initiative. Camera initiative. Jamaica Eye CCT deployed. I would need to be able to find where that data is located. I'm not finding like a map or anything with the cameras. Apparently they have some sort of national CCTV camera initiative, kind of like traffic cameras. There's no single public map of Jamaica Eye camera, as a system called Jamaica Eye is a government-run surveillance network primarily for law enforcement and public safety officials. Okay, so it's not for the public. The eye winks at us. That would be, yeah, terrifying. Listen to the wind in the halfway tree. Do y'all want to hear wind? Because we could turn the wind on if y'all really want wind. River is going to go over soon. It's definitely rising. If we compare it to what it looked like about an hour ago, you can see the difference. See that? There's an hour and a half. Here it is now. Oh, there's a piece of debris. I just saw a piece of debris in there. Thank you, Sam, Work and British, for subscribing. Thank you so much. River is definitely going to flow over. I do think so. I think this river, if we get the amounts of rain forecast, is going to go over this bridge and over where that that little house is on the right side. It's like a shack, like a work shack. What does Chaz think about an all-nighter? He's probably not super enthusiastic about it, but he also doesn't know yet. Probably, but you know, we don't have any indication that we need to do an all-nighter yet. But we'll see. We shall see. Yeah, I can't show Earth Cam, unfortunately. They are very strict, and I don't have an agreement with them. Hotel cams are fine. They're just tourist cams, not controlled by anybody. But like the ones that are actually controlled by companies, we can't. Will Connor help out at all? No, I don't think so. I mean, we could get him to help out, but I haven't like communicated with him on that or anything. I'd hate to like spring it on him at like 11 a.m. He's got a kid and he works, so I don't even think he could. Check back in with Westmoreland. See how things are progressing here. It looks like we're back into a little bit more of a calmer period again here in Westmoreland. This is Crossroads, Kingston. Still not a whole lot of wind, but still a lot of rain falling. I mean, rain has just been falling constantly throughout the day in that area. Same thing back over here. A little bit of wind, actually. Our camera's shaking a little bit. A dude on a motorcycle or a moped. That, I swear, man. Some people in Jamaica, man, they just don't care. Riding in these winds and rain with a moped at almost 11 p.m. Yes, Jamaica definitely has hurricane parties. I can tell you that right now. They make diss tracks about hurricanes. They'll make a diss track about you as well if you, try to make fun of Jamaica, as we have seen. This is in Barbican. I think that is, yeah, we do have some flood water on the side of the road here. I want to see like a car drive close to it with some lights so I could just see it better. This is in Barbican, where we are seeing some street flooding develop. So those are heavily saturated. Yeah, they are. Yeah, I mean, guys, if you do have cameras, live cameras, like links that you want to send, my link is in the chat. I'll be looking out for your guys' messages. Send it to there in my direct messages. Yeah, I already have that camera, the halfway tree camera. We have the audio there. If you guys want to listen to it, this is what the audio sounds like. Somebody will probably be tubing. No, they don't do that. They know where the line is. If they're having a hurricane party, they're probably having it indoors. Jamaica is still relatively responsible when it comes to these hurricanes. They know what they can do. They've been through them before, and they know not to be outside when there's all of that debris. Although, just like any state or city in the United States, you every now and then have a couple of idiots that just stay out there even in the worst conditions. Thank you, Heather, for becoming a WIMD member. But right now, I mean, the conditions aren't bad, so I'm not too worried about that guy on the moped. Jeez, that wind is nuts. It sounds nuts, but it doesn't look nuts. I don't know. Do y'all like the wind or not? Would I ever chase a storm like this? Heck no. I have brain cells. You know, I would sit in like the outer eye wall, but I would never go into the direct. Absolutely not. Like right where it's making landfall. Heck no. Yeah, the wind is annoying. That's why didn't play it. I played it earlier. I was like, this is not pleasing to my ears, like at all. Chase it from my office. I would do that. I'd watch other people chase it and not say anything, but think in the back of my head, oh boy, please be careful. When will the last plane get new data? Let me check to see if we're going to get a new plane anytime soon. Or at least new plane. Oh yeah, we're about to get new data right now, folks. Oops. I'm back over to the big screen. Look at this. Got a plane running into the eye wall right now. It'd be hard to convince me to even do this, let alone chase a hurricane on the ground. I'm a scaredy cat. When I've chased tornadoes before, but I stay really far away from them unless I make a mistake or they just happen to go over me. But that doesn't happen that often. It's only happened once. You can switch to different cams. Yeah, Sean, but like, where's the live stream of those? Because it only shows a clip and then it stops playing. So how do I get it to the live stream? Can you figure that out for me, Sean? Yeah, the plane will be in there probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll get a brand new set of data in to go over with you guys. We will break it down and what it all means. See the prior track. I think we can see that with weather-wise. Yeah, look at this thing. Like a little dinosaur. This is when it was in between steering currents. So this right here would have been that western high pressure system, being dominant in steering it, and then the eastern one would be dominant in steering it, then the western one would be dominant in steering, and then for the past couple of days, the western high pressure system has been the dominant steering of Hurricane Melissa until about just a couple of minutes ago, where our storm took a big northeastern turn. And that is an indication that our storm is now being heavily influenced as that western high pressure system is gone. And now we have that trough that's exiting off of Florida that is grabbing our storm. And that will unfortunately bring it more to the north and east towards Jamaica. Little fun facts. Not so fun facts, honestly. People are still driving because, I mean, honestly, where a lot of these cameras are, we're not seeing anything too crazy yet in terms of impact. So, you know, everybody makes their own personal, decisions on what they're comfortable with. And there's really not a place in Jamaica except for like probably just off of the coast of like near Black River and White House, where we're seeing impacts that are probably strong enough to, convince somebody not to drive. Although, definitely wouldn't drive near rivers, please. Please still stay away from rivers. Thank you, Melissa, Alvaro Titans, and Viox Publishing for subscribing. I do appreciate it. When it hits Cuba, yeah, it'll probably be a category 4 when it hits Cuba, or like a weak category 3, or I mean a strong category 3. I don't think it's going to be a category 5. But it really just depends on how much the land interactions of Jamaica does to our storm, how strong it is when it moves over, just exactly how fast the speed is, as well, is also going to make a big difference. So all those factors are going to play a role. Also, I think the water temperatures are a little bit lower here, and also the shear will be a little bit higher with a less organized core. Has they flown through the eye yet? Latest update, not yet. How many hours until it really hits? I mean, we're really gonna start to see impacts over the next 6 hours. Really start to increase, but it should hit in about 9 to 10 hours from now. So we really should start to see some. I'm really starting to think like, well, let's go look at our latest radar data if we can. Hopefully now that a lot of the United States is probably going to sleep at this point. So hopefully this website is a little bit easier to access and not down currently. It's been like down like half of the day today. It's been so difficult to get radar imagery. Am I pulling an all-nighter? Just depends on what's happening. All right, so we do have the latest radar scans in. Did load. I think it loaded. There is so much rain that is about to come over. There's like a little dry slot forming on the northern side. Potentially could get a decent amount of tornadic activity as this part makes it in the land. Unfortunately, you can't see Jamaica, but it's under there. You just have to remember it's kind of in this area as I push this forward, but there is just so much rain. Look at all of that. That is falling in Jamaica right now. I think this is a part of an interaction with just our storm in that frontal boundary that's coming through. It's really allowing or really causing a lot of divergence aloft around our storm, allowing for the air to rise a lot more out in front of our storm. And we are just getting rain dumped all over Jamaica right now. This is bad. This is bad. Our strongest hurricane force winds are going to be around this spot, and that is still quite a ways off of shore. But we're definitely going to see those, so like that thunderstorm related gusts start to increase over the next couple of hours. Yeah, we haven't had any webcams lose power yet. No webcams have lost power. Oh wow, winds are picking up in Westmoreland again. Look at this. The rain isn't translating well on the camera. Yeah. I think Kitten Lover for sending 10 gifted memberships. I do appreciate that. Thank you. You guys get a membership from Kitten Lover. Make sure you are thanking her in chat. She spent her hard-earned money to give you guys a free membership. A Cat 5 isn't that bad. What are you talking about, dude? All right, I'll ask you this. Daily dose of flying. Do you think a EF4 tornado would be bad? Jim Cantori didn't go? I have no idea. I doubt it. You don't think an EF4 is that bad? Well, then you've never been inside of one, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. You just don't understand wind. Have you ever driven a car at 200 miles an hour and stuck your head out the window? There's not a whole lot of references unless you've been inside of it. So unless you've been inside 200 mile per hour winds, your brain just can't even fathom how strong those winds are. I like to at least to 1 a.m. If something catastrophic is happening, though, we might push it all the way until landfall and a little bit past landfall. Will the planes fly again? They're going through the storm right now. We're waiting for the latest update from there. And that water is still rising. It's almost to that where that little pylon tapers down. For the people that are just joining, you can see just how high this river has risen in just the past, hour. This is the past hour and a half. It is definitely rising, and with more rain to come, it's likely we will see this bridge underwater by the time it's all said and done. Is the eye cycling? No, it is not. But we have the new plane going in. Let me double check to see if we've got that data in yet. Okay, it is passing through. I think it's getting stronger. Jeez. We do have some new data to look at. It did just go through. We don't have any MSLP though. Interesting. No surface or sea surface pressure estimations. Sea level pressure. Interesting. Yeah, also might have missed the eye a little bit. Still some decent winds near the center. But the suspected surface winds here are a little bit higher measured. The surface peak 10-second winds are coming in a little bit higher there. It'll be interesting. We might have to wait until our next drop zone to come in to get the latest data on that. And we don't have that data in yet. But it seems like they might have missed the center of the eye a little bit. We'll see. Do want to come over here and check the actual data itself. This one, no, it's this one, I think. No, gotta be this one. Must just be buried in here somewhere. Yeah, it is. Man, that's a lot farther northeast too. Let's see. Dang, no surface pressure extrapolation. Yeah, it's not extrapolating the surface pressure on this fly through. So we're really going to have to wait until that next drops on data comes in. That's the only little snapshot we'll get to see if this pressure has dropped at all. But it does seem the winds are still holding steady, if not maybe a little bit stronger. How's it going? It's going all right. Thanks for asking. It's been a long day, but we keep chugging along. I remember one hurricane you did was past Jamaica. That river got flooded. Yes, it did get flooded eventually, and the debris built up. And that was with a miss from Hurricane Beryl. This thing is directly hitting and also is bringing in a lot more moisture into the area. So it's going to be bad. We're going to watch this river very closely. It is definitely rising. It's only going to be a matter of time before this thing is over this bridge. Pressure drop winds go up. Not always. You know, sometimes it takes a little while for the winds to rise. Usually the pressure will drop first and the winds will take a little bit to catch up. What I think will happen in Montego Bay, I think there will be some storm surge, probably enough to cause some damage. I think there's going to be power outages and some structural damage up there. I mean, you guys... on certain models are still showing that you guys could get up to like 110, 120 mile per hour wind gusts. It could be pretty hectic in Montego. Let's go back up to Westmoreland and see how our winds are doing over here. It's been pretty interesting up here. This is definitely where we're expecting the strongest winds to eventually show up. This is the closest camera that we have to landfall, and depending on where it makes landfall, it could be anywhere from 20 to just in or inside of the eye itself. And it's been really off and on in terms of the winds out here. Chris, it just depends on what happens. Again, we were just kind of monitoring the situation. Nothing catastrophic has happened yet, but you know, if we get to around 1 a.m. and or like 12 or 1 a.m. and nothing really bad has happened, and you know, I'll probably get like a good 4 hours of sleep and then start streaming again at around 6 a.m. Oh my gosh. So it appears the dryness of the eye wall has broken a record yet again. It is now negative 4.11 degrees Celsius. Is the dryness of our storm in terms of its humidity value or its water vapor values. So it has broken it again. It has broken its own record that it just recently set. It's almost a full degree drier than second place. It hit negative 3.8. Let me see if I can find data backing that up. No, the lowest I'm seeing is negative 4.11. I don't see any, at least any post saying that it broke 4 yet. Yeah, the latest update is negative 4.11. Yeah, there are unconfirmed reports of 3.8, but I haven't been able to confirm that yet. Degrees of dryness. So pretty much what that means, just for folks asking, it means that our surface pressure is so low. What that does is essentially creates a vacuum inside the center of our storm. And what that does is it evacuates all of the moisture in the center of the storm. The drier the storm, the lower the pressure gets. So as that pressure drops, it evacuates the moisture. It gets drier. So the dryness of an eye can be an indication of how organized the eye is. And in this case, negative 4.11 degrees Celsius of dryness is enough to be the strongest or the driest eye ever recorded on Earth in recorded history. Ever. That's the kind of hurricane we are dealing with, folks. It is bad. It isn't sub 900 yet. No, it's not. We don't have any confirmation of that. I am looking and waiting for the latest drop sonde data to come out of this Hurricane Hunter plane. So far, we don't have the latest eye drop sonde. That means it's the most organized eye in history, yes. It's mind-boggling if this thing gets below 900 too. I mean, it's at 903 millibars. It's certainly possible that that happens. So yeah, that would be mind-boggling and a half. There would be negative 4.11 degrees of mind-boggliness happening if that were to happen. Degrees of mind-boggliness. Potentially off the scale. All is likely inaccurate. Okay. Do you know where that source got that information from? Is it possible to break the record of the lowest pressure? I don't think the hurricane has enough time. I don't think it has enough time, to be honest. Because by the time it starts interacting with land, I mean, technically it could make a run at it. We've seen crazier things happen. So it could technically make a run at it. It's not impossible, but it is running out of time because eventually these outer bands are going to start interacting with land or with the mountainous region, and that's going to cause more friction, kind of disrupting the pattern that is around our hurricane right now. Thank you, Carol, for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you. The lowest barometric pressure ever recorded in the Atlantic Ocean is 882 millibars. That was Hurricane Wilma. Not sure about on Earth. However, the lowest pressure ever recorded in any tropical cyclone globally was 870 millibars measured in a Pacific typhoon in 1970. I'm wondering if that's contested at all. Some decent winds pulling back up into Maypin. The camera might have just gone down. Make sure our cameras are current. Why is this doing this? Oh, okay. I just needed to catch up. Never mind. All right. I think everything is current. Montego Bay. We don't have any cameras out in Montego Bay, unfortunately. Well, the winds hit Maypen. Definitely the thunderstorm activity will, and also some of the outer winds as well will definitely hit Maypen. And so we have a lot of thunderstorm activity about to pull back into the Spanish Town area and into near the Flat Bridge area as well. Also Kingston too. Thank you, Jeff, for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you for supporting us financially. That does help out a lot. Thank you. Yeah, I just checked aircraft, and the Dropston data has still not come in. It started here. It has started here in Montego Bay. Yeah, you guys are probably getting some of those thunderstorms. If you take it out of 3D mode, you can see a little bit more accurately how far away these outer rain bands are, but they are getting close. And on radar, we are seeing a lot of thunderstorm activity really build into this area. So you're definitely going to see those winds start to increase. I think the Maypen camera might be down, folks. Or at least it's temporarily down. We were having some stronger winds. I'm wondering if the power went out in Maypen. It has come in. I'm refreshing the website. I'm not seeing it. Hasn't come in on my end. Is that data from? Oh, it has come in. Okay. Let me check. It says 907 millibars to me. It says 907. Am I missing something? Where are y'all getting the 900 number from? Hold on. We'll all do this together. Well, let's figure this out. 903 drops on. Is this it? This one says 902. Oh, at 22 knots. Hey, yeah, this is the latest one that's come in. Just loaded in. For me, at least. 902 to 22 knots. So, yeah, it's probably closer to around 900 millibars. But it's 902, not 900. But given the fact that that's not a direct center, you know, it's probably lower than that. And thank you, Indico, Erica, Shelly, Kristen, Oregon, O, and Matt Lewis for subscribing. 903 from the NWS, that was a while ago. Our storm has been deepening since then, and it's likely we are close to either 900 millibars or, depending on what the math works out to, could be even under 900 millibars. Yeah, 900 millibars is a guess, but it's definitely not the center. Oh, here's another one. We have another eye measurement, apparently. What? Oh, wait, never mind. This is the only one. Yeah, 902 at the surface. Yeah, we'll see. What that math, I don't know the math to convert that. But people are reporting that it is. Let me see if I can find the reports, and there's probably somebody smarter than me that it's already done the math. Let me just check. We can get that, like, a post of that up here. People are saying it now has support for 900 millibars. Yeah, a lot of people are saying it is 900 millibars. But I don't see the math. It says 902. But I know it's lower. Yeah, people are saying rule of thumb is to subtract 1 millibar for every 10 knots. In that case, it's sub 900. Because it's 2 knots above that. So it would be just barely sub 900. So I think our hurricane is officially sub 900. It is, yeah, 899.8. There you go. Wow. That's crazy. They rounded up. They shouldn't round it. If you're trying to be as official as possible, you should get the exact number and use no rounding. So, I mean, the question is, did it break 900 millibars? That's what we've been wondering if the storm will, and it did. It just did. If that is, well, they did say the general rule of thumb is to minus 2 millibars per 10 knots. But they didn't say what the equation was. I think the proper way to word it would be this dropsonde supports. I'm going to get my friggin' face out of the way so you guys can actually see the number. I'm an idiot. There. But yeah, you could say that this dropsonde supports a reading of sub 900. This is Tropical Tidbits. Gives out all the information on the Hurricane Hunter planes. Do we have a max eye wall dropsonde yet? I don't think so. I think these are from earlier. Yeah, that was from the last pass. We don't have the latest eye wall dropsonde yet. Hey, thank you, Tatted, Oscar, Salted, Caroline, and Seth for subscribing. Thank you. They found 166 knots near the surface, or is that flight level? If that's flight level, then that's not at the surface. I mean, in layman terms, it just means that the storm is really strong. That's what it means. It's up there with some of the strongest hurricanes. Is it top 10? Does anybody know if it's top 10? Let me do a research. Top 10 lowest pressure. Okay, lower the pressure, stronger storm. Yeah. Top 10 in the Atlantic. But that's not. Top 10 lowest pressure in the world. All right, let me get out of this so we can look at the hurricane while we research this. I need a list. I can't find a list. I think it's top. Yeah, I think it's top 10 in the Atlantic. Probably not top 10 in the world, but it's up there. Yeah, just let me confirm the surface winds via my own eyes before we, or if I see a credible source say it, then, you know, we can probably believe it. But okay, northeast eye wall has come in. God, it's true. The fables are true, folks. The fables are true. Let me do a refresh. 161 knots at the surface. Holy crap, that's going to be a big number, folks. Prepare yourself. 185 miles per hour. 185 miles per hour. Holy crap. Wow. Folks, you are looking at a hurricane with a sub 900 millibar low pressure. The driest eye ever recorded in the world in recorded history. And a max wind speed at the surface, not above the surface, at the surface of 185 miles per hour. This is very, very, there's no way to sugarcoat it. This is a complete disaster. This is effed up of Mother Nature to do. This is terrible, catastrophic. Every bad word. Hold on, let me look up a list of words like catastrophic. This is a disaster, a calamity, an apocalypse. Honestly, saying it's going to be apocalyptic, I don't think is overhyping it. It's a tragedy, a cataclysm, Armageddon, doomsday for some. Foobar, yes, that's a good one. It's bad, is what I'm trying to say. This is very, very bad. This hurricane continues to strengthen as it jogs to the north, closer and closer to Jamaica. Guys, we have got to use all of our hopes and prayers for Jamaica that this storm goes through an eye wall replacement cycle before it makes landfall. If it does not, we are going to be talking about destruction in which we have probably never seen in either a very long time, in just a very long time with a hurricane. So I ran out of words. I became speechless, and I needed help from the internet to add speech to my speechlessness. It'll take a long time for Jamaica to recover from this. Potentially years. Unfortunately, there's not much that we can do other than hope and pray. Everybody there that is going to be evacuating has evacuated. Everybody that hasn't is probably doesn't have enough time, or maybe they do. You know, you still have enough time. You know, if you're not convinced yet and you still are in, you know, Down, White House, Black River, you need to evacuate. Get the heck out of there. This is a storm unlike anything that we have seen in an extremely long time. This will cause complete devastation of anything near the coast. Jeez Louise. Yeah, landfall is projected to be around in this area, maybe near Black River. I mean, all of these houses are going to be gone, man. Oh no, we got another community back over here near Crawford. It goes a little bit further to the west. Over here near Sandy Ground. Like, you guys, if you're here, if you see your house on this map and you are still there, you need to go. Just get away from the coast. And if it goes even more to the west, we have this area down over here, Savannah, Lamar. This is not good. That's solar farm. Oh yeah. Oh boy. Is it slow or fast? It's still moving really slow. Our last national hurricane update was still moving northeast now, at 2 miles per hour. No one can leave the island. Yeah, but you can at least get away from the worst impact zones, you know? Just go more inland, you know. There's still going to be flooding and mudslides, but, you know, at least like a structure can survive up there. You know, you have a I mean, if you're near the coast, you need to just get away from the coast. I mean, that's just the bottom line. If you can get away from the coast, you know, in time away from this hurricane, do it. Even if you got to do it on foot. Seriously. I don't know. Like, your survival mode, ultimate survival mode. You know, you got to get you got to get away from the coast. I mean, the storm surge is going to be probably higher than what they're forecasting. They forecasted 13 up to 13 foot. It's probably going to be 15 to 17 feet of storm surge. Potentially even higher. Jeez Louise. It's absolutely mind-boggling just how strong this storm is right now. Thank you, Good Toast, for the 2. Is Melissa below 900 now? If you use the equation that everybody else is using, yes. By 0.2 millibars. If you're being extremely technical. There really is no difference. Oh my gosh. The river is still rising, guys. You can like just visually tell. Look at this. We'll go back another hour, 30 minutes. Watch this. Boy. It's still getting taller, guys. The rain is still falling and this river is still swelling. Probably gone up by about a foot since about an hour and a half ago. Now, this is way worse than Helene. Way worse than Helene. The flooding is just going to be just as bad, but you also have that storm surge, complete destruction with the wind and with the potential for landslides. I mean, it just doesn't get worse than this. Oh, wow. Pretty strong winds over here now near Halfway Tree. Yeah, very close to Dorian levels. Yep. Slow moving, very strong hurricane, just like Dorian. I think Dorian was slower moving though, but very similar. It is very noticeable difference from the screenshot. Yeah. Yeah, you took that at like a 7, so yeah. The water, yeah. I mean, Old Harbor, I don't think it's going to get the worst of it, but it's definitely going to get a lot of storm surge. We've already seen flooding from storm surge already in Old Harbor. And it's only going to get worse. Probably get up close to like 10 feet in some spots is possible. Really just depends though. Where the storm makes landfall is super important. Wow, these are actually pretty strong winds here in Halfway Tree. Recon is going for another pass. Wow. That's wrong, Tristan. It's not tied for top 7. No. It's barely in the top 10 in the Atlantic, and if you do it like worldwide, it is not in the top 10. But I mean, don't let that distract you from the fact that 899.8 millibars is extremely low. Can tell how fast the wind speeds are. It's looking like around 40 to 50 miles per hour, as far as I can tell. I don't think it's quite 60 miles per hour. All right, guys, let me refill my water really quick and use the restroom. Give me about a minute and I'll be right back. I am back. Let's listen to the wind just for a little bit. It's a little bit annoying, but there should be audio on this camera. Anyone streaming live from Jamaica? Not that I know of. We had Bryce, but Bryce had to relocate because of his area just not being safe. And let's let the winds calm down a little bit. Check back over near Westmoreland. Yeah, Maypan Cam is still down. Yeah, still a little gusty here in Westmoreland, but honestly, still not the strongest winds we've seen. We've seen stronger winds hit Westmoreland before. And our river is still rising. I really do think Spanish Town really needs to be paying attention to their water levels now, because this is going to have downstream effects. Where did Bryce have to relocate to? Well, I don't think we've had an update on that. Unfortunately, the person that is updating us on on his progress is having some issues of her own and is unable to update us at this moment. But as soon as we get that update in and when he's going to go live, I will definitely let you guys know. If Bryce can go live, he'll probably go live tomorrow. The water is much higher now. Yeah, it's getting close to the bottom of the bridge. It's making me wonder how much longer until it is over the bridge. There's no water flow through the right. There really isn't. And I'm not exactly sure what's causing that. I do believe that the left side of the river, oh wow, big piece of debris just went under the bridge. It was partially submerged, but you could see it pop out of the water there for a second. And it's one of the things we have to watch out for is the increase of debris. Right before the flooding really picks up, there will probably be a surge of debris on the leading edge. Flatbridge was underwater, and there was actually some debris piled up near Flatbridge as well during Barrel. It was not the first time, but what I fear is that there might be heavier debris flows, and we might see it be a little bit bigger this time. So I'm just worried about the folks down the line in Spanish Town, and we're gonna see this happen to other rivers. This could be also the canary in the coal mine for the river that runs near Kingston as well. It does flood very regularly, but again, we're getting more rain with this hurricane in a very short amount of time. But I think rivals really any rain or flood event in this area. Because again, this is going to be a very slow moving hurricane. And the rain is just going to keep piling up and piling up and piling up. Katrina was more of a lack of preparation and infrastructure. It was more of the infrastructure, really. Yeah. I mean, there's not much you can do. The forecast with that was a little bit hectic with Katrina. And so, like you can't change the infrastructure last minute. Yeah, I mean, it could have planned for it before, but I think it's just one of those scenarios where the lower income communities got left behind. And, a lot of people suffered because of, lack of care, lack of empathy and preparation. Some cities are like that, man. You see it all the way across the world. Lower income areas don't get as much tax money, and their infrastructure suffers because of it. And in some scenarios, you see that really come to light during major disasters. The cam is working. It just keeps going in and out. See, it's back again. You know, it's been going in and out all day. We haven't seen it. We haven't seen an actual cam outage though. Just for reference, for the folks wondering why we're watching this bridge so much, it is rising and rising fast. And this could be the beginning of a pretty big flood threat down the line for Spanish Town. We're also watching tons of other cameras and watching all the data as well. Our hurricane hunters should be in for another pass on the storm here in a little bit. Let me check on that latest information on that as too. Where are they at exactly? Yeah, they're turning into Hurricane Melissa right now. This is what Hurricane Melissa looks like. The eye has gotten smaller. Smaller and more dry. And if we bring this back, our loop, you can see that it is still traveling pretty consistently here to the north and east. It's a little bit on the western side of our most recent average line, but it is generally tracking as it's supposed to now that it's getting interactions with the trough that is nearby it. It's like a freaking tornado. It really is. I mean, it has winds as strong as an EF4 tornado. When is landfall? It's going to be in between around 8 or 12 p.m. tomorrow. Yeah, we're about to get another pass here from our hurricane hunters. As you can see, they are very close. They actually did a pretty quick turnaround here. So it looks like they're really interested in getting more pressure and wind data out of our hurricane. The last drop on was 900 or 899.8, technically speaking. And so the next time it comes through, it could be even lower. It's been dropping every pass. It was 903, then it dropped 3 millibars. We could be around 896 or 897 by the time the plane comes back through again. Is it going to have another 18 hours or so or strengthen? No. I mean, we're talking, this thing's expected to make landfall in at max 12 hours from now. In between 8 to 12 hours from now. They need to keep an eye on their fuel. I'm sure they are. They're professionals. They're experts. They know what they're doing. They are experts. What about persons in St. Mary? Let me see. St. Mary. Jamaica. Probably not super bad impacts. Still gotta watch out for flooding and some hurricane force winds as we go into the afternoon hours tomorrow. But the main core of the storm is going to be farther away from you. You're not going to get a whole lot of storm surge either over there. So the coastal regions won't be as dangerous as, say, like where it's making landfall, or like over there near Montego Bay, or like over there near Old Harbor. But there's still going to be the potential for some power outages out there. What time do I think you might get back live tomorrow? Well, it depends on if we end the stream or not. I can see a scenario where I get about, like, I take about an hour break at some point, and then we do another stream, because I have been streaming for 9 hours and 30 minutes straight. So in about an hour and a half, we will have to do that break. Just mainly because, one, I need a break, and two, you can't stream more than 12 hours. And then we'll probably come back on in an hour. That's the plan. Unless I just like pass out. But I'll probably make a coffee to make sure that that doesn't happen. Roofs are already gone. Wow. Where at? Where are you seeing that report from? Didn't realize it's been that long. Yeah, time flies when you have a record-breaking hurricane bearing down on an island nation. Power just came back on. Oof. I am happy for you. May as well get a couple hours of sleep in. I mean, landfall is a bit away. Yeah, but you know, if something catastrophic ends up happening, I mean, it would really have to be this river here. I'll be watching, and you know, if I don't come back live, then that means this river is still behaving itself. But man, I mean, the river flow is as fast as it's ever been. It's actually increased quite a bit. We compare it to back to here, you can see it was a little bit slower. It was a lot slower 2 hours ago, or 3 hours ago. So the river has risen and the flow is definitely increasing. We could be getting close here to all heck breaking loose. So, I mean, if that happens here, I don't think I'll be able to go to sleep. I would just go to sleep and lay there. Think about what I could have done different, or like worrying about people. So I can sacrifice a couple hours of sleep to keep some folks safe. What are the chances of this storm fizzes out? 0%, unfortunately. %0. Yes, there are tons of homes downstream of this, and I'll show you on Google Maps why it is so important that we keep an eye on this. So here's Spanish Town here. Check this out. This is the river. Rio Cobre. Flat Bridge is somewhere up in this region. Let me see if I can find it exactly. Let me just search it. Flat Bridge. Yeah, it's right here. So here's Flat Bridge. This is where we're watching, right? And so if we really start to see the river go crazy here, we'll be able to get the warning down the line. You're going to have all of these houses nearby, all these houses over here that could become flooded, and all of these houses right here as well. All of these houses in between here. I mean, it will be a catastrophe. And we're already seeing it rise fast. That's why we are watching it so closely. But, you know, we're also watching for some wind to pick up. If any wind does pick up, we will look at it. But we haven't seen much wind yet. It's still decent ways away from the coast. It is making progress, as you can see here. Since the last update, it is working its way up to the north. Might be speeding up a little bit. We'll see on the latest update. Let's check in. We're pretty close to a new update. Let me see if that's come in yet. Okay, the plane is entering the eye wall right now, but we don't have any new data to report. That really puts it into perspective. Yes. Yeah. Like, so when you look at this again, after seeing the Google Earth, you now realize why we're so concerned that over the last hour and a half, the river has gone from that to this. In the last 2 hours and a half, it's gone from this to this. That is why we are concerned. Hey, thank you, fams, Kim, Barbara, Algea, Kalama, Mustafa, Boy, Ruby, Jeff, Ron, Theodore, and Beer Dog for subscribing. I mean, that could potentially happen in Enraged Panda. That is definitely a possibility. That water is rising fast. Yeah, it is rising fast, and it's also moving fast. And I mean, there's just a lot of rain battering the area. I mean, when you look at the radar, we're not having any good signs that the rain's about to quit anytime soon. It is definitely in a gorge, which is technically worse than where the houses are. But again, with 40 inches of rain, it is very possible we see this water rise eventually to the level of this shed. And all that water will eventually make it downstream into Spanish Town. Not only that, the ground was already saturated, folks. No storm surge will happen. This will be just straight up river flooding. There are no cameras downstream. We've already checked and looked. Oops. We have a secondary eye wall, or one is attempting to develop. I'd have to look at radar for that. You have a radar screenshot of that? Let me see if we can get a new radar update. It seems like wind has calmed down a bit there in Halfway Tree. Our Maypen camera is still down. We might have to consider replacing that one. The camera has been pretty helpful. And conditions in Little London in Westmoreland are still semi-stable. Okay, we do have some new radar scans to go over. I want to see what Help is talking about. He's thinking the secondary eye wall. Yeah, it's interesting. We do have a secondary eye wall that is contracting into our center circulation again. We saw that earlier. You see how there's like this little eye wall that develops here, and then watch as we go into the future how it starts to contract closer to the eye wall itself. Wow. It is contracting there. I just hope the storms. Yeah, I agree. It might be a secondary eye wall, but But yeah, I'm just wondering, like, are hoping that that we're gonna get an eye wall replacement right before land. Because if this thing holds this intensity, 185 miles per hour all the way into land, that would be extremely bad. Does that make it stronger? Not necessarily. It does mean that the wind field might be expanding though, near our center. It is eerily calm out there though. None of our cams are really picking up on any strong winds. Is Kingston over? No. It's just a little break in the showers. I mean, there's more showers developing off the coast, as you can see on the bottom left of the screen. All these little purple areas, those are pretty intense thunderstorms about to move back into the area. So definitely do not let your guard down. The projected rainfall totals are about 40 inches of rain. So about just over 3 feet of rain in the mountainous areas of East Jamaica, which is, by the way, where this camera is located. All that rain's going to funnel off those mountains into this river. The cameras alternate. I mean, we could. Do y'all want the alternating camera somewhere? We could set that up, I guess. That water is rising quick. Yeah, it is. Hey, thank you, T, Patrice, Mia, Black Cats, Michael Martin, Pauline, Haley, and Butterfly Kisses for subscribing. Thank you so much. Welcome in. Sorry we had to meet this way. Yeah, that water flow is definitely increasing, even faster than what it was, I think. Wow. That's moving. Alternate later on, to be honest. Yeah. That's kind of what I've been thinking. I keep going back just to check to see if the other cams are showing anything, but this is the only camera that is really showing potential for some catastrophic impacts. But so far, so good. I mean, the river isn't too crazy yet. This isn't the highest we've seen it, but it's definitely rising fast, and that water's really moving. Can I zoom in a little? The camera will eventually zoom in on its own. Like the right side has a gate on it for adjusting. No, there's no adjusting of this bridge. That's the height it always is. It's attached by concrete or stone or something to this pylon that's under it. It's a pretty thick pylon that's under it. So I don't think the pylon will go, but it is possible the bridge itself goes if enough debris hits it. Do I have what the water level looked like prior to rising? Yes. We just go back into the live stream. Earlier today, Where is it? We'll go like 3 hours back. This is what it looked like 3 hours ago in comparison to now. 3 hours ago and now. There are lights on in the shed. There actually is. What is going on in there? Is there a person in that shed? I sure hope not. That's a good, I didn't even notice that. That's a good call out there. I think that might just be the light that's lighting up on the right side. I'm not sure if that's like actual like interior light. Okay, the hurricane hunters have officially made it through the hurricane yet again. Hurricane Melissa. Let's see what we see here. Surface winds still holding. Not as strong as the last pass. At least on the surface winds, but the flight level winds are still just as strong. And now we await for the drop zone data to see what the eye is going to be like, how low the pressure is in the eye, and also how strong the eye wall is. Again, this flight level data is just an estimate, and so is this surface peak winds. They're just estimates. So the drop zone data is what we're really looking at, but this gives us a little sneak peek. And if we've had any significant fluctuations, and it doesn't seem like we have had any significant fluctuations, so it could be stronger near the surface, or it might not. What happened here? Why does it look all weird all of a sudden? Oh. Saw them open the door hours ago. Oh, okay. So yeah, it looks like there's actually is someone in that shed. Thank you, Jacob, Sandy, William, Brian, and Angela for subscribing. Yeah, everybody that's in Jamaica right now, tell us where you're located and what you are experiencing. Oh man, that water's really going. Is it faster? Man. I feel like it's faster than even the last time we just looked at it. No tropical storm winds, but it's gusty. Okay. Westmoreland, very hard rain and wind. M in Negril. Okay. Thank you for that update. You are in the shed. Okay. Okay, buddy. Sure. No, it's like a little part in the doorway. There's definitely something going on in there. So I think there is someone actually inside of that shed. Montego Bay, heavy rains and winds. Okay, thank you for the update. Relando says it's crazy in Montego Bay. Gotcha. Thank you. Describe the craziness. What about it is crazy? You got follow? Want me to show you? Yeah. If anybody that lives in Jamaica that's watching wants to share any videos or photos with me, You guys can send it here. Link is in chat. Yeah, it's weird that like one side of this river just doesn't really flow that much at all. And it's really on the left side. That's where the most of the flow is in the river. I wonder what's causing that. Storm is 10 hours from making landfall. That river will be raging a monster by then. Probably. Yeah. I mean, the rainfall rates are only going to pick up as this thing gets closer to land. The more wind there is, the stronger the storm made updrafts against those mountains are going to become. Wow. Seeing some data apparently from the satellite-based advanced Dvorak technique, which is a way to get wind and pressure data via satellite. It's a certain technique. Apparently, it's saying that Melissa has a surface pressure of 871 millibars and 185 knot winds, but I am not sure how accurate that is. But apparently, that has beaten Hurricane Patricia for a new all-time highest final T number for an advanced Dvorak technique reading. Don't really know much about that technique, so I don't know. I know it's used. I know it's legitimate in some form of fashion, but I mean, if I don't see those winds in our data from the aircraft, I can't say that we can call that an official number. Let me do some research on it and how accurate that is. It's usually used for like storms that don't it's usually used for storms that don't have planes flying into it. The accuracy of the advanced Dvorak or Dvorak technique, the ADT, is generally good, with recent versions showing significant improvements, though accuracy can vary depending on the storm's intensity and phase. The ADT is considered a reliable tool for estimating, so it's an estimate. Tropical cyclone intensity and newer versions have been improved with accuracy by incorporating satellite data, advanced storm fixing routines, AI enhancements. However, the technique can have less reliable estimates during certain conditions, such as when the storm is undergoing extratropical transition or weaker systems. Oh, this is not a weaker system. Usually gets rounded down. Yeah, I don't. It's certainly an interesting tidbit, but I'm not going to take that as gospel. But it's certainly an interesting thing to note. Let's see. We got any wind popping up on any of these cameras? Nothing on cam 1. Check cam 3. Nothing on cam 3. Or not nothing, but not very strong winds. No strong winds on cam 4. Maypen cam is still down. Nothing too crazy in Crossroads, and still nothing too crazy. Well, actually, there's a little bit of wind popping up on the Westmoreland cam. You can see it streaking across the road there in the distance. About approximately 8 to 12 hours until this hits land. Yeah, still don't have. I'm still not seeing an eye drop sonde yet on from our aircraft recon. Looks like they're still processing that. Wait. I think it might have just come in. Yes, it has just come in. And here's the latest eye data. Let me remove me from the picture here. Looks like the latest eye data puts it at around 902 millibars. So still seeing some fluctuations. It was not a lower pressure than our last drop sonde. That is the latest update, and this is what our storm currently looks like on satellite. Just absolutely crazy looking storm still. I mean, that eye is still super, super small. And you see Jamaica is right up there. Thank you, YOLO, Leanne, Vaughn, Darlin, and SpaceX is live for subscribing. What's going on over here? Apparently there's someone doing something weird. Is there a guy on the bridge? Folks, there is a guy on the bridge. I don't know what he's doing there. But there is officially a guy on the bridge on Flatbridge. Thank you, MJ. There's another person on the bridge. Where'd that guy come from? Man, I don't know if I could ever walk on that bridge. You couldn't pay me money to walk on that bridge right now. Those guys are brave. I wonder what their job is. Because obviously that building is used for something. I wonder if they're like in charge of monitoring the river level. That might be what they're checking. If they came out of that shed. I'll be live at least until 1 a.m. and then I might take an hour break or I might go to sleep, just depending on what the conditions are looking like. That is the current plan, and we'll definitely go over the latest national hurricane update, which will come out at 1 a.m. And yeah, then we'll take a break. I'll probably rest my eyes for a little bit, set an alarm, wake up in an hour. I'll check all the cams. If all heck is breaking loose, then we'll come back live. But if it looks like things are holding off, Then I'll probably get some sleep and just wake up periodically and check. I think they were checking the debris. Yeah, I wonder if there was like debris down there that was like clogging it up a little bit. Yeah, they're still on the bridge. I wonder what they're doing. I wish I could call them on the phone on WhatsApp and ask them what's up. They seem to be looking at that portion of the bridge a lot. I wonder if they're like seeing a crack or debris, like. Probably like debris. It looks jammed. Oh, there's a rope. Okay, so they have a rope or a hose. The plot thickens. This is obviously a joke, but it looks like they were putting water into the river. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Checking fishnets? No. There's definitely a hose. I wonder if they were like siphoning water out of the river. Maybe they're doing like testing for bacteria. Thank you, Paradise, the Ori Show, Patrick, JJ, Miss Deb, Lone Wolf, Pierre, and Blonde Scorpion for subscribing. Is there another building behind where the signs are? Could be. Very well could be. Hydroelectric power. See you later, Jared. Thank you for tuning in. Is the water on the close side higher than the other side? I don't think so. Oh, there's a big piece of debris that just came down. Y'all see that log? I'll play it back. Look on the far side. You see that? Big old log there? It's a pretty big piece of debris. I don't know. I saw that debris come out on the other side, so it must not be too blocked up if that's what they were checking for. There are buildings over. Yeah, we can check Google Earth. Let me check Google Earth. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a couple buildings back up here. That must be where they're walking to. This is the current look at Hurricane Melissa. Still a very powerful hurricane, still moving off to the north at a decent little pace here. You can definitely tell it's still got that northeastern movement to it. It is getting closer and closer to land as we speak. Yeah, I wonder if that hose is like something that was like stuck in the maybe in like some sort of log jam down there. Need the chat for the night. All right, Tornado Explorer. See you later. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely like a hose-like thing there. I just don't know what they're using the hose for. Thank you, Rabbit, Tamori, Rebecca Joy, and Clay for subscribing. Also, Survivor Sims. If you guys haven't subscribed yet, please consider it. We go live for a lot of things, not only in Jamaica, but also in the United States. Also, subscribe to See Jamaica. They are the people that are providing these cameras to our live stream. They've been very helpful in monitoring the on-the-ground conditions as Hurricane Melissa approaches. To break up debris, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's an interesting theory. Like maybe there's like mud getting caked up in there, and maybe they're using like a high-powered water hose to like spray the mud off. So it's not 899.8 millibars. It is, or it was, but it's not anymore. The pressure has gone up a little bit on the last update. Oh, come back here while we wait to see if that's going to come back on. Take a look at the cams around the area. That camera's already back up. Halfway tree. Still nothing too powerful in terms of wind. Same in downtown Kingston. But the thunderstorm activity has taken a break. Still, the Maypen cam is down. So I'm assuming we've had a pretty decent power outage in that area. Westmoreland is also relatively calm in comparison to what we have seen in the past with that one as well. Dropped under 900. Yes, very briefly. For only about 20 minutes. Will I have cams when I come back later? Yeah, we'll have the same cams if they are still alive. You know, if the power goes out, it's very likely we'll lose these cameras. So, you know, whatever cams are left are the ones that we will lose or use. But Could very well go into this landfall blind. The water level is definitely rising. Yeah, it's almost over that little tapering area. Let's go back about an hour and see if there's been any difference within the hour. Oh, yeah. Wow. That's just in the past hour. Go back 30 minutes and see if we see a difference. Yeah, even in the past 30 minutes. Whoa. Yeah, it's definitely rising. Still a noticeable difference past 30 minutes. Let's go back 15 minutes. Even 15 minutes. Wow. Yeah, it's rising pretty quickly, folks. Oh, another big log. Another big log just went in there. It's running so fast too. Yeah, I mean, all that gravity from those mountains forces that water down there. Thank you, Janice, Mike, Bobby, MO for subscribing. Thank you. We'll start seeing a lot of debris. I mean, we've definitely seen an increase in not only the amount of debris, but also the debris size. We've seen some very sizable logs come down here. So does seem like the flow upstream is knocking down trees. It's okay. That road to their left goes up in elevation and there's buildings up there. The guy walking they're part of emergency management. They manage this bridge. They were in that little building to the right earlier. Thank you, Aaron, for subscribing. The water PVC water pipe, they remove it before the river came down. Interesting. The projected rainfall totals is up to total potential is 14 or 40 inches of rainfall. I think we're seeing an outer rain band about to move into the shore. Look at this latest satellite imagery. See this thing? It's moving towards the shore. That might be a rain band there. And you can also see convection firing off of it as well. Let me look at our latest radar data. We have it. Negative 4.07. Apparently, we might get another pass from this flight. According to some sources. Let's see if I can get confirmation of that that new record of the dry eye. I'm not seeing anything on it. Let me see if I can find anything confirming that. Okay, so hold on. Let me look at this latest radar scan. I'm not really seeing anything associated with that area. Where is land? All the way down there. Yeah, I guess that rain band that's approaching is in this area. Somewhere in this area here. So yeah, and then that increase in convection is also back in here as well. So yeah, we'll probably see the winds increase again in our Westmoreland camera here shortly as that rain band comes in. What's the speed of the hurricane now? Still not 100% sure. We should know when that new update comes in. Negative 3.94. Fan 9 brightness temperature. Yeah, we could potentially see one more plane pass into the center of Melissa. If we have a new eye wall. Yeah, latest surface eye wall speed is 153 knots, so a little bit lower. So this might just be a weaker portion of the eye wall that the plane flew through. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. All right, I have returned. Yeah, man, that flow is getting real fast. Wow. And you can just even tell like just the size of the river is expanded even laterally, not just height. It's weaker than what we saw before. So we had a 161 knot, which 185 mile per hour winds measured on the pass through the eye before this. There's a lot more debris. Yeah, we're starting to see a lot more debris, which could indicate that we have quite the rise still ahead. I mean, it's rising pretty quickly. Let's check it 15 minutes ago. Yeah, it's rising pretty quickly. Did it pick up speed? It looks like it's picking up speed on satellite. I think we are going to get a speed increase on the latest update that's coming out in 40 minutes. PMs. Wow. Holy crap. Melissa has officially broken yet another record. Help just sent me this. The eye is now negative 3.94. We have a new dry record now into the sub threes or into the sub fours. Wow. The top 3 driest eyes have all come from this storm. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Thank you for sending that. That is breaking news, to say the least. And this is the storm right here, folks. We'll go look at that on water vapor imagery. You can see it's so dry that the color palette of this water vapor imagery loop on Radar Omega doesn't even go that low. What does that mean? It just means the pressure is so low that it's evacuating so much moisture out of the center of the storm that it is drying and warming up. I wish we could monitor that real time through the app. Does this hurt Storm? No, it helps it, technically. And I just realized, you know, that you see where it tapers down. Let me zoom in here. You see where it tapers down? Like once the water gets above that and starts running over that taper, it might start going over the bridge. The flow might be strong enough, or it might be just below it. I think it was 902 last reading. It was 903 at 11 knots. So it was a 902. I mean, it'll pick up more water and dump it on the land. It means it's got more moisture for sure. It also means that, you know, it's going to have stronger storm surge the lower the pressure is. So higher storm surge could be possible. The eyewall replacement has begun. People have been speculating that all day, and it hasn't happened. Yeah, there's still not much wind on any of the other cams yet. Probably the next time we will see it. The next time we will see that happen is when our storm gets a little bit closer to shore. And it'll probably show up on this camera. As of right now, we are not seeing that really escalate too much just yet. But there is a new rain band coming in that'll probably increase the rains and the rainfall rates and the wind here in a little bit. Wind picking up in downtown Kingston. Let me check. Oh yeah, look at the trees. This is Crossroads in downtown Kingston. You can see the trees are moving a lot more now. We have another thunderstorm coming in. What time is estimated landfall? In between 8 and 12 tomorrow morning. Or this morning. Was that a power flash? I think that was a power flash. Go back in time. Yeah, that was a power flash. We just saw a power flash. I'll keep going back and replaying it. That little blue, that's not a lightning bolt. That is a power flash. Which means a electric transformer just exploded. We might not have this camera for much longer. These winds must be pretty strong. Yeah, tide will be in low tide as this makes landfall. Won't be high tide tomorrow until about 5 p.m. Or within the next 6 hours, absolutely, yep. Like 50 miles per hour. Given that it's causing power flashes, maybe a little bit higher than that. We could have gusts like maybe up to 60. Sustained. Oh, that was another power flash back there, I think. Hold on. Let me go back. Just double check. Yep. Right there behind that white building on the right side. See that? Pretty sure that's a power flash. And also picking up on halfway tree. Oh, wow. Yeah, look at this. This is halfway tree. Look at these winds. Oh, my goodness. Whoa. Yeah, no wonder we're getting power flashes. Holy crap. Okay, I think that was the strongest wind gust we have seen. Yeah, that was definitely near 60, if not a little bit above 60 miles per hour. That could have been close to hurricane force. How many years will they be without electricity? Not years, unless like that power station goes down. The power station goes, if the power station gets destroyed in the Old Harbor, which is right next to the Bay coast, power could be out in that area for those customers for up to about 6 months to a year, maybe even longer, just depending on how long it takes to rebuild what broke. In a situation where the entire infrastructure is being worked on, that could be a while. Oh, wow. And just like that, winds are a little bit calmer. I think that little band that we're watching is moving into the shore now. Oh man, Maypen still down. Come back over here. Watch for power flashes. Check back with our river cam here. Oh, yeah, the water's flowing more on the right side. Look at that. Interesting. Is that a river on the right? Is there water flowing in on the right side? Is that why it's slower moving? Maybe there's like a fork in the river. Let me check Google Earth. No, I don't see anything. That's not it. I don't know why that part of the river is. Winds are picking up a little bit in Westmoreland as well. Golly. How much this camera is shaking. Oh, turn on the sound. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the wind is definitely blowing out here. Yeah, it's like more of a dry wind because we're not seeing many rain bands on the surface of the road. All right, let's check the progress here of how much this has risen in the past 15 minutes. Jeez. Slowly but surely, little by little, it's definitely still rising. Getting closer to the bottom. This is it 2 hours ago. Wow. It's getting there. Not a good scenario here for that river. Come back over to Crossroads here. We actually have a tree view. Does this have audio? Does not. I want to check. We have another camera in Jamaica I want to check. Check this camera. Whoa. Look at that. Is that sparks? Is that a sparking electrical wire? Yeah, look at that. Electrical wire sparking. You can see the sparks flying. Yeah, it's like on fire. There's smoke on it too. Something's going on over here. I think there's a transformer blowing. Oh, wow. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, it's getting to the point where we're probably going to start losing a lot of power out here. Yeah, arcing might be the better. Wow, look at that. Little sparks. Interesting. Well, there it goes again. So this is what like a small power flash would look like from the distance. This is basically what a power flash is. It glows in like a blue hue. No, 8 a.m. Jamaican time to 12 p.m. Jamaican time, which is the same as Central Time right now. Might start a fire. I hope not. I mean, it's really moist out there, so I don't think we're gonna see like a structural fire get caused by this. There's like some dry area somewhere underneath these buildings. Sound, there is a little bit of sound, but it's just like fizz. It's not actual audio. Wow, look at those sparks. The sparks really show you how fast the wind is going. In a way. Thank you, Marsha, Selfmade, and Chris for subscribing. Thank you. On the road to 100,000 subscribers. Wow. Very interesting. We'll keep checking on that. Oops. Want to check in on these other areas. There's still some pretty decent winds over here. Jeez Louise. God, it is so close to the bottom of the bridge. Man, that river is really getting angry. We'll take a second here to go check out Melissa. See what the latest is on this. Yes, Melissa is still moving to the north, getting closer and closer to land. Oh, wow. We lost one of our cams, I think. We lost Crossroads. Let me check. Yep. We lost the Crossroads cam. That is 2 cameras down. We lost the Maypen cam and the Crossroads cam. Slowly but surely, even these weaker wins are enough to knock out enough power to knock out these cameras. Go check back in on this little electricity spark here. Is it still going? Yeah, it is. Look at it. Yeah, it's definitely escalating. That is for sure. And it's going to continue to do that as Hurricane Melissa continues to move closer and closer to shore. The storm did briefly get under 900 millibars, but it's now back up above 900 millibars. But there is rumors we might get one more pass. So we'll see. If the plane turns around, I will definitely let you guys know. Oh, yeah, the sparks are still happening on that wire. Where do they evacuate to? Just away from the rivers and away from the coast. Away from the mountains if you can, due to the mudslide risk. How slow it is moving. Hopefully nah, it's unfortunately looking like it's going to go directly into Jamaica. Yeah, 8 people have been confirmed dead from Melissa. Unfortunately, rest in peace. Some of it's due to flooding, some of it's due to indirect deaths. Like the deaths in Jamaica have been indirect deaths of people that unfortunately passed away trying to prepare for the hurricane. Let me put this downtown Kingston cam where the Crossroads cam was. I think the Crossroads cam is just gonna stay down, unfortunately. Rain is kind of going sideways on the Devon House cam, Jamaica. Yeah, we should probably bring the Devon House cam in too. Let me get that one up. Come on, chat. Thank you. This is downtown Kingston. Oops. Downtown. There we go. There's that. And then we'll replace the Maypen cam with the Devon House cam. Thank you, Game, Katie, Robert, and Smurfberry and Pam for subscribing. Thank you so much. And these are the conditions in Devon House, Jamaica. Definitely see that rain and wind is is definitely here as well. You can see it on that when you look on the top right there near that light. Oh yeah, a lot of rain, and unfortunately a heck of a lot more to come. You know, that's probably one of the problems with the stalling as well, is that that'll probably prolong the rain event a little bit longer than what was forecasted as well. How's the river now? Here is the river now. It continues to grow. And the flow continues to get stronger as well. Thank you for doing this. Yeah, no problem. Thank you guys for tuning in. Sorry you guys had to meet me this way. It's I wish, you know, we could have met in a way that wasn't so sad. No, not 8 people in Jamaica, 3 people in Jamaica. Oh, there's another log. Just went past. When will I sleep? We are going to take at least an hour break here in a little bit, and I'll make a determination on whether or not to come back on live tonight. Might just go all the way to landfall. Who knows? Yes, I did see that Unleashed. The water is definitely higher and faster. Yeah, it is definitely. I mean, you can just tell when we, you know, go back. This is literally just an hour ago in comparison to now. An hour ago. Oops. An hour ago. Now. It's getting close to going over that little tapering area on the bridge. And I have a feeling it's going to ride up that and potentially over the bridge soon. By the way, 14 minutes until our next National Hurricane Center update, I think. Oh, wow. Devon Cam is getting pretty interesting. Look at this. Let me change this to oops. Calling it now, 900. I mean, they should update to 900. And at the very least 902. It's not gonna, they're not gonna, the pressure is gonna drop from the last update. We know that for certain. And thank you, Alma, Andy, Patricia, Brandon, and Rakia for subscribing. Thank you. That goes 18 innings at a time. Wait, what? Is there a baseball game going on still right now? Oh my God. There's a baseball game going on right now. At 12:47? How in the heck? Wild. Isn't a baseball game supposed to be 9 innings? Well, look at that wave that's developing out in front of that pylon. I'm skipping this song. I really need to remove this song from the list. Whenever it comes on, it's just like a little bit too uppity. I like it. I like the chill vibe. I don't necessarily want like a song coming on during like a catastrophic storm that sounds like it's, you know, celebrating something. The accumulation runoff is scaring you. Yeah. I mean, that's what's causing this river to rise so fast. I mean, literally, if you guys are just tuning in and wondering just how much it's risen in the past 4 hours, look at that. Past 5 hours. Past 6 hours. That's what it looked like earlier today. The flow rate, everything. Now it's about to go on that little triangle looking thing. This is what it looks like now. Slight difference. Oh, all right. We have the latest update here from the National Hurricane Center. Moving north-northeast, still at 2 miles per hour. Minimum pressure 901 millibars. And max sustained winds of 175 miles per hour. Wow. That is a strong storm. Just above that 900 millibar threshold. My goodness. And 901 is insane. 2 a.m. Let's read the public advisory. Discussion and outlook. The eye of Hurricane Melissa was located near latitude 1618. Melissa was moving towards the north-northeast near 2 miles per hour. Turn towards the northeast with an increased forward speed is expected today, followed by a faster northeast motion on Wednesday and Thursday. On the forecast track, the core of Melissa is expected to move over Jamaica today across the Cuban. We'll stick with just Jamaica update for now. Data from Air Force Reserve hurricane hunters indicate maximum sustained winds are near 175 miles per hour. Melissa is a Category 5 hurricane. Some fluctuations in intensity are likely, but landfall still expected to be high during landfall. What about the storm surge? I mean, they're still calling for 9 to 13 feet above ground level. I still think it could be a little bit higher than that, but that is the latest from the National Hurricane Center. And thank you, Evan Skiles, for becoming a WIMD member. Welcome, Evan. Oh, we're losing cams all over the place. They are falling. The cams are falling. We've lost downtown Kingston. Hold on. We've lost Halfway Tree. We still have this downtown Kingston camera, I think, unless this one's behind. Yeah, it's probably behind. Let me see. I thank you, Dennis, for the $10 donation. Yep, this one's down now. Halfway Tree is down. Devon House is still up. Oh, did Devon House just go down? No. Devon House has fallen, folks. They're dropping like flies, which means the power is going out all over the place. We still have our trusty river cam and the Westmoreland cam. We still have 2 cams. What about this camera? Is this camera still up? Nope. Jeez Louise. That one is not a live stream. All right. So I guess we're just watching this cam until I take a break. You've been to Jamaica and loved it? Yes. Jamaica looks beautiful. I want to go to Jamaica so bad. Trust in Flatbridge. Oh, the wind's not that high up here. It's a little bit removed from the shore, so it should last for a decent amount of time. And thank you, Evan, for the $1. Thank you, man. We got any other Evans in chat? How's Flatbridge? It's hanging in there. But the waters are rising quickly over the past hour. We have seen it rise probably about almost like 6 inches to a foot. Is that a flashlight? I do not know what that light is. Yeah, I think it's a flashlight. Definitely not a car. Oh yeah, I mean it's. I would say at the current rate, it is 100% about to go under. Man, we have the latest radar imagery in. You can see the western turn, and then it stalled, did a little loop-to-loop, and then look at this. That northern turn, seeing this just get closer to Jamaica is just terrifying. Thank you, Wamama, for the $4.99. Thank you so much. You can also see that we still have an outer eye wall. Our inner eye wall is still very much intact. And man, there's just a lot of rain about to fall, man. Jeez. This whole band is just going to be scraping over the island. And after that's done, they get this massive rain that's going to be coming in. Wow. This is going to be bad, folks. One of the most deadliest rivers in Jamaica is the Rio Cobre River. That's the river that the flat bridge is on. Will the eye make landfill? No. It will make landfall, though. I don't think I've ever actually known a Melissa in person, Nick. Imagine river up 5 feet? We won't have to imagine for long, unfortunately. Is this camera still up? Westmoreland? This is the camera that needs to stay up in order for us to get any view of what this eye wall is like. It's not high, but it's technically possible we could get a couple of tornadoes. Already went up like 2 to 3 feet. Exactly. You have power? That's good. Man, that water's moving real fast. Another log. Look at that log. That was a big one. No. This one does this a lot. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Don't worry. Bridge cam is still here. Look at that log. That one, I think, was one of the bigger logs we've seen. The Barricade cam is still up. Did all these cameras come back on? I think a lot of these cameras came back on. Look, the Devon House camera came back on. Halfway Tree is back on as well. It looks like it was a temporary power outage, but it does seem like some of the power came back on. Wow. These wind gusts are pretty strong. Listen to it for a little bit. Internet outage? Could have been. Wow. Those are some pretty strong wind gusts there. Yeah, big time wind moving into Kingston again. What this camera looks like now. Oh wow. All right, I'm gonna get some water real quick. I'm gonna leave it on this cam with the audio on. I'll be right back. I don't have to blow out your eardrums. It's gonna be loud. Yes, Bryce did evacuate. Yeah. Look at that tree in the background, how much it's shaking. Wow. Holy moly. Wow. Yeah, these are some powerful wind gusts. Man. Back over to the flat bridge. See if we've had the water rise at all in the last 15 minutes. Yep. That's just in the last 15 minutes. That's crazy. 15 minutes ago, now. Like even in just 15 minutes. What about like 7 minutes? Wow, 7 minutes ago, now. Rumor has it it's the flattest bridge in the world. Yeah. Seems flat to me. Maybe that's what those guys on the bridge were doing. They were taking out one of those levelers and putting it on the bridge just to make sure that the bridge still maintains its flatness. Yes, I have announced the 2 a.m. advisory. Yeah. We announced it as soon as it came out. This is what the hurricane looks like right now for the folks that are just now tuning in. All right, we'll do it on big screen. Massive. Scary, massive storm. And it's still moving to the north. Still projected to make landfall somewhere in this area here near like Crawford, Sandy Ground, Black River, Cambridge, White House. This area is going to get, unfortunately, leveled. I really hope that there is nobody that lives out here, or that I'm not that lives out here, but that is here right now. Yes, as you can see, Melissa is still moving into land as we speak. Am I balding? I don't think so. Does it look like I'm balding? Maybe a little bit of something right there. I don't know. Start balding, grow a beard. I can't really grow a beard, unfortunately. Maybe if I waited long enough, I could. But yeah, it is a behemoth. This is a very strong hurricane. That's what it looks like in the 3D view. See how those cold cloud tops really reach up above the rest. Kind of swirls around just like the middle of a toilet. Absolutely crazy. Beard suck. They don't suck that bad. How fast is it moving now? Still at 2 miles an hour. But it is expected to increase speed eventually. Looks amazing, and I'm glad it's not hitting us in Florida. Yeah. I'd say so. You know, it's hard to be glad at anything, though. Let me put the halfway camera over here as well. Actually, it's not going to be as easy as that. Never mind. Is there a pic from satellite? This is the pic. This is a live motion picture of our hurricane right now. Josh Morgaman is in Western Jamaica, I think in Montego Bay. I think if I had to guess, that's probably where Bryce is going. Yeah, let's see how far it is from the shore here. We'll do the outer eye wall first. It's about 77 miles from estimated landfall. Inner eye wall is about 89 miles. And the back eye wall is about 98 miles from landfall. Man. I can think of so many cities that are just 77 miles away from me. That, like Birmingham. for me is like 77 miles away. Can't imagine a hurricane of this strength being near Birmingham, heading towards my way. About what time will it make landfall on the island? Potentially between 8. Should be up to this point by 7 a.m. tomorrow. So we're talking in between like 8 and 12, depending on how fast it's moving. Could be even longer if it takes a while for it to really increase that forward speed. "38 hours, 36 hours to go." No, like 8 hours to go. 8 to 12. Less than that. 7 to 11 hours to go. Jeff Petrowski's on Santa Cruz. Where's Santa Cruz? Santa Cruz. And these are just the storm chasers we know of. There's probably a storm chaser right now. I can smell. You know, that's I was about to say somewhere not very smart. And Santa Cruz is probably one of those areas as well, though it looks like there is some mountain buffering there, so that might be his strategy. Is there any live view of chasers on the ground? There is not. We do have a chaser that we work with, Bryce Shelton, on the Tornado Pagey YouTube channel. But he's currently relocating. He was live earlier today, but he was he was like right here in like Crawford, like right on the shore, like probably on one of these houses. But he has decided to move, thankfully. Is this in the 17th inning now? That's crazy. Hurricane Hunters took amazing. Yeah, we were watching those videos. Oh boy. It's officially made it to that little triangle. Just for reference, this is what the bridge looked like earlier in the day. Let me just get a view. There we go. Here's what the bridge looked like earlier. Barely any flow. You can see the entire, like, probably that's about like 2 feet of under there. Now watch this. It is now over that area now, getting even closer. And the thing is, for the new people tuning in, like this is it 15 minutes ago. You can even see a difference from 15 minutes ago. Yeah, the bridge is not 200 years old. It's about 150 years old. They rebuilt it in the 1880s. Think it'll make it? You know, it had water going over it during Hurricane Beryl, but I mean, there's just so much more rain to come and probably a lot more debris. I think it's like a 50-50 shot. This is definitely some of the craziest conditions this bridge will probably face. Because again, I mean, we have a lot more heavier rainfall rates coming in the future. And so this is just the beginning of the river rise, and it's almost already over the bridge. But the people of Jamaica have assured us that this bridge is not going to fail. They have faith in the bridge, the flat bridge. Thank you, Big Scrub, Donna Marshall, Levy, Heather, Mark, Howard, Christopher, Tina, the Rob channel, and Michael for subscribing. Welcome. Need to learn the history of that bridge. I do actually want to learn the history of the bridge Sunday. That I actually do want to learn. Let's do a quick search. Everybody can learn the history of the flat bridge together. Flat bridge is a beam bridge across the Rio Cobre on the A1 road connecting Jamaica to the capital of Kingston with the north coast tourist areas of Dunn's River and Ocho Rios, one of the oldest bridges in Jamaica. While it cannot be positively ascertained when this bridge was built, it was definitely constructed after 1721. Edward Long describes it in his History of Jamaica, printed in 1774. He said, "This bridge is..." What do you guys think the first thing that was recorded about this bridge? This bridge is fill in the blank. Yes, that's what it said. He said, this bridge is flat and composed of planks on a frame of timber work which rest upon two piers and two buttresses projecting from the banks, constructed with piles and braces interlaced with masonry. The bridge was being constructed. The 16th plantations in the Bog Walk area were obliged to send one... Wait, let's see here. We're obliged to send one slave, oh gosh, in every 50 to work on the river road, sometimes called 16-mile walk. Yikes. Did not know that about the bridge. We are learning today. Gravel, marl, lime, sandstone had to be dug. Slaves often lost their lives. Oh my goodness. As they performed dangerous tasks on the gorge, contracts for their timber. Okay, so this dude, Edward Long, was he a slave owner? Contracts for timber and masons to work on the bridge were authorized at vestry meetings. Between 1881 and 1915, the floor of the bridge was washed away after later refloored with iron girdles and buckle plates. So it has washed away before, but it has been refitted with better bridge material. Today, the bridge of 3 spans is supported by 2 piers and 2 abutments. In the 1930s, it had metal handrails and later wooden ones, but these were devoured by the river at different times. Hemispheres of the stone are now the only protection on the bridge itself. Wow. That is just a brief overview of the history. I'm sure there's plenty more to learn about that bridge, but interesting. We built back flatter. Thanks for subscribing, John, Stacy, Claire, and TCM. First thing about Bridge Club is you don't talk about Bridge Club. Well, you must not be part of the Bridge Club because you just talked about it. You're the first one to talk about Bridge Club. But yeah, this bridge. So what I want to know is, like, who owned the slaves? Like, did somebody rule over Jamaica in the past and then force the inhabitants of Jamaica to build this bridge? Is that what I'm understanding? Or did Jamaicans use slaves to build this bridge? Like, that's, I would assume the other way around, but I'm not sure. The Spanish, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. The dang Spaniards. Don't worry, camera will likely be back momentarily, but while we wait for it to be back, hopefully, we can come back over to looking at Hurricane Melissa. I think Flat Bridge Cam also needs to be added to the history. British colonizers, man. Thought the British? Oh, it's the British, not Spaniards. Okay. That makes more sense. Honestly, that fits the bill a little bit more than Spaniards. England conquered many areas. Uh-oh. Looks like the Westmoreland camera also just went down as well. Not our flat bridge cam. We needed that. Oh boy. Well, it should come back up, but this is the longest it's been down, so I'm a little bit worried. You're asking about Melissa being ignored? Well, ask away. I'm looking at chat. Sorry, we got a little bit distracted learning about the flat bridge, and there's a pretty interesting history about it that I could not have even imagined. I didn't even know that about the history of Jamaica, that they were ruled by the Brits and enslaved on their own island. Like, Jamaicans were there first, right? And they just came in and enslaved y'all. That's effed up, man. And then they forced you to build a bridge. Man, if I was alive back in the day, I would have been like a pirate. Hey, and just like that, the flat bridge cam survives. Is there sound? There is no sound. I am rooting for the bridge. I want the bridge to survive. Who is Team Bridge surviving? I will probably do absolutely nothing at 100K because that would be inappropriate to celebrate something during live stream like this. Yeah, there's been a lot of big logs that have been coming down the river. Man, there's only about a 2-foot gap in between that water and the bridge now. I am Team Jamaica. I am also Team Jamaica. Someone is shining a light. Yes. Yeah, this is just from the rain from the outskirts. That's a good point. Yeah. Like this isn't probably even being caused by the main rain event. Hope the wildlife will be okay. Me too. They're usually pretty good at finding some shelter to ride these things out, but man, where the storm's gonna make direct landfall, I might not be as lucky. Yeah, I think so. That little hut on the bottom right, we have ascertained that is a little shack for the people that monitor the waters here whenever there's floods. There's another log, and yeah. And they're still out and around there. I think they're shining that light to check the river level. I'm sure there's a certain point where they warn downstream of the potential impacts. The latest on Hurricane Melissa is actually 901 millibars and 175 mile per hour winds. There's another log. Oh. There's a lot of debris coming down now. Don't trust the shack to make it. It's pretty elevated up there, but I was kind of saying the same thing earlier. I can't not disagree with that. Or yeah, I can't disagree with that. I mean, after the rain is all said and done, I mean, don't know. If the water gets up there, I mean, it's gone. But, you know, no one lives in that shack. That's just the monitoring station. There's like a whole nother little building complex. You know, if you look at the bridge, there's a little road that forks off to the right. That road leads up to a whole nother building complex. All right, so let's go back 15 minutes. Oh, yeah. Try to get it when it was zoomed in. That was 15 minutes ago. Yeah, it's definitely rising higher on that little triangle there. I could be about to see this push over the road in that area if the water rides up there high enough. Landfall about 7 to 8 hours away. What is it like? Yeah, it's 1 a.m. Yeah, somewhere between 7 and 8 hours. People lived right up above that shack. And do they still live there? To get to the point where this river runs backwards? I don't know what would cause that, so I don't know. No one lives there? Okay. I know there's people that live downstream of this river. Oh, high tide would. I don't think that would happen. This is pretty far away from the mouth of the river, or from the mouth of the river. Hey, for the new folks tuning in, let's go back an hour just really quick so you guys can see the difference. This was it an hour ago, and this is it now. Someone's there with a flashlight. Yeah, that's the people that have been monitoring the water levels, I believe. They've been hanging out in that shack, and they come out here every now and then. Oh, the winds are starting to pick up near here as well. You're seeing some winds move over the top of the bridge. Which means that we are under threat here for power outages. It's probably why the power's been flickering on this camera lately. Melissa's about 70 miles from Jamaica. About 77 miles on the leading edge of the inner eye wall from impact. Person down by the bridge. Yeah, that's just one of the monitors. They monitor the bridge. You see how he's got a flashlight. Their job is most likely, especially in this situation, to monitor the levels and then warn downstream when they get to a certain level. Yeah, I know. I'm monitoring. Yeah, we're at 11:27 and 32 seconds. We will have to end the stream in 30 minutes just due to YouTube streaming limits. You can only stream for 12 hours on YouTube, or you have to restart it. I'll probably come back on since this is so close. Oh, look at that big log there to going over the bridge. I at least want to get that warning out, and then we might end a little bit after that. Man, it's really rising fast. I feel like I just watched it. Yeah, look, this was literally 20 minutes ago. Wow. Might be close to over the bridge by the time it gets to the end of this stream. And thank you, Edward, for the $5. So many monitors. Yeah, there's multiple people that are monitoring this. They work as a team. Now he's fine. He knows what he's doing. This river floods a lot, so they are experts in when to evacuate and when not to. Debris is starting to build and it will breach. I mean, most of the logs that we've seen go through the bridge have made it to the other side. Yeah, debris is probably likely building up quite a bit somewhere under there, whether it's mud or just logs or twigs or branches or leaves. That's a lot of flow on the left side. On the right side, though, I think it's more blocked off because you can see the water's a lot more still there, but it also could just be like the center of the bridge. Maybe it's like connected somewhere in between there. Man, that water's really flowing. When roofs start going down, oh my goodness, I hope we don't see anything like that on stream. I would assume it would, the water levels would have to get really high for that stuff like that to happen, because this place floods a lot. They do have a decent buffer between the outside of this river and the closest communities, but if it rises to record levels, that could challenge that. Oh, there's another log there. It is a very sturdy bridge. It's survived floods like this before. How long do I think until the bridge is underwater at the current rate? Probably within like an hour or two. Maybe even sooner. It does seem to be rising faster. At least on the left side of the bridge. Seems like the right side is a little bit lower for some reason. Could just be like the angle of the bridge. You say 30 minutes? Yeah, I mean, it's getting close to washing up in that one area. If we zoom in, you can see it's like at least almost a quarter way up that little triangle thing there. So that guy is out there. I mean, that's definitely why they're monitoring it a lot, because they definitely know that it's probably going to go over very soon. I mean, the rain's just not stopping. Recon is at 4 a.m. Yeah, the next recon's going to be in a while. Yeah, we're not going to have any new data on the storm once our current recon plane leaves the area. Which it might be about to do. It didn't turn around, so I think the mission might be done. Checking. I mean, they've been checking it like nonstop since like the past hour or two. 18th inning. That is crazy. Quick check on the other cam. Sure. Yeah, we can check around. This is in Westmoreland. This is going to be the closest cam to landfall, and it's still up. But winds still haven't really substantially increased, although we do have another wave of convection or another potential wave of wind coming in here probably within the next 30 minutes. So definitely got to keep an eye on that. Downtown Jamaica, still pretty windy, seeing some flooding on the roadways there. This halfway tree, seen some pretty powerful winds with this one, and there's still some pretty strong winds in halfway tree right now, Jamaica. And power has gone out periodically out here as well. This is over near Devon House. Not as strong winds here. And then we've had a camera back over here that had some sparking power lines earlier. Seems like, though, that has stopped. So things are still as we left for the most part. Highest winds, at least on our cameras, are still in a halfway tree. But we're expecting this to be the most active cam later, but that'll be closer to landfall. Outer bands are more hitting the eastern portion of Jamaica. Winds are picking up here again. Oh, wow. That water's trying to ride up that little triangle thing now. You can see it pushes up on it a little bit there. There is a crocodile. Where? I don't see no crocodile. Flash flood already? Yeah. And I'll show you. Look at this. This was 5 hours ago. In comparison to now. Yeah, we get that every now and then, but I always got to ask just to make sure they're seeing something I'm not. I always fact check. I never just believe chat full stop. And that's just somebody that like I know that usually has reliable information. Like it's going to be a massive disaster. Yeah. I mean, the scary thing about the water already being this high is that we are probably not even halfway through the amount of rain that is forecasted to fall. So the water level tomorrow afternoon is going to be ridiculously high. Not sure if we'll be able to see that given the fact that this camera could lose power as landfall occurs. Yeah, it's almost to the top of the bridge. It's getting very close in some spots, like especially in that part where it's riding up, where you see a bunch of those ripples. They're riding up that little pylon, and that will probably be the first place we see it breach over the bridge. Yes, I'm still awake. People that watch my channel know that this is not completely abnormal. We do this from time to time, depending on the threat. And the threat is absolutely maxed out for this storm. Wow. It's really starting to slosh up there. Look at that. Yeah, not even halfway over exactly. We haven't even had this thing make landfall. And that's when the strongest winds are going to be hitting. And that's when that, the orographic lift is going to be at its highest. So the highest rainfall rates are still around 7 to 8 hours from happening. Can still drive over it for now. I mean, you can, but man, you're risking a lot. I would not advise it. No cameras in St. Anne, no, or Ocho Rios. Yeah, look at that. See how it's sloshing up there right on that pylon? That is where I would think it goes over the first. Actually, Kevin, most of there's a lot of buildings in Jamaica that are built pretty solidly. They do build buildings in Jamaica with hurricanes in mind. But even those stronger buildings with rebar and concrete still might not be enough to withstand the winds and storm surge coming. Just float around for hours continuously in storms. I mean, that's kind of what they do, is float around all day. That's kind of. Oh, you mean like non-aquatic animals? Yeah. Don't know. I don't want to know. Oh, the alligators? I'm sure alligators probably take advantage of the situation. I would assume after the fact. Probably like an alligator buffet with the animals. Power restored on Red Hills. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Coco La Palm Beach live stream is live on the West End. Let me see if I can find that. Oh. Yeah, winds are definitely picking up here. You see those winds streaming across the top of the bridge there. Might get a power outage. Thank you, Dog Dad, for the $5. Code only enforces buildings to withstand 140 miles per hour since 210. All area buildings are weaker. That's better than a lot of hurricane-prone areas, though. Yeah, the Coco La Palm Beach camera is unfortunately an Earth cam. We can't use that one, but thank you for bringing that to my attention. And thank you, Daryl, Solstera, Charlotte, Swift, Daryl, and Jimmy. 2 Geralds just subscribed. Thank you. Have I been asleep? Nope. No sleep yet. I mean, most Jamaicans tonight aren't getting any sleep, so. And they're suffering from massive stress and anxiety. So I can sacrifice a little bit of sleep. River just got very intense. Yeah, it definitely seems like it's rising pretty quickly now. A little bit faster. I mean, here's 15 minutes ago, and here's now. We're definitely getting a faster rising rate, I think. And Jamaica has crocs, goats. We've seen chickens, dogs. Seen a lot of the Jamaican wildlife so far on this stream. Or I guess they're alligators, huh? Not crocs. Pylon is almost covered. Yep. It's very close to going over the bridge. And thank you, Tigero, for the $5. Thank you so much. A predicted storm surge is 13 plus feet. Not only will the bridge be covered well, this is not storm surge. This is river flooding. So this is the water that's coming off of the mountain, which is different from storm surge. So the river could rise more than 13 feet. And in fact, it's already risen about 3 or 4 feet. And it was already saturated and a little bit higher than it normally was at the beginning of this event, which is probably adding insult to injury. One of the downtown Jamaica cams. Are you talking about this one? The street flooding? Oh yeah. Look at that. Yeah, decent amount of street flooding is picking up here in downtown Jamaica as well. We've got a little stream happening here and also some pretty strong winds in this area too. Power is hanging on, at least in this area. We'll check our other cameras while we're going around just for a little bit. This is Halfway Tree, Jamaica. Also still getting some pretty decent winds. Hear that on the camera there. And this is Devon House, also getting some pretty decent winds. So yeah, still pretty windy in the west or eastern side of Jamaica. I do want to check Westmoreland real quick just to make sure nothing significant has changed. Yeah. Still nothing too crazy in Westmoreland. Is there a storm surge already? Yeah. There are places along the coast, like in Old Harbor, that are already partially. Wow, that was a big log. Whoa. That was one of the biggest logs we've seen float down the river there. Yeah, we've already seen coastal flooding in like Old Harbor and in other places as well, where people have been forced to evacuate because of the flooding. Okay, yeah, we're definitely seeing a little bit more debris. I've heard some of these cameras have generators, or that's what I heard last time. One of the cameras went out and I was in contact with the guy that owns the cameras. And, you know, he said he was going out and putting up generators or connecting it to a generator last year. Not sure if he has that same thing or if he's even going to venture out, given that this could be dangerous out here. So I don't know if they're connected to backup generators or not. I know that that was an option last year. Okay, it looks like we got a 49-mile-per-hour wind gust reported in Montego Bay Airport and a 46-mile-per-hour wind gust reported in Kingston. Those are the latest numbers there. Man, we've got about a foot left until this is over the bridge. Getting a massive electricity flash. Is that again? Oh yeah, that thing right there is still sparking. So yeah, we do still have sparks in Barbican. You can see them flying off of that electrical wire there. That's been happening for about 30 minutes. Yeah, it's risen a lot, Leah. I agree. It's kind of unbelievable. But at the same time, you know, with how much rain we've been getting, it's also kind of expected. It's just unbelievable to see it actually happen in real time live. I don't know South Florida or South Fla. I don't know. I don't really know. I know the construction standards across the area for the new buildings are to be able to withstand 140-mile-per-hour winds. So I would assume the newer buildings in Old Harbor are built to withstand that. But the ones near the coast, I'm not sure if they're built to withstand that and storm surge. I know we're not getting 100-mile-per-hour winds, hopefully, in Old Harbor. Unless we get a significant eastern wobble. Which, by the way, it's been a while since we've checked in to Hurricane Melissa. So let's check in. Still a very healthy storm. Moving up to the north and east, still closing the gap between our hurricane and Jamaica. Oh, there's definitely going to be a landfall on the island. Just not, we're not expecting it to be in Old Harbor. We're expecting it landfall to be over here near Black River and White House. Somewhere in that area is the expected landfall area. But again, it could be anywhere from Savannah, Lamar to Alligator Pond. It is scary perfect. It is. It's a perfect circle. The eye is a perfect circle. This is a perfect hurricane. You just probably won't witness a storm like this. Well, you know, never mind. You'll probably witness a storm like this next year, for being honest. Unfortunately. And who knows where that one's going to be going. Oh, looks like we're getting interruption here. It's done this multiple times. It should come back. Yeah, there it is. It's back. Yes, hurricanes can trigger tornadoes. And in fact, sometimes they trigger tornado outbreaks, like what happened in Florida with Hurricane Milton, which had a pretty massive tornado outbreak. We were covering that one live, and that was crazy. We saw so many tornadoes. Planes still flying over the eye. Let me check. I don't think so. I think the planes are done. We haven't had a new update on our planes in a while, so I think they're out of there. Probably not going to be a while until we get a new plane and a new data dump in a while. I think you learn Rick, Christopher, Shanert, Charles, Karen, and Captain for subscribing. Thank you. This one is at 5 a.m. Yeah, it's going to be going to be a minute. All right, so we're reaching 11 hours and 51 minutes of this stream. I'm going to have to restart this stream, so give me a good 10 to 15 minutes. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the channel and turn on post notifications, or you will not get another notification when I go back live. Or just remember the name of my channel to make sure that you guys come back to it. Also, if you want to ensure that you get a notification and you are a Discord user, I will also put the Discord link in the chat. But we have to, because of YouTube's how YouTube works, we just have to restart the stream at 12 hours every time, or it'll lose all the footage. So there's a Discord link. I will restart the stream, and I will be back as soon as possible. So just stay tuned. I will see you guys in a little bit. Make sure that you are subscribed to the channel if you want those notifications. All right, I'll be back.